It's Connor from Bigfoot Anonymous. I've had one of the craziest Bigfoot weekends of my life. Luckily, we've had the guidance from Tim T. He has been nice enough to open up his home with Wynette. Thank you so much for bringing us into this beautiful home and, sharing your legends and mysteries with us. Yep. And there's so many knickknacks around this place, we feel like we're like in a time capsule, and us three, me, Tristan, and Cameron, we really appreciate it, and we're into the strange stuff. Tim, could you walk us through some of this evidence? You have some footprints, you have gifts from Sasquatch, you have found Sasquatch hair, orbs, and a bunch of facial shots, which are crazy. Could you tap into some of it?
Yeah, I sure will. But, first, I want to say it's been really good having y'all here.
Thank you, man.
It's been like having family down. Yeah.
I appreciate it. This has been the beginning of something very special. Mm-hmm. And once we linked up on Central Florida Bigfoot, that one random Saturday night topic, beautiful things happen. And that's why I encourage people to do stuff. Break out of your window. Like, neither of us had to, be uncomfortable that night and be vulnerable. But look what it creates. It's a beautiful thing. It's
real good friendship.
It's amazing, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Well, these were the very first footprints that I found right here. These four, I was able to make casts of the best ones. So this one, I think these two are the same. I believe these two were probably the same individual.
Definitely looks like the same size.
Or either there was a couple of them the same size.
Maybe some twins.
Could have been, yeah. And
that one is my favorite.
Yeah.
That is a small juvenile, probably an infant. But you could see the power of their long toes. Their toes actually have meaning. You could see it grips the ground, kind of unlike our pointless toes.
Yeah, you sure can. You can see where the mid-tarsal break is right there.
Yeah. I love how you can line up the toes and the mid-tarsal break for most of them. That's truly amazing. I like that one especially, too, because it looks very odd. You see a couple castings like that over time. Could you explain that a little bit?
This one here is 2 footprints. This is one footprint here, like this one. And then the small footprint over top of it. You can see the big toes, the little toes. So that's actually the match to this one.
Yes. It is truly amazing how defined it is. And Cliff told us yesterday on stage, he said these footprints are not an image of the foot. They're an image of the damage the foot does to the ground.
Yeah, the damage it does to the ground.
These creatures, they reside in the swamp, so they know what they're doing. And I think sometimes these youngins are the ones that leave their marks and don't know where to exactly step, you know?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. And these are those footprints here.
Wow, very cool to see the image of it along with the casting.
And this is the juvenile, smaller one.
That is amazing.
And then here, this is the one that was stepped in.
And deep in the green swamp, that's where you've recovered most of this evidence.
Most of these in the green swamp. Yeah.
And we've seen a fair share of evidence from the green swamp just this weekend. Going back to the 70s, there's been sightings, and then strange creatures beyond Bigfoot reside back there. Runaway convicts, and then fallen planes with lots of drug money and stuff. So it brings weird people, and people running away from crime. And we stopped in the green swamp shortly last night before a huge electrical storm, and man, it was truly amazing. You could feel it when you step in there. And looking forward to our expedition here shortly.
And we got out just before the rain started.
Yeah, it picked up right after. It was really bad.
Yes.
But that also is when the creatures are out there. That's why I think they were out there charging up in the electrical storm as well. It's truly amazing. Could you tell us a little bit more about these?
This is an orb that I've been getting on game camera. So I have 2 game cameras set up. That orb is covering that game camera there. And you can see it in the game camera in this one.
And you can tell that that's not a camera malfunction. That is a large object. That's a whole tree. So it has to be, 9 inches, maybe even longer.
Yeah, because it's got to be at least this big to cover that camera.
That is amazing. And then this, I remember I saw this image when we first linked up on Matt's show. This could be, most likely, is a cloaked Sasquatch. That would be the perfect height back there.
It's got the same shape.
Yup, and the same exact movement right back there. And you've had other
It's got a orb.
An orb right on top,
yeah,
too.
Yeah.
And you've had other strange activity on trail cams. You have a video of one actually shaking one and moving it around.
Yeah, it took the straps of the camera from behind the tree, moved the camera, and then actually straightened it up. It moved it from pointing at where we had apples and candy bars set up. It moved the camera over here. You can see it moved it around, and it straightened the camera up.
Wow. And then I saw the one video or the picture of the candy bar being lifted up by the creature in the air, and you actually found it on the ground, ripped a little bit like a human. It was no bite marks or anything.
That's right. And Bigfoot Dave, he has a photo of it. He has the photo where you can see the white part of the inside of the wrapper.
Wow.
The candy bar wrapper in its hands while it's sitting there eating it.
And I saw the image. It's crazy. We saw some crazy videos and pictures yesterday, and some of our evidence is incredible. What is this, Tim?
This is the hairs I've been finding. This is just one example of it under my microscope.
And us that, study Sasquatch, we know that their hair is magnificent. It takes the color from behind. It's translucent. Some people say it's hollow. They can vibrate the hair at such a frequency that they create a blur. And if you see it up close...
Some of these are clear. There's different colors. There's browns, blacks, clear. There's some greenish in them.
And it really matters what angle you look at it, too, because it picks up from the light, and it's camouflage. They are active camouflage, like the movie Predator.
And these look just like our hairs under the microscope. And when you're looking at them with just your eye, they're a lot thicker than ours. You can see them a lot easier.
They seem very thick, and I love how they come to a point. It's very interesting. Let's go back into the back room and see some of the things you've... killed in the green swamp. Here are a couple monster heads that Tim has taken out of the green swamp. Could you tell us about this one here to the right, Tim?
Yeah, that one there, we killed it out in the green swamp area, and we were actually hunting with dogs. And that one there, one of my dogs had grabbed a hold of it, and I ran up on it and was able to kill it with my knife, with my hunting knife.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What about this big one? This looks like a wolf head, like Ringdokus. I don't see a pig when I see that. I see a boar, a monster.
A monster, yeah.
That thing is ginormous.
And once I killed him, when we were taking the pictures of him, he looked like a bear laying there.
Yeah, he definitely does. And then this one, I like the coloration on this one.
Yeah, that one's...
The kill story is pretty interesting about this fellow. What is it?
You see hogs like that have a lot of different colors in them. Yeah, and those are that one was pretty big too. The mount actually came out just a little smaller than he really was.
And you were in such a tight gap
we were
that
up in the palmettos with him.
Yeah, you couldn't pull out your gun, so you had to end him with your blade. Yeah, that's truly remarkable. And he has those sideways tusks, which are super dangerous. You were telling me, because they know how to work them, and they eviscerate these the dogs and whatever else us hunters that are trying to slow them down. Wow! And then could you give us a little quick breakdown about these skulls and other findings that you came across in the green swamp?
These are skulls that we've been finding in the areas where we're getting a lot of activity.
This one that, there's two that have the full headset with it, man. Is that rare to find in the woods? You never come across that.
Because you usually only find like one antler. Because deer shed their antlers every year. And you're lucky if you find one antler.
And the picture that we had over there, this was found right on top of a log, not naturally set. Like it didn't just naturally die there. It was set there. It was for a reason, intention.
Yeah. So, and we believe that these were killed. These were more likely killed by Sasquatch, is what we believe.
Wow. Was there any indicators like broken bones or teeth marks, or just the way it is? There is maybe the lack thereof of teeth marks as well.
Yeah, the lack of teeth marks, and because it's not a hunting area where we found them, and because they're young deer. They're fairly young, so they shouldn't have died that early.
Well, they died naturally, there's definitely something to it. And then last but not least,
that's an ibis.
An ibis.
And we found that in the same area, too.
Imagine finding that in a swamp. Imagine seeing something even a little bit bigger. That would be freaky. And then this...
And this was a possum.
Bottom jaw of a possum.
Yeah, the bottom jaw. I brought that back so I could study it and determine what kind of animal it was.
That's very cool, man. I definitely appreciate the tour and all the hospitality. It's been a legendary weekend. Thank you so much, Tim.
This one here is the doe that was found in the same area too. It was found in the same spot this one was. It was just a few weeks later that we found this one.
Wow, they're
And
taking care of
had the whole skeleton. That one had the whole skeleton laying there.
and that's the pictures
No
you
teeth
have.
marks. Yeah, that's the pictures I have. Yeah.
Very crazy.
Yeah.
Why would the coyotes and all things like not ravage the carcass? I think because it was marked.
Marks too,
yeah. I think these Sasquatch have an indentation on the region and everything they affect, and it's always imprinted after that moment.
Yeah, it sure is.
Well, thank you so much for the enlightening weekend, and I cannot wait to come back. The vibes were crazy here through the weekend, and the conference was incredible. Met a lot of good friends.
It was really good.
Mogollon Monster, Lone Wolf, Hiker Dave, Bigfoot Dave.
Bigfoot Dave.
Yeah, I always get them mixed up, but it's so enlightening, man. So many great stories. Wynnette's awesome. We had amazing time. Chloe the dog, the guard dog started mean and nasty, and that's how they're supposed to,
Excited, yeah.
But yeah, she's a lover now. Yeah, Chloe, you're watching after us.
Yep. The last 2 mornings that this morning and yesterday morning when we got up, she came to the door here to see if y'all were up.
Keep an eye on us. I appreciate that, and she was polite enough not to bark or anything. She's just looking after us. Good family, good dog, good times, man.
Yeah,
thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's been a legendary weekend.
Sure has.
Thanks, Tim. Marie just found this cool Sasquatch track about a quarter-mile from another one we just found.
Same length.
Look, same length, yeah, same width about. It seems like the ones that Tim's been finding the past few years, they've been growing.
Looks like it might have run a cut that way.
It was right after Lone Wolf just heard a guttural growl.
Here, this is probably a step right here, thing.
And we recorded also a loud hoot. Sounded like a fake owl call. We're going to check the audio, the gram after. Let's see what it looks like on the waves.
It does.
It looks like we have a couple.
Small print right there. Yeah,
It looks about the same size as that right there. Yeah. This goes from here over there.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So this is a big cover right there.
Here in the green swamp.
Joey, about where your rock foot is, looked like it was probably the next step. It was pushed down right there.
Very narrow.
It probably stepped right here where it's hard. And then when that just seen something right
Here,
there.
maybe.
So it'll be coming this way.
Yeah, going that way.
Yeah, the next step is probably right where I stepped here.
Yeah, because it was flattened down there. I mean, you couldn't see a footprint, but you could see it was flattened down.
That is about
Cool.
We're hiking down from the Gregory house. Not far down the path. Now I see that impression. Pretty suspicious. We're at Torreya State Park, where Stacy Brown and his father captured the best Bigfoot thermal footage possibly ever. We're the last people in the park, so the time is now. Not sure if the storm did that or maybe the Native Americans over time. I've been told many scary stories of ghost apparitions in this park and told that you shouldn't be alone after dark. Just for the simple fact as the panthers and the bear. Add in the Bigfoot and the dog man. And who knows?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. Got Rob here today. It's just see how big prints look when it's in the sand, like it kind of banks. Like so, bark. There's been a couple of people walking dogs in here today, so if we hear, I haven't seen anyone back this far, but can't rule it out. Today we are obviously looking for Sasquatch as always, but also on a personal mission for a Sika deer. believe it was like over 100 years ago that this was privately owned, and it wasn't state land yet. And there was a rich fella, wealthy guy, and he was into hunting, and he owned a lot of this land, if not all of it, and he got hold of some Sika deer, I suppose from Asia, and released them, and it's said that they're still here today. I've seen somebody post a photo. I kind of was looking for it, and it wasn't super recent, but it wasn't old either. It looks like a big blind right there, huh? Which way you thinking? Yeah, that's the river. Wow, look at that thing up there, bro. See that upside down? It's like an upside down tree, but it comes down like. Oh, we'll probably pass it. Trying to utilize these this extra camera today, courtesy of our brother Jimbo. These glasses with a lens inside. I think I'm filming. I'm not 100%. What I'm gonna do in a little bit is put them behind my head and kind of film behind. A lot of people have been asking for back cam footage. So. Look at the smoke coming off of here. See the mist? See it good out there too. See the mist coming off the water? It's cool, right? Something hot here. Something definitely really hot right there.
Yeah, take a couple eggs out of my back. Let's put 2 eggs.
Where they at? Okay.
Come back on the way out here, maybe. Yeah.
So that's a whole separate island right there, and there's actually quite a few of them. And then there's a whole nother strip of land on the other side, but there's a lot of these these islands like this. And this is a river, so it doesn't have a low and high tide, but it's definitely pretty full at the moment. Alright, you want to keep pushing in? Alright, so we left a couple there. We left a couple hard-boiled eggs there. Okay. Oh, cool. Good. Alright, let's put this on the back of the head. So if it is filming, I'm gonna, in theory, catch what's behind. Hopefully. A little game trail going through right to the water. Yeah. Oh, this is the one I was talking about, the upside down tree right there. That it's actually snapped and stuff. That's cool. Yeah, for sure. That's why I wanted to come back here. I'll show you at one point where I used to drive in, but I wouldn't want to put you at risk like that, because it's definitely not allowed. This definitely fills up with water here, huh? Look how wet this is. I play hopscotch in this bitch. Okay, let's see what we got. Huh?
Just one along the edge, too.
Oh, yeah, good man. Yeah.
How far that goes.
That's a nice trail here.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
There's lots of little creeks and stuff that break off of that river, too, so. Let's see if this thing's still going. Looks like it turned off. Let me try again here. Let's see if it shouldn't blink. It should go solid green. But, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting, huh? Alright, yeah, bust the left. Let's see what that does. Wow. That's wild. If that's a... I'm getting a good feeling right now. Feeling of, you hear how silent it got? Besides my neck cracking. As you could see, all these things were coming across it. So quiet, right? It got really quiet. You could literally hear like the leaves like lifting up and like the, you know what I mean? Like from the moisture. Where? Oh, straight in. Let's take a look.
People on the edge on between the tree or something.
Very well could be. It's dark. I mean, it could just be a turnover tree, but then you got to consider that's the perfect blend, you know what I mean? Yeah. They could stand right behind those, because even right in front of it and not be seen, but if they push over the big trees and they have those big turned over stumps. Yeah, I think so. I think it's a whole tree turned over, and it pulls up the dirt. But you know how that goes. They end up being like 6 foot high. Sometimes bigger.
You should maybe bang along the shore. I was going to say.
Oh, we're gonna, yeah, it'll work out. It kind of winds in and out, so. Yeah, I know, bro, I know. Look, it's crazy. They probably don't come back here often, and then there's so much stuff over the trail. Look at that. Straight back, right over there. I always try to put it center screen. There's a tree with a short cut-off log next to it. Oh, it's still blinking green, so we'll see what happens. See how that's cut? But look at this, that's bent into it. It looks like it's sitting right there. Just enjoying the view, you know what I mean? But they probably literally, look at all the cut wood here. That was snapped down, that was snapped down. They probably made, you know what I mean? They probably made a huge thing right here. Or we had a storm that was natural and they made it their own, you know what I mean? But shit, I don't know. There's quite a bit going on here. Quite a bit. I mean, you can fill in the blanks, I ain't gotta.
It was great, so the bugs going into it, lifted, eat them. That's that big turned over one we were looking at. So right next to it, there's quite a bit going on. Look, you see these bending tucks and shit? All of those. Yeah, you'll love this place, bro. It's awesome. Well, like I said, this is kind of uncharted terrain. I've either gone in the front or I've gone from the back and worked, you know, only stayed in the back. You know what I mean?
Back there.
Yeah, way back, like there's creeks and shit. The river turns into smaller, you know, sections of river. And I used to just go swim back there. It was like private. It was a private area. It was awesome. I'm not gonna go all the way in, but you guys could see, I'm sure. And that's what he was looking at from far away, was that. So easily something could have been standing right next to it. Right behind it even. That's about 7 foot high. Maybe even taller at... Oh, we got company. I was gonna say, we got some good audio if that ain't a person. Yeah, I know. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna turn this off for a second. And we're gonna slow our roll and let them go ahead. We'll let them make their racket and then we'll swoop in after. Be right back, guys. Alright. Yeah, so you see, but that was cut off again. Yeah. Everything in here has been cut. I bet this was a beautiful sight to see before it was all chopped up. This whole place, man. They're still utilizing that, though. You see it? That's for sure. There's still... That's a fresh... The reason I'm saying that is because you see how light that wood is right there? That snap going into it?
We know nobody could get in there. How can you get in there?
Well, it's a river. It's a river on the other side. And then anybody coming in, they know which way they come in. I'm sure they have blinds set up at the trailheads and shit. You know how it goes. They got their scouts. But yeah, this is the big forest. This is connected to the...
It's like the first frost of the year.
I know, it's nice. It looks nice when it ain't on your windshield. Look at this one, bro. Look how hard that tree is bent. Where the fuck did you go? Where'd you go, buddy? There. Straight back. You see that? I got one eye open up.
Probably in the veil watching us right now.
Oh yeah, come here, look. They are, look. Right in between.
Yeah.
He has one eye open. Or he did. Yeah, there it is. What the hell? Oh, the leaf came off. Look, what is that? Alright, I think they're gonna... This is pretty tall stuff over here too, though. If I had to make a guesstimate, I would say they would keep their back to the river. You know what I mean? Because that's safe. They could play with us all day with their backs to the river. What the hell could sneak up on them? Nothing. You know what I mean?
You can't get in there. Break a leg trying to get
Oh, this shit, I know. It's ridiculous.
I thought we chased it down. They know that they like a ball.
It's even if it's not, it's just disgusting. Look at it. Look how rugged that is. That's that like tall, tough ass grass like that. They're not even. It's like sticks. You know what I mean? They're like. Anyway, guys, just taking a little stroll. Thank you for joining us. We're about halfway through this video. We max out at 33 minutes. I believe that's the max. Going to the base of the trees in here. Right in there. Straight back. I'm trying to put him dead center. He's about 7 foot, if that's what it is. It's a long range guesstimate, just based off. It's almost like how a police officer clocks you. They guesstimate your speed when they can't catch you with a radar. I mean, I'm guesstimating, but got an idea. These are all red marked. They got red tape on them. I guess they're getting whacked. The fucking tree mafia's gotta kill some more stuff, I suppose. I don't know why. Like they don't chop down enough shit.
You definitely tell us it's the South Shore. Why? You
What?
know, the North Shore, it's all them hills, rocks, and everything.
Uh-oh. Left or right? You want to keep hugging the river, or you want to go cut up the gut? I'm feeling this way because you see that? That thing we've been following the whole time? Yeah, that drag. It's back. That. Yeah, well, I think we should be able to come back. On the way back, maybe we could go through the gut, but we really should follow. Really should follow it. You heard that? It sounded like a fucking bike sprocket was gonna like. It sounded like a. This happened to me the other day. Is that? Oh, okay. But that couldn't be what it was. It could. I guess it could. I don't fucking know. We can't rule it out, but. Yeah, it's only gonna get busier as the day goes on, but that's why I want to go all the way in. All the way. I want to go find where the no man's land. I hope this thing's filming good on the back of my head. Oh, no, it's still going. Yeah, I don't know if it's filming though. I hope so. Alright, that guy picked our trail. Let's let him pass. I don't need nobody eavesdropping. Look at that huge bend and snap. It's cool. The reason you like to see that kind of stuff, especially, it's so fucking obnoxious, man. That shit, like, it's 7 in the morning, 7 a.m., and somebody's driving like that. Good job, bro. Good call. I don't know what made you come in here, but good call. Goes in way deeper than I thought. Yeah.
Booby traps.
Fucking Rob. Yeah, I love it. See, that's a good spot to check for a print. Whoa. Did you hear that? You hear that? Could be geese. I mean, geese or a swan, though. But it sounds like something saying, whoa, whoa. As you can see, look. They came in here. Somebody consciously came in here and chopped the shit out of this. Look, that's cut wood. Like, why? For what reason? Gotta ask yourself. This was a huge, huge spot of theirs. Is it still? I don't know. I really don't know. Whoops. I was just busting my ass. Like that one? Like, seriously? So you know what we do here? Look at the X's. Look at all the ground X's. There's a big one. There was one right there. Those two are snap. And then there's one laid on top of it. There's quite a bit going on in here. So you know how we get down. We make amends. It's just what I do. So I get him far enough. What you got? What do you say? Oh yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, good man. All the way up, about halfway at least. Could be, yeah. I have a couple thoughts on it, but careful. Look at the way these are bent. Just to tuck under that. This is a nest. Look at that. Look at this. Rob, there's a nest right here, bro.
It is, right? They're in,
Right here, yeah.
they'll be right in there, right down.
Yeah, you're right, but you know what? It just makes it really angers me, bro. This shit really no. It just makes me mad that they did this. Yeah, like that's people did this. That's what I mean. Look how many X's are in here, bro.
Yeah.
Like they're clearly, like they're fucking clearly saying. And then people come in and fuck it up. Look at that. That was a nest right there, guys. Bang. Right here. Clear as day. There's a bed. There's a bed. Yeah, and you could fucking tell me I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's clear. It's clear as day. I don't know if it is on camera, but it's clear as day here. So, I mean, you have to imagine, too, what it did look like before. It was very, very blinded out in the front and in the back, apparently. A lot of energy. All those snaps and bends and all that stuff, all that energy was charging, most likely, right to here. Look at all that shit, man. It's a beautiful spot. It's really, really, truly beautiful when you think about it. There's probably a lot more to it that I'm not, privy to. Trying to sound like a know-it-all, but that's definitely where they were resting at some point. What are you, an ox? Rob ox. Well, so much for avoiding the ticks. Oh wow, there was movement back there. Rob, there's movement back there. Yeah. I can't. Hang on, wait for me. Yeah, just be careful. It's really thick back here.
Need to find a way out. Should be fair.
We're gonna have to go the same way. That's just thick everywhere else.
Right back here, it's a little jungle.
So we see this big snap up here. We want to go and look and see what it goes down to. See if it's natural or whatever, because a lot of people just say, oh, it's just a natural break, right? Maybe. But then we get down here and we see that things are bent into it. That didn't fall and pick that up as it went down. That's one of the easiest ways to tell. Is if they add things into it. Some glyphs on the ground. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, something moved back through here and there's nothing there. See how easily that trail disappeared? And we maybe went 50 yards. And it took a minute to get back. Alright, bear with me, guys. I gotta get some gifts out. Be right back. Alright, guys. We are making amends. We're leaving some more pinto beans here. We're gonna leave them in the bag. We got some homemade biscuits. Sorry, they're Cinnabons. We have some extra for them. Yeah, it is. Yes, correct. Very, very. This could get very wet at any given time. Just watch your step. I'm sinking like crazy. I must be fatter than you. What you got? Yeah, something was knocking back there a minute ago. It's a beat. You're right, it's a beat. It's like drumming. Let's try it back. It's probably a woodpecker, but it's pretty intriguing. Yeah, it is. Oh, shit. It's really soft ground in here. I'm getting wet. Ain't nothing good ever come easy. Let's push back a little further.
I like it.
I know you do. Yeah, no. Oh. So that might be an actual dog. I don't know where they are, where they are, but I keep hearing them. Some fresh snaps in here. Even if they're deer, like it's a good thing to see. Man, all right. Well, there's the river. What is that? What that is? It might be a stump or a rock. All right. Yeah. Well, let's push back, I guess, if you want. I don't know. Like, there's a lot more to see in the other. You know, the more we go in anyway. Ah, shit. Alright, guys. I'm going to end this one, and we're going to make our way out. It's going to take a minute to work through here. Oh, shit. Roll down. I mean, obviously, because you saw us how we had to come in. Now it was a little bit of work, so. But that's a good sign. Look at that. That's one of us. So that's a really good sign that we're leaving such good impressions in this stuff. Oh wow, he made it that way pretty quick, actually. I wanted to go back out the way we came in, so we knew. But if he's vibing like that, I'm gonna go with it. That's another reason. Oh, that sunk good. Wow. Alright, that's soft. What happened? Yeah, I sunk it bad. We gotta go out that way unless you want to keep working across. Look at this, Rob. Come here. Come here. Come here. Which way did you go?
This way.
Fuck yeah. Come here.
In the middle?
Come here. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna be able to cast that, but look at that shit. Is that a giant? Look, bro. Look how much bigger that heel is. Is that? You think? I don't want to fuck with it. I mean, that would have to fit in there. I don't know. It's hard to say, but something fucking stepped there, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know where the toes are, but something definitely put its fucking foot there. Could be a person, but you see what we're dealing with here. I'm 6 inches into the earth. Yeah. Alright, guys, we're gonna end this one. I'll catch you soon. We're gonna keep an eye out. Alright. Thank you. What's up, guys? We're back. Making our way through this marshy area still. Yeah, I see that. Make it uncomfortable to go through. It's the point where you gotta move some stuff. One of the many benefits to back this way is there's no people coming in here. This wouldn't even be a good spot for a poacher. Rob, you see that? You see these here? Look at that way that one snapped a couple feet up. And then the other one's, that huge whole tree is bent into it. Let's see. Yeah, good man. Yeah. At a minimal, yeah, for sure. You're right. You're right. Good man.
You see him sitting right up there.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it once. I've seen a perch once. It was awesome. Speaking of which, look at the dark mass. Come here.
There's one right here behind it.
Up in the tree up there. See how dark that is up there? That's not. I don't know what the fuck would be up there. That's so dark. You have the binoculars.
There's a head popping around this thing up there.
I can't tell you. It looks like it in person, but on screen I can't really
This is
see.
why I saw something right here. It was like moving. See this dark mass here?
Yeah, yeah.
Something was moving out.
Well, look at see everything coming in. Like it could literally be. You could have been out here and then just step back in. Everything's coming down. Everything's connecting in here. Every last thing right here. See snaps, breaks, everything. Just because it's not up, like, you know, people are used to the big structures up in the air, but you see, you know, from the way we came in, you see what happens when they do that. When it's visible, it gets knocked down. So they just, I'd imagine that's why they do it this way, is they just, they're basically hiding in plain sight by doing it on the ground. Bro, come here, Rob. Come here. Straight back. Straight all the way back. I'm not gonna even put the camera on it. Straight back, all the way back. Look through the. You see that? I don't know. I have no idea. Looks like a fucking Rottweiler, bro.
Moving.
I know. It's looking fucking right at us.
See that thing?
Yes.
Right there.
Looks like a
Rottweiler.
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, no. Looks like a fucking Rottweiler. Where is it? I can't even find it.
There it is.
I can't find it on here. I'm trying, guys.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted him to see it before I scared it
Am
away.
I in your way?
No, you're right. Enjoy.
Wow.
Badass. I don't know what that is, bro. I can't get a clear shot of it.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's not you. I just can't get a clear shot of it.
Like shoulder.
You see the you see the tan face, tan nose, maybe. No. It's hunkered down. Look, yeah. Sarah said too. She said, make sure you remember to look up. It's moving now? Oh, that sucks. That's what I was talking about yesterday. As soon as you move, usually to go get a better shot of something. It pulls the old Houdini. I ain't gonna try. I can't even get through here.
They know. back here.
Huh?
Look where I saw it. It's between these trees looking.
Uh-huh.
Now it's gone.
Oh, right there?
Right here. Between these trees.
Well, I mean, if there was... There's nothing even in between there that you could confuse it with.
That's why it's quiet over there. Look at that for like 3 minutes.
I apologize, guys. I tried. But it's exciting when he catches something, too, because it's like, there's not a lot of confirms that, you know, I could point things out to him and stuff, but it's not always easy for him to see because they, his eyesight isn't very long range, so. You see this though? Like the trail is about 30 yards, maybe 20, 25, 30 on the other side of all this brush here. And then this thick stuff's there. And then bang, it's like a playground back here. Watch the ground too, because I keep seeing impressions. I keep seeing a lot of prints. Yeah. There ain't no people back here either. Cause yeah. That's a seat right there. Look at that sit down spot. That's a little hangout spot right there. But down. You could see the ass print right there. Bro, look, somebody. Bro, no, this is not, there's a cut-off piece there. There's a sawed-off piece. Oh, no, but that's brought in. Never mind. Why would they bring that in here? That's fucking weird. I guess they just utilize it. I don't know. Maybe it is sawed off, but why would anybody be back here? It's hard to say. Could be a poacher. I was thinking this wouldn't be good for them, but maybe it is. It's definitely a game trail. You can see how beat up this moss is. Yeah, so, I mean, I was saying there'd be no poachers back here, and then, or people, and then, bang, now there's cut wood. So, who the fuck knows? Why would you go out of your way to come back here, though, and cut this wood? I mean, it makes zero sense to me. See shit like that. Did you step there? You can't, we'll never know. We'll never know. I gotta get up here with him so I can see where he steps. What happened?
All over this place. Look up, Sarah said, right?
Yeah, that's what she told me. Oh, shit. Yeah, she said she got a feeling, look up him.
Yeah.
She said a couple things. I'd have to look at what else she said.
A crack and twist up top there. Look at that one.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Good man. Wow.
Something up there.
That's, yeah, bro. That's like... Let's try and see if that was eye shine, but it's not. Definitely not. Well, there's cut wood in here, so somebody's been back here, so there's definitely an easy way out somewhere. I just want to look at this quick. Let's show this one on camera, because that's pretty badass. Look at that thing. It's not, it's like, it's so hard to see at this angle, but it's popped in 2 different spots. I know, bro. That thing's healthy as shit, too. Alright. Alright, let's make our way out of here. Oh. I'm gonna follow the structures, because there should be a decent long as they don't step on their stuff, we should be alright. Because you could even see there's little bend and tucks and shit everywhere. Like, everywhere. It's all interconnected on purpose. If it's not connected naturally, they do it. Ugh. Sorry, guys. No disrespect. It's like the third time this plane passed. I guess if you were gonna fly a plane around, I think there is actually an airport nearby, and it's a small one. So I could just be. Bro, look at that. Right in there. See it?
Yeah.
It's like open underneath.
Yeah, it's
So
like a canopy.
yeah, it strikes me as like a little like a kid's fort. Fucking awesome. That is fucking cool. Alright, let's get out of this garbage. This is how we're gonna get tick infested. You'd be surprised, bro. They cling on for dear life in the winter too sometimes. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's about the same size as me.
Yeah, really, I took a little trail there, right?
We really didn't even go that far, but do you see how like hard that is for us? They just go in there. I bet they just cruise through that shit.
Good.
Alright. After a little while, we're not gonna have a trail to be on. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some good footage. Seen some. I just really wanna, like, what the fuck is this, man? I just really, nothing. I mean, I don't know where I want to go. I'm hunting in progress, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, see you all over.
We were just in there. Shit. Hunting in progress. Look what's up there. I bet you they're not fucking hunting in there. That seat that we were looking at, though, when I saw the cut wood around it, I think somebody was sitting there probably hunting at some point. That sucks. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go this way. We found a poacher yesterday. I called the cops on him.
Local?
Huh?
Local?
Local what, cops?
No, local guy?
No, it was, well, yeah, kinda.
Well, local area, I mean.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. It was at a homestead. He was on a 1802 homestead land. Me and Sarah were just walking, hanging out, shooting the shit. And, just getting in, just whatever. And then all of a sudden, I'm just like, I look up and I'm like, motherfucker. She's like, what? I'm like, yo, there's a fucking hunter up in that tree. She's like, no way. I'm like, yeah. And she's like, oh, shit. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, he ain't supposed to be here. So I'm like, I forget what I said anyway. Long story short, the guy started copping an attitude and like telling us we were harassing him and he was going to call the DEC. I'm like, call him. He's like, I'm going to call him. I said, call him. I said, if you don't call him, I'm calling. He's like, I'm calling, you're harassing me, it's a $500 fine. I'm like, this guy's a fucking cornball. I'm like, fuck this, I'm not arguing with nobody in a fucking tree with a gun. I'm like, we're out here like sitting ducks. So, I was like, forget it. There was a school, bro. There was houses about 50 yards from, and a school, an elementary school, less than 50 yards from his tree stand. I don't care if it's Saturday, bro. You don't hunt next to a school. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. There's ways to do things, but poaching, I mean, come on. You see the way the deer are in some of these spots. They walk right up to you. Like, how does that make you, like, how does that make it enjoyable for you? Right, I'm just saying, but like then some, you know, like why would you want to? That's not even hunting. It's like hunting roadkill. You know what I mean? Where's the challenge? Damn. All right, this is kind of a dead end here. It's beautiful though. We'll check it out a little bit. See this? See, to me, this would be a good spot to kind of sit and kind of interact with some, like, you know, if you could come here every day and just kind of sit and meditate and, oh, look, there is a trail. It keeps going. See if there's another, like, little island there. That's a very small one, but there's a good amount of them. Huh? Oh, yeah, there's a small airport nearby. I forgot. I forget what it's called. Yeah, sometimes when they snap those pine trees at the top like that, and they make them brown, you know what I mean? Like, they make it brown, so, like, see how far out that one is? Like, you see that pine tree out there, like, the tallest one? So, like, if they snap that and they make it brown, it kind of, like, they'll snap one to, like, make it, like, almost like a landmark for us, like a directional, like, oh, over here, like, they know which way to guide, so, like, from long distance, they have good sight, like, bang, like, if that was brown on the top, like, they would just kind of scan the horizon. It's just a theory of mine, because of, you know, what I've seen, but, like, they'll go in there, look, bang, okay, that's where it is, and that's where they go. And then they kind of directionally follow through like that. Right here is kind of a big woods scenario, so it's more common. More common than in the small areas where it's unnecessary. So, I don't know, might be helpful to people who are doing things in the big woods. Fly!
There's the big ones back there.
And swans, yeah. They are the big ones, yeah. They're probably dominant, like, that's why...
It goes right around, huh?
This goes north to south, yeah. We could walk... If we stay on this river, we'll hit... Can you hear it? Like, you could hear it. The other highway, you could hear it off in the distance.
Yeah.
We're getting kind of close to it. Well, not really. It's still like probably 2-3 miles off, but you can hear it. It's really wet again back here. Very smushy. I don't even know what proper word to use, but... I'm glad I took the, we were debating about taking the, what's it called? Rob, plaster of Paris. We're debating on taking that shit. I'm glad we did. Red moss, yellow moss, green moss. Shit's pretty cool. Alright. Kind of tired of wet socks. Let's get the hell out of here. Oh, look at this. Yeah, it's not big enough. Alright, while he's gifting, poke around a little bit. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, man. Look at that. Look at that shit. Rob, would this be too wet to when you're done? I think that's a big toe. Oh, fuck, man. Well, wet, it shouldn't matter if it's wet, right? A football. Can you see this? Does that look like the toes?
Pressure.
Yeah, but
You gotta, I don't know if you do it on leaves though.
yeah, right. All right.
Do it really make it.
All right, let's keep looking. But look, awesome. The heel comes back a lot further. Put it right in. I love it. All right. I know people do it over leaves and do it over shit, and then like it looks messy to me. Like I said, man,
You can put on the
bro, that's what I'm saying. I haven't cast it yet because I don't want just anything. You know what I mean?
No, you good.
I don't want just anything. There was some that I should have casted. There's been some that I should have. Right here. Oh, something blue. Who knows? But why is this cut again? This shit just starts to aggravate me after a while. I know it probably shouldn't, but it does. Somebody had a whole bunch of water bottles. It's a water bottle box, and there's I was gonna pick up one, and then I seen like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even have room in my bag for all of it. Keep seeing more and more. Look at this, bro. Where did that? Like that tree snapped? All right, let's go look at that. Let's take a look at this. Look at this shit. That is cool. That is cool. Look at that. How did it snap? I don't know. I guess it could. It's a little bit downhill, so it's possible. With a little bit of gravity. Alright. Alright. A little bit of trail never hurt nobody. Oops. Turned on. Maybe there's a... Wow. That was a high jump. Went up to almost... Oh, it did. It went up. I've been favoring this side, so we'll favor this side for a little bit. Switch it up. Oh, look at that thing hanging in the tree.
Yeah.
That's not even happened. I don't know where it came from. Oh. Whoa. Side of that tree? I think it's a knot, but... It's a knot. That's the benefit to your binoculars, like having extra for long range. Get that good confirm or deny. Smoke them if you got them. See, once again, I'm just like so confused why they cut this shit again. Like, there's a game trail going down in. It's another heavy dark spot on the side of that tree. Wow. Wow. Where the hell is it? There's no way. Oh, it looks so much shittier. Can you see the dark spot on the side of that tree across the river? It doesn't even look like anything, bro. It doesn't even look like anything on here. It looks like a shadow on the camera. It looks like there's a fucking person hanging, a dark-ass person hanging on the side of the tree. Can you see it or no? No idea, bro. It could just be a sheep's hole in the tree. I know, me too. That's what's fucking killing me.
It's low like that.
Oh wait, maybe through here. Oh, it's so hard to capture. From in there, right? Look at this. Look at this. Check this out. See the rocks on here too?
Any marbles?
Oh, do I? Yeah, I think I have one.
Yeah.
I think I have one right now. I might have one left. I feel like we should put one there. Let's do it.
Yeah. That one handy. Maybe
I do. It's
maybe wind up back.
Who knows? I've been waiting. I got one. I only got one gifted ever. I told you that story?
You got it back.
I was at the Locked World. No, that's a long time ago. Before I even started gifting them. But they, before I was gifting marbles, I mean. I was at the Locked World and I don't know, I was having doubts. I guess I was having some doubts and shit or whatever. And I went down to the street and I'm standing there like this, and out of the gate comes this fucking thing rolling, like full speed. Rolling. Like, I mean, it had such a speed to it, and it slammed its brakes right at my toe. Like, it shouldn't have stopped, like, with the speed it had, it shouldn't have been able to stop like that. And it just stopped in my foot. I still have it to this day. I have all my gifts, really, but the early ones, like, I have those, like, they're like I leave my money out and put those in the safe, you know what I mean? Like, like they mean a lot to me. We're running out of time on this one, guys. I'll just let it wind down for another 5. I don't really know where we're headed or what's in store, but that's kind of, you know, the fun of it. It's just kind of going deep in and just seeing what's what. Uncharted territory. We were trying to get a little, like, group expedition going today. It just didn't pan out that way. So We're just hauling ass. I like that too. This looks pretty cool. There's a lot of dark mass down there. Like a lot. Well, that's an island in the middle, you know what I mean? Like, it's like thick well, there's like thick fucking Martian and water for only a little, what is that, maybe? What the hell, bro? Look at all those power lines in there. You see that? Yeah, you see those? There's like, they're like bend and tuck fucking power lines. Look, you see the thick wire? Come here, come where I am, you'll see them. You can't miss them.
What, over there?
Yeah, are those, or is that a tree? It is? Bro, they're like, it's so split up. Wow, it's amazing, bro.
It's like a big veil.
Yeah, I swear I thought that was a power line. It's like,
Are the orbs jumping around there?
look at it. You think?
That big bend over there.
There, look at that.
That thing's a lot going on down there. I was talking about no hills down around the hill.
Yeah, right.
That's weird for South Shore. It goes down.
Well, there's still the other place we go, like Bigfoot Base Camp. That's more south of here. So we're like mid-south, I guess, kind of. We're actually moving more north. That's why too.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Since you said
expressway, you're right.
Since you said that, we moved 3 miles north.
Yep.
That's some thick shit in there too. Look at that. Look at all this though. Why do they go in off trail and cut the fucking trees, bro? I'm telling you, it has to be because they were structures.
Structures or deadfalls?
Either way, but why would you cut up deadfall? That's off trail.
Don't make them. We don't make them.
Bro, it's unmarked. That thing's unmarked and it just keeps circling. You see how it doesn't have nothing on the tail or the wings? Nothing? Nothing on the bottom, nothing on the side. Not one marking. That thing should have numbers somewhere. Oh man, I don't know, bro. That trail down there looks pretty. Let's cut down to that one. You want to go? Alright, guys. As always, thank you. We're going to head down that way and see what it does. We are still on the hunt for some Sika deer. And you know what else? We got some strong reeds coming down here. We're gonna head down this hill. This thing really peaked up high. Not really sure why the magnetic, it peaked at 1.8, I think. But it went up really high before it got loud. See that? 10.9 that rock hit. That rock hit 10.9. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, nice. Let's check that thing out. Sweet Jesus. 2.8, that's pretty good. .3 a peak that. It's quite a bit, bro. Things that make you go, It's amazing, right? Look, everything that they cut, they put a bend and tuck into. Look. See that one? And then look at this one. Oh, there's a big X back there, too. They put one right here on the trail, too. Look at this one. That one. That one. See that huge one, too? These ain't no little trees. These are huge, huge trees. Look at that one, bro. Bent under it.
This one is cut.
I know.
Stuck it in?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. No, it's out of the root. It's bent out of the...
Oh, they just cut. Oh.
Yeah, somebody just cut it. Yeah, like, it's amazing, man. This must be a full-time job, keeping up with them.
Yeah.
I've always said, yeah, that's a full-blown tree, bro. It's huge. Just to give... Whoa, there it is! There it is! My first Sika deer! There they go! It's a buck! Woo! Fuck yeah! Thank you! Hell yeah! They're mating, man. They gotta be mating. They were just paired up, bro. Wow! Do you see them? See how small they are?
Yeah, it was
Stocky.
It had the dark colored like antlers.
Good and stocky. Sorry if I didn't zoom in, guys, and you missed it, but that was a beautiful experience. Rob, look at this place, bro. Look at all these things. Look at that one. So, like,
I'll go in there.
if you have doubt, you know what I mean? Like, then look at this one. Bent into that, bent into that.
Feel it. Go in there.
Holy shit. Look at this one. This one's bent. It's all done to keep the energy free, flowing. Whoa. Look at this underneath. These go under. Wow, man. Same plane. Same one. It's the same one. Oh, wait, let me get a picture. You're there. That's awesome, bro. I love it. Whoa. I thought I heard one prior to that. Is that what... I don't know what kind of noise the deer make, but that's pretty cool. That's loud, yeah. 4.9 on this. I'm always interested in the radio frequency on these. Whoa.
Moving.
Yeah. And it's talking to whatever's in here.
Something's in there, yeah.
Something's, yeah.
You saw it. Like,
There.
something peeking right here.
Okay. 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 Oh, fuck!
Look at that.
What the fuck? Under the log?
Yeah.
Good man, bro.
Right here.
Good
Look.
job, bro. Good job, bro.
What is that?
I don't know.
Right here, come here.
I see it.
On my side.
Yeah. Good man. Fuck, it's peeking out right from behind that log,
Yeah,
too.
it's like on an angle.
I couldn't get it from where I was at. Good shit, bro. Good job. All right, my friend, we're gonna leave you some gifts.
Yes, definitely. I was thinking that for you.
It's like there's a giant eye behind it too. Holy shit.
He wants us to leave some. You know?
Well, we're poking around this shit, so.
Huh. Yeah. You heard this was fully up.
Yeah.
Definitely moving. Almost looks like an cow. You just turned its whole head. Looks like a
Sorry, guys.
cow.
I'm working on. Yes, it does. You're right.
Or like a husky.
I gotta get these gifts out. It's a beautiful thing, man. Good job. Some homemade Cinnabons.
Some turkey burgers.
I'm gonna leave a. Oh shit! I'm not gonna add to the littering. Not me.
Take that bag for the.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah. For the maybe print. For the hopefully.
Cutlets, right?
I really hope. We'll see if it happens.
Or
But
hummus and pepper.
awesome. Yeah, whatever it is. It's not as it's not as out as it was before, but it's there. I want to poke around a little more. Whatever it is, it ain't the biggest one we've ever seen, so we just we don't really want to piss off Mama. Something green in there. It could very well be a hunter. I'm gonna put you guys on it. I don't know what that is. Could be a hunter hunkered down. It's like neon green. It's odd, whatever it is, but I don't want to get too close. No, it's not. It's not a person. I don't know what it is, but it's like neon green. Here comes this thing again, guys. Again. This is pretty awesome right here, actually. Looks like something might have bedded down here at some point. You could totally tell this is Sasquatch habitat. It's just prime. I'll let you know.
Oh, there it is again.
Oh,
You saw your fault. Can I help you?
yeah, I'm
Alright.
Well, it sucks. Don't step on that line. That thing is slick as shit.
Oh, no.
Holy balls.
Alright,
Oh, it's still going.
you go.
Surprised. Oh, I fell into a fucking... I literally fell really far. I gotta make sure... What?
You put this here.
No. How can I put that there?
Who put that there?
No.
Who can lift that?
Nobody. Nobody. Look at this. In there, too. Oh. That's kind of tight, but... Yeah, it's all, like...
Can't even see him. Know that?
Yeah, you're right. It could very well have an underground to it, too, so...
Right at you, I bet.
Oh, well, we know that much. But
They did. Look at this. They cut. Look at this little fence right here.
I don't know what that sound is, bro.
Let's go see it. Look at this little fence they put. They did a good job, man. I'm gonna come over my house with a fence.
It's amazing, ain't it?
Everyone in here.
It's a beautiful thing.
Tuck the end.
They don't want... Shit, man.
You see something like that?
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Seeing a lot. Everything I see, though, I can't really get on camera, so... Doing my best here, guys. Yeah, we were up there already, yeah. We came... That's why we came down to... Look, you could see, look, bro. Look, see how that was broke there? It was broke there to come across, and it got cut. So was the one behind it. Got cut. They're cutting fucking everything. This is a Sasquatch fucking, like, this is a... I don't know what that is, guys. I know you hear it, though. Sometimes I'm skeptical if the audio gets picked up, but I know this is getting... I don't know, this is getting hurt.
Whatever. It's gotta be about 3 foot high, that bird. Right? If it whistles like that.
Yeah, it's got 3 foot lungs.
It's gotta be big.
I got thorns in my ass. Jesus. Look where it's coming from. Look where it's coming from. Look at that snap, bro. That's basically where it was coming from, up here.
And that's wonderful.
Yeah, why is it doing that, though? It's been doing it right behind us, like, the whole time.
Wow, yeah.
But what? Like, it's not even that wet.
That's like crazy.
Bro, that's rain.
Like you said, at the corner. Perfect example, like you said, at the corner.
Yeah, good man. Good point. Good man.
Definitely. Yeah.
That's where the screeching was coming from. Whatever the hell that sound was. And now it moved. It's up there. Shit. What's this sign say? It probably says don't go in here. No horses. Okay. I want to go this way, bro. You want to come down here? We're in the sandy section. That's good.
Oh, there we got. Now we got the creeks on both sides.
Yeah. It's raining. Like, it feels like it's raining.
Yeah. Boggy creek.
Oh, I took you to the one bog, right?
Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
You come out of the soap after a hot day.
I tell you,
That's
yeah.
where he was shaking the tree. Something was.
Yes. Here comes that plane again. What is it? Cement? I wonder. That place I was telling you, I used to go in the back, and I had like this whole creek to myself, man. It's like a river. It's like where the river gets like low. This thing just keeps going over us, bro, over and over. It's a different one actually. That one's got a number on it. Whoa. No horses my ass. Look at all that. It looks like hoof prints to me. Maybe it's a fucking goat, man. Only once did I find hoofs that didn't make sense.
shit out of it.
See that ribbon on there?
It's some kind of trail in there with a rough.
Yeah, I'm so happy, bro. So happy. Everything else is a bonus. Like the fact I see, I don't have to say, oh, I only seen a female or I only seen a male. Like, bro, we saw both. Watch your step here. That thing is sticking out. Here comes the rain again. I like it too. It's cool. See, they didn't get to that one yet. This place is so good. It's good for you to see this too, because it connects us to, it connects to the other spot. So it's like we could work our way. One day we could work our way into that refuge.
Oh. Right check up.
Huh?
Right check up.
Yeah. Oh shit! Is that a hunter blind over there? Is it? I think that's a duck blind, bro. Look at this. They didn't get to this one yet. None of this shit's cut yet. Don't make any duck sounds. Fucking get shot. Look at this shit. I believe that's a duck blind.
This fresh break right to your right.
I don't see why else you would put it facing the river. To hunt anything other than duck, but... Huh? Yeah? Oh, good man, bro. Look at that. Look out. Good catch, bro. Look how fresh that wood is. See that? That is fresh as hell. So, something could have stepped... I probably just fucked it up. Whatever they were doing it for whatever reason, I probably just screwed that up. So, sorry, guys. But it could have. What I was trying to see was how weighted you'd have to be to make a dent in it if it was a deer or a Sasquatch. See that? Rob, come here. It almost looks like it's got yellow eyes or whatever it is, but it could be a play. It could be a. Does it look like something standing out there on the edge?
Yeah.
It does, right? It almost. Come here. Look on here. Doesn't it look like it's got two yellow eyes?
Yeah.
Right? It's just camoed perfectly with the yellow leaves behind it.
When you look at it with your eyes, you can see like the outline.
But it looks like there's two yellow eyes right to the right of it too that are perfectly. The symmetry is what I'm looking at. It's perfectly symmetrical.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wow. Huh. So really.
Let's see what you guys think. I mean, could it have been somebody gillied out or something? Yeah, but that's. But the yellow eyes. But I don't think a person stays that fucking still. It's a beautiful spot, but this is what I mean, right? See, this is how the river's like this. Like this is how it. Yeah, this is how it is. It's just a peaceful little spot, and they got these little docks that go out right into the middle, and you just hop in. You literally have a slice of heaven all by yourself. Perfect. Like if you were a Sasquatch, why the fuck wouldn't you come here?
Play a game.
Post up. I don't know how big this particular state land is, guys, but as an overall, I'm not sure, but it is very, very large.
That was mine.
Okay. Oh, I'm sinking in good. I'm glad I brought extra socks and slides today. So I was like, why are you bringing extra shoes? I'm like,
At one time I didn't.
I know, it sucks. That's why I started since... Oh! Beavers and Sasquatch remind me of each other very much. At least in the aspect of the way they build things and Whoa. Yep. Good job. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, wow. Wow. It might be a dog. If it does it again. Whoop. Oh. Alright. It's just one of them. Put that in the maybe box. Speaking of boxes, I just seen something. I don't really know what it is, but it's in the middle of the water. That's so cool. This is like a little strip of land with trees going out. Yeah, I don't know what that is. We definitely took the really marshy route, and I wasn't really planning on it, but it just kind of happened. I don't know what that is. I don't know. It could be a bat box, but like, why? I don't know if... Maybe it's for some... Ah, shit, that whipped me in the face. Maybe it's for some kind of birds? I don't know. Look at the way that's carved out. Like, it looks... You see the bush behind it? Kind of looks like a den. Yeah. It might be a small game trap. I mean, this stuff goes... Oh. Let's look up again. There's a lot of stuff in the way, guys, so I'll try and get you up there. I'm up in this tree, you can't even see from where you are. Up in that one. And then there's something else in the ones behind it that I really want to... I gotta step back to try and see. It's gonna be a tough one to get to. At least with the camera. Shit. I'll try. Can you see it? Look, looks like there's eyes again. Right there. What the hell was that?
That's my phone.
Oh.
Alright, hello. Put it on for up to another 4 hours and put the crock pot on low.
Do some personal call. I'll be back. Alright guys, we're back. We got 5 minutes left on this one. We're gonna hug this a little more because it's intriguing as hell. It's really cool. And there's quite a bit going on. This would be a prime habitat for, anything. And we don't have any big game here, you know what I mean? We don't have coyotes, we don't have wolves. There's been said to be a couple of fisher cats and a couple of coyotes, but once in a while, rarely, very, very far out east. We don't have bears, wolves, things to that effect. Big cats. It's really just, a white-tailed deer is as big as it gets, outside of the cryptid community, so.
Cats, rats, and aristocrats.
You see that in the Vieta tree, how dark that is, bro?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Probably looking at us.
Man, there's so much in here that
Look, big dead trees.
it's so hard to find it for you guys.
You got some thick trees back.
I gotta find something to guide in. That, come down that, and then over here. It should be right in here somewhere. It's looking a lot different on camera, but maybe somebody will pick up what I'm looking at. No, it's if you get wet, yeah. If you want to get wet, you could cross right there pretty easily. But it's some cold ass water right now. I can feel it I can feel it going through my shoes. It's freezing. And then that just pushes all the way in. That's why I come in the back. So when I come in the back, I start out in a spot that nobody can get to. And it's gated, it's locked and shit, but I bust them open and I would drive the truck in. And I would lock it back. There was one that was broken. I used to I'd open it and lock it back, and it looked locked, you know what I mean? But I wasn't doing this back then, you know what I mean? I wasn't here for that purpose. I was literally, I was doing a little off-road and then some swimming, I was just trying to, just trying to be away from everybody. Bro, this is beautiful, man.
It is.
I could sit, wow. We definitely lost people. We lost all the people, so that's a plus. This is gonna get really wet.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hope you guys are in the mood for some premieres. So we got a few videos here. Oh, that's a better shot of up in there. That's a better shot. There's something super dark just poking out a little bit. I'll show you. I'll point it out. It's right there. It's really dark. I don't belong here. Wow, cool. Wow, look at that too. Wow, that's a face for sure. I don't care what anybody says. Right there. It's it looks almost like white. Wow. I'm fucking stoked. This has been a cool day, man. Really nice walk. It's definitely worth it. Getting up early, getting wet.
Yeah.
Falling on my ass. I'm not gonna lie, that fall beat the shit out of me, but
So you're at Colorado. What are you doing over there? What are you looking for?
oh man, I slipped and I fell and I hit the log, and then I fell off, and then I fell again, trying to get up. I don't really have much choice. I literally fell into that, what I was talking about, a Sasquatch bed, and then I was like, something lays here, and then boom.
You're not in the video rolling. You're doing thing.
I don't care.
Little people in that.
Think so?
Oh yeah.
I dig it. I'll fuck with you. So, not only is
Big rat.
bang right there. Look at this. Oh yeah, that could be, yeah. Well, muskrat, yeah, they could come in here and then right in that gap there.
shoot one way in, always got way out.
So, look at that. There's another one here. But yeah, I could dig it. This could be a fay tree. I would say maybe that one too. Definitely. The more scary they look on the outside, like those tend to be the fairy trees. Like almost like they're like scary on the outside to like protect them on the inside or something like it. Some movement on the surface. We have some huge snapping turtles that, you know, they hide very, very well. And I mean, they get the size of garbage can lids. They're huge. They're not alligator snappers, but they're, oh shit, I just fell on that one. These are all snapped too, which is intriguing because it doesn't seem like a lot of people get back here. There's a lot of snaps. Up higher than the deer too. I was hoping that might be Brian. He texted me before, but I think he said he was on his way to breakfast still. All right, guys. That's the end of this one. As always, thank you. I don't know how much more filming I'm going to do today, but really wanted to bring you guys along on this one. We could follow this forever and really, really enjoy it, but it's a very slow process, so we're going to bank back out. Talk soon, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Loving it.
These guys waking us up.
They could. There's that water between us that we can't really comfortably...
No way to go, you can't get 'em, you know?
Oh, of course.
There's always a step ahead.
Amazing. Good.
They know it. They know it. Checking us out too. Like, who's these guys that are
I can feel the eyes on us, man. I'm telling you.
They're definitely, they know when they're even any animal.
Yeah.
Any nature knows when they're, who's these people in like, nobody knows.
What the hell was that? Did you hear that? That could have been a whitetail squawking, but... This is the kind of place that, if you're gonna see one in full flesh and blood, like, just walking around, it's gonna be something like this, where...
That comes in either very early or at dusk.
Yeah, whenever, if you're down, I'm coming back. I mean, in the dark, I'd rather not be solo, but I gotta try it.
Stop and try to make it easy.
I don't even know how we get out. I know what direction we gotta go, but it's not that, don't look that easy to do.
See if you can hit something straight up here.
Yeah.
Hang left.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's a huge snap, bro. That's massive. It's a bridge.
There's something over there.
It's a bridge.
Probably almost crossing there.
That's fresh too. Look at, it's pretty light wood. Something's walking over here. See up in the tree over there?
Not going on the trees today.
Yeah.
Wish your dog slept back there a lot.
I know, you see it?
The top of it.
It's perfect. There's a trail going right through too, like a game trail. Either that or it's a bed, but
Love the moor.
I know.
It feels like your feet.
It's nice.
Nice little hole. Raccoons probably.
It could be. Yeah. It goes down too, you see that? It goes, it looks like it goes down. Definitely goes up.
I can see that. Got a little hole there too. Could be a head drop over there.
It's about the only rocks I've seen here. 1, 2. Did you hear that weird noise the plane was putting off? No, oh, it wasn't the plane. Something yelled this way. You can't see shit though.
I'll tell you, but
You can't even see
it's
the.
still thick.
We know the river's right there. I can't see anything. I don't think we're on a trail anymore.
No,
I'm pretty sure we're on a game trail.
yeah, that's it. Okay, that's
Whatever we did, I like it.
weird feeling from
I think it's coming from right here. Yeah, me too. You feel that? Everything. Everything.
right through my toes, like a rush feeling.
It's all in my. It's.
Cold, like,
It's. Yeah. It's all in my stomach and my like.
yeah.
My chest.
We're kind of now this trapped here.
It's like it's not like it's not negative. It's just strong.
It's odd.
I'm gonna pull this out for a sec. All right. Well, don't hang out here too long then. You don't feel good? Oh, come on, something's fucking with you. Then let's get out of here. It's not as bad on me. Come on. Sometimes it's just something that ain't good. I could feel it, but it ain't that. It ain't. Let's get out of here. There's a lot of down shit in there, man. Like a lot. I'd say something could be right there. Not everything that plays with these trees and sticks is Sasquatch, you know what I mean? So, let's cross into here. This looks...
Yeah, there was one going over there.
This looks pretty squatchy, so... Especially the sun shining here. Yeah, look at this, bro. Wow.
There's something cool, you know. Have to close up on it. You know how to close up on it.
This ain't your average bear. Well, we don't have bear, but you know what I mean. Look at this, bro. Look at this little structure here. Look at this little one right here. Everything in here. Everything in here. It's like this all over the island, but I mean, this is pretty fucking awesome. I'll put Rob in the frame to see size to scale. This is some big shit. See this right here?
It's 50 pounds or something. It's 78, and I put up them collectors.
It's all, this is all interconnecting, bro. Like, you see what I mean? It's all, like, you'll see this stuff in other, you know, in other places, and it's all up in the air, and it's all, you know what I mean? But they just do it on the ground in here. This would be where we would get our print. That's for sure. I could feel it, bro. They walk around in here. Like, it's a very humbling experience. Look at that bent tucked in there. All these seem to kind of connect up into here. Let's see what we get. Very, the magnetic is what's been running high in this place. .5 it peaked at. See, if you look in the top here, it tells you a peak, the most recent peak. There's something looking at us from back there. At least one something. I'd say there's two somethings at least. Alright, we gotta get Rob out of here though, because he's gonna get sick. Shit. Almost fell again. What are you doing, gifting? Alright, don't hang out here too long. Wow, holy shit. Look at this, guys. This. That snap to come into this one, that snap there, and that's huge bend tucked into it. It's a bed right there. Either a bed or they sit there and they charge up right there. See how everything, you see this? See how all this is working right into this spot? There's more of it. There's another one down there too. Ooh, you hear that whistle? As soon as the plane goes by, we get noises. know what? I keep getting sidetracked. We gotta get. Oh, watch out. That's really wet, bro. It's a lot of water right there. I just got soaked. Some cool findings today, huh, guys? Alright. You feel better yet? Yeah. Okay. I think we were in. Yeah, there was something over there. You have food?
Yeah.
Alright. I should have something if you need it. It's really wet in here, bro. Like, really wet. I'm soaked. Yeah, I'm trying to make our way through somehow. You got a knock? I mean, this ain't people knocking down all this shit and doing this. Not in here, anyway. And that was the whole purpose, was to get out here. To where we'd be isolated. So, this is more of a scouting mission than anything. We found the deer, that was a plus. So it's something that I wanted to do today. This is definitely a good place to come spend some time, bro. There's something peeking over that cross log. It's way back there, though. I don't know if you could see from here. You could see the...
That's where we gotta head up.
Yeah, yeah, yep. Yeah, we gotta make our way right over there. You could see the face sticking right over the log. See the cross logs?
Yep.
And then I'm gonna show you guys another one over here. See it? See one eye looking through? That's all I could get for you. That's all I could get for you. There's two there, but you got more? I think I only got like one gift left. Oh, okay, good. You'll fucking turn them into carnivores. It is insanely wet. Deer are coming through here for sure. That's 100%. We're literally following a game trail. Like a couple of fucking marks. Bro, look at this, man. Look at this. This is so weird to me. How there's just that ribbon right here, bro. That ribbon is not for... There's no reason for that. Oh, look at these. That's what I was trying to tell people. Like, they'll mark the middle of like a Sasquatch spot. And then they can they could find it easier, like with a drone, you know what I'm saying? Like, they might know the spot, but they can't find it particularly. So they'll fly, you know. Somebody said as well they do like search and rescue, and sometimes they'll mark their stuff every so often, but I mean, when you just see one, it's kind of weird. What the hell does it say? It actually says something. What's that shit say? Found? Something. Flag not found? Something. Summer 2019 flag not found. What the hell does that mean? Wow, look at these mushrooms here, guys. Look at these things. Look at this fungus. That is some cool shit. Black one. I mean, some of these almost look like they're like what do you call it? Shit, under the ocean. Reef. What's in a... Oh, shit, Rob, look. You didn't step here, right? No. Well, it could be just a big deer. You're right there on the hill, bro. You're Right there. Yeah, so that's even more confusing what the hell that means. Something was digging here really good. Something dug here. What? We got a good impression?
Here's the heel.
Uh-huh.
Let's go back here. Here's the heel. Here's the toe. The whole thing.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah, heel,
big, bro.
Heel, toe, over here, baby.
That's huge.
You look from back here.
That would make it huge. It almost looks like this is the toes.
Yeah. Over to the big toe.
I wish.
Here, push that
Yeah.
down, and then it heel.
I wish that was a little deeper.
Yeah.
I really wish it was a little deeper.
Actually indented this.
Yeah, we could.
Push
Yeah,
that whole thorn down.
we could get the toes easy, but I don't think the heel.
Nah, I know.
I think we'll lose the heel. It'll just run off. Especially on a hill, it'll just run off.
It definitely looks like a.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, when you can make out toes.
You only find that one.
I know, you're right. You know, I just regret to an extent some of the stuff I just passed up, but that was just what I was doing. Like at the time, that's just.
It really does get when that's really let it sit a while, you know, have lunch,
Uh huh.
take a salad.
Yeah. All right, let's make our way out. I keep getting sidetracked by the. It's so beautiful in here. It's like so peaceful. You know what I mean? It's just so peaceful. Yeah. All right, guys. We'll be back. I'm gonna cut this off to find a way up. I see where the game goes, but I don't know if we could do that. I might have to turn the camera off to do this. We'll see. Well, whatever. There's not much to see anyway. We'll commence when we get over the hill. See you in a sec. I'm halfway up. It's just a beautiful overlook of what we just came through. It's amazing. It's a nice state park, man, especially that it has such privacy back here. You know, areas where you can go and just not be bothered. We made it to the top. It wasn't a huge hill, but still deserved a little respect, especially since I...
Look at what's my old line. Look at that. I should take that home.
It's a beautiful thing, man. Go for it. It feels right. Do your thing. You know what's right by now. Come here, Rob. Look right there. Right above my thumb.
Yeah.
See it?
Whoa.
Yeah. Right there. Right there. Little guys. Some kind of little guys. Bye, my friends. Thank you. That was a lot of fun. Man, that's how it is, the easy route, you know what I mean? But we put in work down there somewhere. can't even see where we were. You can't see the river. You can't see any of that. This trail, we didn't know this was here. You know, obviously, because the incline probably didn't help. But you know, we couldn't see through that brush. Well, all right, guys. As always, thank you. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah. He's having a good time. That's what's up. Talk soon, guys. Thank you.
This is a good sign. Not seeing much more. There's a leaner there. Pretty crazy. Totally see a face on there.
Okay, we are live. You want to introduce us, Eileen, or do you want me to do it?
This is Casual Conversations with GNA, and today we have an interview with Bigfoot Anonymous,
Also known as Connor. Thank you for being here. I know that you've been in our chat before, and I was like, oh yeah, I really want to get somebody to talk about Bigfoot because we've been wanting to talk about him, but I feel like this has to be somebody that knows more about it than we do. I mean, we know surface level stuff, but I know that you go out there and you do research, and you've been in the Bigfoot community for a long time. So so thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you for having me, and you guys have an awesome show. I've been a big fan ever since Dark Waters. You guys chopped it up. So keep up the great work with the UFO and other strange stories, and it's an honor to be here. So I'm super excited.
Thank you. Yeah, Bigfoot. I'm sorry, Bigfoot. Dark Waters. He's awesome. I've been following him ever since I heard him in the. I don't know if you're familiar with Coast to Coast.
Of course.
Yeah. So I ever since then I was like, oh, he's so cool. So yeah, I was so excited to have him on, and he's awesome. And sometimes I try to get a hold of him and ask him some questions, and so he's cool. We love him. All right. So, how did you get into this whole Bigfoot scenario?
Yeah, I'm originally from Ohio, and growing up there, you hear about a bunch of strange stories. I lived right near the Witch's Ball, Irma's house, and Crybaby Bridge. Then whenever we went into the woods, we were told to watch out for the grass man. So the Ohio grass man was something I always looked out for. And then my grandparents lived right by West Virginia, and they had the Yahoo and a bunch of mound builders, because in Ohio and West Virginia area, there's more than 10,000 mounds, and they all align with the sky. It's really special. Wow. And just growing up and hearing all the urban legends, I had such a love for it, and then I always was a writer, and then I watched movies and was into comic books and video games. So really just the connection led me to folklore and historical events, and the rest is really history. And I just have such a love for it. Then I moved across the United States and lived out of my car, investigating monsters like the Mogollon Monster and Big Bear Beast and a bunch of weird things down in Dark Waters area, like the Honey Island Swamp Monster and the Rougarou and Pascagoula aliens. It's really cool, and it really drives me every single day. But just growing up, I had some strange encounters. I saw a dogman type creature. I saw a translucent being, had multiple UFO encounters. And I just knew there was just strange stuff right beyond the horizon. And I knew they were lying to us, and I knew that they were covering things up. So I just wake up every morning energized to uncover the truth and try to get closer to the creator.
That's awesome. And it's not just Bigfoot then, it's different creatures that you've encountered throughout your journey. That's so cool. I mean, I don't think I've ever would want to see a creature. Yeah. I don't think I can handle it, but definitely interesting. And I love to hear the stories and, people's experiences. With Bigfoot, I think how old were we when we heard about him? Like, I think kids, right? Yeah. Like you just hear about them and you're like, oh, it's a creature that lives in the mountains. But some people say, oh, it's not real. It's just people making up stories, or maybe a giant ape or something like that. So,
or sometimes that there's just more than one, right?
Yeah, like a community. But for me personally, I've always felt like he is real. Like there is Bigfoots out there. I don't know. I just feel it. I've never seen any, or experience. We have been camping, in the past. We've heard weird things out there, like some knocking in the trees, things like that. But, I feel myself that they are real. What about you? Do you feel like?
Yeah, I feel like, yeah. There's a probability that, he's out there.
Yeah. Can you share a little bit about who they are, what they like, what they do, or how are they so secretive and they keep to themselves. Can
Yes.
you share a little bit about that?
Yes, the wild man is the ancient one. I think they've been here longer than humanity itself. And we have the Sasquatch, the skunk ape, the Susquehanna seal. We have a bunch of weird names for them here in America. But overseas, there's the Yowie, the Yeren, the bunny yip, the abominable snowman. And then it really gets crazy with Kushtaka and the Kundahini Snake Man. Like the lines get blurred deep in the swamp because there's Mantis Man, the green clawed beast, Mothman, Dogman, Lycanthrope, bunch of werewolves. So of course things get very strange. But I think Patty, the Bluff Creek creature or human hybrid, is closest, brother and sister to us, next to the creator, of course. But they are known to mate with human beings, so they are not just monkeys or strange animals. They are beings. Only people can hide from people this good. If they were just animals, they'd be piling up on the roadsides. They have actual process, and when they pass away, they take them deep in caves or bury them under big boulders and huge, very, very big rituals. So it's not just like an animal carcass on the side of the road. These are special people that they go beyond our abilities because we have so many blockers and distractions with Wi-Fi and poison water, and then just everyday petty things that we have to overcome and the obstacles that fall in line every single day. They just get to exist and survive in nature, and it thrives when you're out in between the trees and the plants because there's a harmony that heals your body. And I think they're so in tune with that. And protons, electrons, neutrons, they could become particle form, which is solid, and then wave form, which is wave. And the only time really humans do that is when we die and maybe when we're born. But when they're in their true beings, I think they could tap into it a lot easier than we can. So that might explain them going into portals or them vanishing or stopping time or even hitting us with infrasound or knowing what we're thinking or doing with echolocating and telepathy. So things just pile up because they are just nature's top beast. They are the apex predator, but they're also the nature's healer. They take care of the forest and they make sure that the ginseng and the berries and the mushrooms all go in equality and balance. And I think they take care of the hogs and the deer, and because they have bad diseases and mites and things that happen to them. So sometimes it is mercy for them just to be food for something and not become wasted and having to suffer. So I think the Sasquatch, the wild man, is the balance to the forest, but then you add in these strange dark beings, it gets really weird. And I've heard so many battles of Dogman versus Sasquatch and even Mothman looking out over towns and kind of giving forewarning of bad things to happen. So we are intertwined with the other side, whether we like it or not. We grew up with fairy tales. We left our teeth under the pillow for the tooth fairy. We write in cursive. We spell words. Like, it's all right there, the math. It's just 3, 6, 9 repeatedly, and we get to be a little creative in between. And that's what I'm all about, is just trying to read between the lines and see where we actually came from. And it's an awesome journey because I have awesome conversations and meet incredible people and go on incredible expeditions and really push my mind in the boundaries of my reality every single day. And that's what I strive for.
That's awesome. So do you feel in a way that they maybe once upon a time lived in harmony with humans?
Definitely. In some places, they still do. There is more modern times. 50 Years with Bigfoot. Mary Green wrote it about the Carter farm, where Grandpa Carter raised a little Sasquatch named Fox, watched it grow for 50 years, watched it start a family, and the grandfather's family, Lil Janice Carter, got to hold hands with the Bigfoot and gain special communications with it, and now she has telepathy, and it's some wild stuff. And then there's other stories like the Hoopa tribe that David Paulides who Missing 401 guy, he wrote a Bigfoot book about how they used to be one and one. So yes, Native American tribes used to live with them. And then I've posted recent pictures of Amazon tribes living with hairy people, like one hairy person in the tribe. And it might be maybe some kind of disorder in some cases, but I think sometimes that they adopt maybe a wild one that lost his family. But there are so many stories once you dig deep. And I've talked to police officers and real true professionals like doctors, firemen, teachers that all had strange encounters that correlate with some of these wacko people that have had weird encounters too out there in the forest. So once all the situations really start crossing over, you got to think, wow, there actually is something to this. And yes, there is something in the forest, and I think a lot closer to home than a lot of people could even fathom, because the Fae are here. There's interdimensional beings. There is stuff that can live inside of us. There's bugs that live inside of our face that we are comfortable with. Like it's a mad world that we just walk forward and act like it's all normal. But if you really dive deep, whew, things are strange.
Yeah, definitely. There's people in the chat. I think Damien. I don't know if you can see the comments. Can you see the comments?
I'm just on StreamYard. I could always pull it up on my phone, but I like to be just super engaged. But if you see any good ones, feel free to click them.
Yeah. They were just asking if you could see the comments, but I
can pull it up. But Damien, if he's in here, he's incredible. He has found a lot of strange energy overload, weird beings, and strange dogmen and Bigfoot in the background of my videos. And he'll send me screenshots and zoom in and then show me strange eyes and weird silhouettes. It's really special. And Carrie Arnold actually just shouted him out on Bigfoot Odyssey. So he's not just one of these crazy guys seeing and circling things. He actually has an eye for this thing. And he's from Ireland, my homeland, County Mayo. So very special connection, man. I hope one day I get to walk the Giants pathway with you, brother.
Cool. Okay. You touched a little bit about Dave Paulides.
Yeah,
okay, I have been obsessed with him forever, ever since I found out about his work. Do you think that they have something to do with that?
I'm not sure if you had seen the documentaries that he put out. I think it was the second one, where he included that audio. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
I was curious about that. I wanted to know what
you wanted
that
to
was.
ask about that.
Yes, that is the Sierra sounds, and those sounds cannot be recreated by any human being, and it is remarkable. And they've been tested by voice professionals, and there was multiple beings, and they were responding to the human calls as well. So yes, I love the Sierra sounds. And yes, I also think the Sasquatch are responsible for some of the missing 411, but also responsible for maybe bringing some of the missing 401 back and maybe giving us a couple answers for maybe other darker things that might have, taken a few of these people. But Jared Adadero is one example. He asked these campers and these fishermen, like, oh, is there bears in the area? And there's a little 2-year-old or 3-year-old asking that. I think maybe he saw a dark figure following him. And then, sadly, a couple minutes later, he was taken. And then, of course, Dennis Martin in the Smoky Mountains, the Key family saw a wild man carrying little Dennis in a red hoodie over his shoulder and was never found again. And then a bunch of Green Berets came in and exterminated a lot of these wild people. And there's a lot of crazy stories. South Force 10 on YouTube, his family comes from there, and they said that they used to be tagged and hunted, and during certain seasons they'd get paid to go in there and do work. It's really dark, and things get really, really wild. But Owlman, he said on Chasing the Truth recently that some of the Sasquatch, they'll show up and they'll bring the clothes or maybe some of the bones, and they'll fold them up and put them in some of these weird spots. And sometimes the body in weird situations, they'll put it in places that have already been searched, 9 or 10 times, and it's impossible that it was there it wasn't there 1 second and it popped up another second. But I think there's also electrical weird things anomalies, other dimensions at play, because I've heard stories of people going in caves in Pennsylvania, waking up in California, or seeing evil versions of their grandmother deep in caves. So there is stuff outside this realm and possibility of existence that goes so much beyond what is accepted in this day life. But my only recommendation is watch movies and read between the lines. Watch every single movie like it's based on a true story. Gemini Man, I Am Legend, I, Robot, Terminator, Avatar, Jack the Giant Slayer, James and the Giant Peach, The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. There is magical schools out there, guys. Like, things are so much more magical than we are walking around giving credit for. Just the possibility of existing is so much beyond the lottery. So just imagine that all of us are here. We're special. We're made more of space, more than just space dust. If you look at, our fingerprint, it aligns with seashells and pine cones and the galaxy pictures they give us. But I'm not buying anything from the establishment anymore. It's all about the community and what we can bring up, because they have a spell under everybody and we really have to break free. And I just want to encourage everybody to love one another, go outside, smile to one another, shake hands, hug, act like we used to. Do not give in, do not stay cold, live bright, orange, yellow, and red, because that is contagious in the best way. Oh man.
Yeah.
I love
that. I love what you're saying, because it's definitely true. This whole shutdown that happened, I was depressed. I was like, I miss going out and, talking to family, hanging out, doing fun stuff. But yeah, it's definitely true. And I saw that. I wanted to talk about this because I follow you. So I saw that you was it a convention, like a Bigfoot convention?
Yeah, the recent one was a Bigfoot expedition. It was Stacy Brown, who is famous in the Bigfoot world for getting footage with his dad at Torreya State Park. He got like a 9-footer on thermal image. It's incredible. And then he was on Finding Bigfoot and the Spike TV Bigfoot game show that they went out and hunted Sasquatch. And he was really a trailblazer in this. I remember like 5 or 6 years ago looking at him and being like, I want to be friends with that guy. He is like me in this community. He is weird. He is wild. He brings that to the forest, and hopefully that curiosity magnetizes these strange anomalies and beings, and happens they are. And of course, when you're this open-minded and friendly, people do come to you with the strangest stories, and they feel open with you. So just us, the duo, man, we've talked to a lot of strange people. But yeah, he hosted a camp out in Mayaca, which is so famous for the skunk gate, because the skunk gate photos, the 2 photos that were anonymously sent to the Sarasota PD, it's really famous in a lot of books. They actually look different than Patty, the Bluff Creek, female Sasquatch that's just marching across the creek. This creature has fangs, and it looks like it has a little snout. So I think it's a gugway or maybe some type of hybrid. Some of these skunk apes have only 4 toes and 4 fingers, so it might be one of these creatures. And then one got shot dead in 1994 here. One got hit by a car a couple decades ago, and it's been seen limping around the park. Oh man, it was awesome. And I'm searching for these mythical beasts, but I find so many friends along the way, and there's so many cool people that came there and just chopped it up around the fire every night was good enough. But actually being out in the field with people I admire and people I learn from, digitally and virtually, it's amazing when you're IRL in real life. I recommend it so much. Just get out there and put yourself out there, even if you're alone. I was so inspired by so many people that showed up to the camp out alone, or one was Marty and Matt. It was a mother and son, and think how that might be a little vulnerable, showing up at a camp out with a bunch of wackos. You might think the place might burn down or something, and they just fit right in. They were recording audio. They got some whoops when we were sleeping, and some weird EVPs and weird whispers and groans. It was awesome, man. Just hearing everybody's different tactics and styles, and again being with people I look up to, and I'm so proud of my friends when they're out there and when they're doing stuff in real life or when they're doing interviews just like this. I'm just such a fan of creation. And I just want to inspire people to go out there because that's what I'm doing. I put myself out there, and sometimes it puts us at weird situations at a rest stop with no gas. But if you're along common people, and I always roll with Hidden Relief Tristan and his brother Cameron, and there's some good people that also have some crazy paranormal encounters. So I think it goes back to maybe being marked, or maybe our chemical makeup is a little bit different once you encounter these anomalies. But best believe they're around everybody. So if you've driven anywhere or on a highway or past a patch of woods, you've definitely went past maybe a Bigfoot structure, a fey circle, or maybe a being itself just right past the highway. So it's a remarkable life when we really open our eyes. And I see a lot of stuff pretty much throughout the week.
That's awesome. That kind of reminded me too, how you're talking about your group of people, people that are passionate about something that you love to do. And like for me, the recent convention that I was really interested in was, I don't know if you heard of the Storm Area 51. They,
of course.
They ended up doing like a little event right there in the little town that's really close to Area 51, and I really wanted to go, but I was like, it's so far. And so, but it's just, and people will say like, oh, I don't know why you're into that. Like, it's not real, or, it's just you. And why do you want to be around people like that? And it's like, this is stuff that you like, this is stuff that I'm interested in. I'm passionate about it. I believe it, so what do you tell those people that they feel like, no, he's not real, or maybe, I haven't seen, there's no body, like that has been, so, but there is other things that do show up. So what do you say to those people?
100%. If they're very religious, I start to drop a little bit of scripture on them, or a little bit of stuff from the good book, talking about how the Garden of Eden there's a trail here in Florida that has 27 of the 28 trees in the Bible, and gopher wood, which Noah used to build the ark. And it's the only place that tree grows. It's a really sacred place. And that's not far from where these skunk ape encounters have been just blowing up. But then I also link it to the Book of Mormon with a lot of people around here in Florida, because Joseph Smith, the man that founded that religion in the 1800s, he found Cain, the marked one from the Bible. He found him in the 1800s, and Cain was tall and hairy and almost towered over Joseph while he was on a horse. So sometimes I just have to drop those religious bombs on them and, ask them if they know a story about baby Jesus walking across the river on St. Christopher's shoulders. Either St. Christopher was a Titan or a dogman, but either way, a cryptid helped, the Christian Lord and Savior. But then all the native tribes all around the world, the Native Americans, the indigenous Australians, and ancient Asians all have tons of stories with these wild people and abominable snowman that goes back like to cave drawings and ancient petroglyphs, and even some of these giant, huge glyphs that go on mountain ranges that are 2 miles long. And it's like, who are they communicating with? Something in the sky. And then, of course, the Navy and the establishment, they came out and said UFOs are real, but we really didn't need any of that. But again, I just tell people to look at all the movies for inspiration, especially the animated movies. When they're coming out, pay attention, because all the animated Bigfoot movies dropped out, Abominable, Smallfoot, Son of Bigfoot, Missing Link, and then a couple other B-liners. But then there was other ones like Little Mermaid, and now the one Luca. It's about these sea people coming and being normal. So just stay woke with the animated movies, and really, you just have to take those people with a grain of salt and just try to kill them with kindness, because you're not going to win them over. I just try to bury them with facts, of course, and not really even give their skepticism a chance to grow. I bully the bully with great information. And if they demand a body, I told him to look up the story of the Ocheesee Pond wild man. One was captured less than 10 miles away from here in the Ocheesee Pond in the 1800s. And they sent it to the governor in Tallahassee, and then he sent it to Chattahoochee, a mental hospital. And they kept it there for 3 years experimenting on it. And then they buried it with a bunch of Native Americans, and then they built a building on top of it. But it's still there. And I was filming around the campus just recently, and there's actually a city underneath that hospital. So if any big trouble comes, that's where everybody's going to go for evacuation. So it's some wild stuff with deep underground military bases and really wild, conspiracies and wormholes. But the Ocheesee Pond wild man is an amazing story that has stayed under the rug for some reason. None of these Bigfoot shows really want to touch it, but there is a decent amount of documentaries on YouTube. And then I've just talked to a guy yesterday, Uncle Joe Colson. He is a radio guy, long retired, but he's gone a little deaf, and he has hearing aids that he made himself, and he could program them to listen into the forest, and he could hear them breathing. And his neighbor told me stories of them beating on his house. So they're very bold, and they come straight up. And then my good friend Flat Rock Booger over in Alabama, he has security cameras for the last 3 years all around his house, and he has footage of them banging on the side of his house, even opening up his door, peeking their head in, and then running out and be like, ooh, I got away with something. It's really wild. So people just think they're out in the far forest, but no, these things are, porch monkeys. They're showing up on the back stoop, and things are really wild down here in Florida. And I know out in California, that is the Mecca as well. And the Seattle Supersonics, their mascot was a Sasquatch. Like, people don't understand that the New York Giants and the San Francisco Giants and the Carolina Panthers, there's a reason behind all of these mascot names. And just read between the lines and you'll see the truth. And sometimes if you could see their predictive programming, you could basically read the future, because they have to come out and say what they're doing before they do it. That's the thing with the dark forces. And I think these watchers and gatekeepers might assign some Sasquatch, but I think the Sasquatch are free people. But of course, the government are training some and finding bodies all over the place and extracting samples. And I've heard stories of apes holding guns in the Nevada desert, and then dogmen with armored chests in South America. So even the craziest story anybody could really make up, reality goes beyond that.
Yeah. Wow. That's so interesting. So I wanted to ask this question because for me, I feel a certain way about it, but my family, they come from hunters. My family, like I said, we would go camping. They would go out hunting. For me, I definitely didn't agree. I'm like, I don't want you to kill deer, or I don't want you to kill any type of creature. How do you feel about people that we need to hunt one down so we can prove to people that this is real? For me personally, I feel like that's definitely like killing a human. It wouldn't be humane. How do you feel about
what do you feel has made them so captivating to people?
I think they are the closest thing to the creator that we can get, in this real threshold. And they are true earthlings, and they look like us. So there's such an appeal to learn from them. And I think it would be despicable to hunt one of these creatures down. The only way to kill one of them is if they have broken the oath that they have, and they have a tight community and strong rules, and they'll be exiled if they harm a human, according to some researchers and conversations that people have had. But if it's one's hunting them down, boom, boom, that's a predator. We have to protect our family, of course. But all these redneck hunters that are trying to go out and get a body, no, because one, you're going to kill yourself. It's going to outdo you, and your bullets won't really hurt it. Same thing with if you shot an elephant. It's not going to be able to do much damage to its outside. But also, then there's so much responsibility that if you actually did kill it, you have to deal with that inside, guilt, especially if you murdered it and it wasn't hunting you down. you're going to have to deal with that for the rest of your life. And you'll notice that it was not an animal. And a lot of people, when they have their sights on it and they finally see those eyes, and you could tell there's some kind of feeling there, electricity, just like when people look at each other's eyes, you know that there's intelligence behind there. Most people cannot pull the trigger. But I've heard stories of people that have killed one, that have been hunting down, females, and they had no problem putting it down because it was a ferocious beast and it clearly meant out for harm. So there's a weird balance, but I am all for protection of humans, but I also want to preserve these beings out there, because I don't want, mass Green Berets or as Black Ops going in and wiping out these creatures just because they want to log the forest and cheap reasons. And there's a lot of massacre theories, MK Davis, and a lot of strange stuff down a lot of dark wormholes that you'll hear a lot of stories about the U.S. forces killing them in the Vietnam with the rock apes. And I feel like that was for protection. But then there's other stories of them keeping and capturing them so they can use their abilities to find others. So there's a lot of nefarious stuff going on, but there's also a lot of strange predicaments that, you're caught in between. And sometimes these beings kill our dogs and our cats, and then we have an unfair balance. But again, you just have to look out for yourself. They're going to look out for themselves. Keep a light in your heart. Walk the forest with positivity. Your gun is not going to do much to them unless you catch them really off guard, or if it's going to be both of you at the same time. But I encourage people to walk with guns, though, and be armed in the forest, because there are hogs, there are bad people, there are giant snakes. There are just strange things that you do have to keep yourself safe from. But I do not advocate going out and hunting like how some of these Oklahoma and weird lawmakers have tried to push. I got nothing for that, because these beings are truly mythical, but they're real life, flesh and blood. But we have something to learn from them. I'm so sick of the hunt it and kill it attitude. If you're scared, you don't understand it, just kill it. I don't rock with that. But I also do rock with the balance of the forest, just whatever that leads me to.
Yeah. And so I have somebody in the chat that's wanting to know about videos and footage. What experiences have you had yourself, if you can share with some maybe
personal encounters?
Yeah, like encounters, findings, what you have seen yourself, if you can share a little bit.
I have had multiple encounters with face-to-face encounters, with hearing things, feeling things, dream-like encounters. We found hair in the green swamp. We've heard whoops and howls, and I've also had strange things hit my trailer right here, what I really can't explain. And neighbors had the same thing happen right after Hurricane Michael. But it all really began when I was about 12 years old, right before a golf league. I was with my buddy Jake and Alex. They had a daytime encounter with this strange creature that ran on two legs, but of course it had four legs. They thought it was a deer at first, but they called it the Wolfman, the Sleepy Hollow Wolfman. A couple months later, it's Friday night, and we're playing pool, and we sense something in the backyard, and we turn off all the lights, and we're looking out there, and we see this being that is darker than the night. And my friend said his eyes were glowing. I honestly don't really believe it. I just remember just being frozen for a while and then diving into the staircase for a couple minutes. Then we look through this little peek hole. We don't see it anymore. So we creep out, start watching some movies, and we are just so overcome with fear. I don't think it was approaching again, but we were just so stunned and sensed with, because I think we were hit with infrasound. My buddies say they heard rustling through the walkout glass, which I don't know about that. He was pretty far away. I think it was more internal than external sound. But we ended up going upstairs and sleeping in his room, and then his mom questioned us the next morning, and we said we saw something down in the den, because there's caves and cliffs down in the backyard. It's a really famous old spot. There used to be a drive-in theater back there, a swimming area with a cement diving board, but a lot of cool, weird historical landmarks. And again, a lot of correlations with other stories say that these creatures magnetize towards the old the old vibrations. So it's very strange. But his mom said that she heard owl-like man calls pretty much every night since they moved in there. And once I heard that, it was just like super chilling. And it's just been wild history ever since. So that's why I think maybe we were marked, because I've had blood moon eclipses that we are mixing weird in potions, and we had strange beings walk straight up to us and kind of give us a warning not to pursue them, because we got up with sticks and started walking towards them. Another time, I was waiting for this girl behind my house. Something bluff charged me out of the woods. I ran on a beeline, and I ran to a garden stake and broke my collarbone and put a big, huge piercing thing through my lip, because the pipe or whatever it is, the thing, it stabbed me through my face as well. And I luckily didn't mess up any teeth or anything, but I was very self-conscious for a few weeks. And I hate to say it, but luckily I did have a sling, just because my face looked so messed up that the sling at least stopped me from some questions. But my parents really thought I was drunk, but I don't know what it was, if it was a bunny or a deer or a dog man, but I was really scared. More of my recent encounters down here in Florida. Just recently, we're making a movie called The Void Cat, and I was with Ethan Tremble, who is a former SWAT team guy, and he wasn't too interested in Sasquatch, but being around me, you know, hearing it all the time, he started raising his eyebrows. Well, we were walking around the property right by the Bridges house, right where Finding Bigfoot was filmed, so we knew it was Squatchy territory. And we were talking to the gardener, and the gardener was saying, "Oh, I don't like these woods. It's really scary." And once they were switching information, of course, I took the camera off for a while. We hear this tree crashed down right by us, and then we went and investigated it. Didn't see any creatures or anything, but Ethan was hooked ever since then, so he knew the Sasquatch was really close to us. And at Torreya, we recorded on a GoPro a creature wading through the creek, the sound of it below us on a creek, a giant creature wading through a creek, and that time I was really scared. I had senses of dread. And another time, we had a boulder be thrown behind us. And that time, I just took it as a fair warning. I actually sat down for a while, took my shoes off. You know, I wasn't disrespectfully taking my time, but I was not out of there in a hurry. And then this weekend, we got some thermal images of something big in a tree. We heard some weird grunts and splashing. And then a couple groups actually had a UFO encounter with a red intelligent light that Phyllis, who's a PhD and been on a couple TV shows for Paranormal, she had a CE4. She summoned this thing for us. And I didn't see that red UFO, but I did see some white meteorites or some weird space rocks up there, maybe our ancestors or weird magical sky panthers. But I don't know, man. Things are much stranger than normal gives explanation to. And then pretty much every day I get weird messages and awesome messages of strange beings and dark forces and skyfish and orbs and fairies in all my videos, because I like to do back camera. I walk with the camera facing backward for about an hour, and things will just close in on you if they know your eyes are pointing forward. And I've had a couple other strange encounters with the white translucent creature. That one is a really good one too. I was driving home from Family Video, which is a movie rental place, right at Boston Road, which leads into Helltown, which is one of the meccas for haunted places. But that particular place had a witch's stone, which I honestly didn't know about until after I moved away from there. But I saw this white translucent creature cross the street about 2 steps. My lights were directly on it. It looked like it was wet, looked like it was hungry, like I could see its ribs and its veins. I don't know if it was a Sasquatch or a cave crawler, kind of like The Descent, or maybe some kind of big elf or puckwudgie, kind of like Dobby or Gollum from Lord of the Rings. But every day is strange in my book, and I've done a lot of stuff to break down the walls of perception. I gave up on society, and I'm definitely an outcast in most rooms that I'm in. And most of my family think I'm freaking crazy, and they avoid me. But hey, I avoid bad vibes, so the feeling is mutual. But no, I try to love all my brethren and all the people out there that are along the same path as me. And I definitely have some far out thoughts, but they're based on some kind of data or some kind of conversation that I've had or experiment that I've done. And I'm not trying to jam anything down anybody's throat. I'm just trying to open doors for people. So if they have heard anything along those lines, they know they're not alone with those thoughts. And I want people to be comfortable with their thoughts and their theories and their experiences, because there are so many bullies out there that try to pick apart what we're going through. And even normal day encounters, like not even strange, are not black and white and are not easy to explain. So especially when things are magical and beyond and going for eternity and tuck everlasting, then man, we have to really grasp it. And we read about all this stuff growing up, and then we're told just to forget about it. No, I'm here for it, man. And I try to encourage others to tell the stories of their hometowns and weird stories of their family tree. And I just love it. It encourages me to just be myself, and all my needs are met in abundance when you're your true self.
Yeah. I have Tyler Hollowell Outdoors. He wanted you to share a story that he said. I don't know if there was a story that he
and then
experienced.
he was also mentioning fairies, which he didn't know were real.
Yes. And the crazy thing is Sasquatch and fairies definitely go hand in hand. But Tyler Howell is a good buddy of mine that I met at the expedition this weekend. And it's so funny because in January, around then or earlier this year, I'm not sure months, all months don't even matter to me, because October should be number 8. November should be number 9. Nueve, Deca, 10. That should be December. So, dude, they got us living on a crooked calendar. I'm writing a book about it. But earlier this year, or earlier in my lifetime, whatever, I saw Tyler's encounter, and he had footage at an Air Force base, at Eglin Air Force Base in Western Florida by Pensacola. And I read in the article that he worked at a restaurant. So I called the restaurant trying to get a hold of him. And I'm not sure if I talked to him or didn't get a hold of him. But it was so magical because he's sitting around the fire and we end up talking, and I put 2 and 2 together when he shows me his video, and I see the thumbnail and like that angle of him. And I'm like, man, that's you. I'm like, man, this is such a small world. But yeah, he got footage at the Eglin Air Force Base, which Matt Moneymaker picked up and told him to start a YouTube channel. And he's out there all the time in the all the time out there in the forest. And he recorded a crazy tree smack or a rock clank that was super loud. I posted on TikTok last night. It did very well. And he's out there just spreading the truth and hunting after it, man. And he was out there arm in arm with us, keeping good pace. And he's a remarkable skilled man and just has that third eye, man, and he's on to the strange things. And those conversations I was just having, like finding your tribe and meeting the people that you're supposed to along this path. Like my buddy Tristan, who I was going with, he's like, dude, I had deja vu with Tyler. So Tristan had a dream that he met Tyler in Mayaca before he ever knew Tyler or Mayaca. So that just shows that our brains are either super magical, yes, or all connected. There have been so many experiments about the brain connection with like crossword puzzles and groups that they do the crossword puzzle, they get tested, whatever. And then another group, the world knows about the answers. Like it's a couple days after everybody came out, but that group, didn't hear the answers. But that group significantly does better. Somehow they're able to tap into those electrical waves of everybody. We see it with mothers and daughters. We see it with babies. We see it with loved ones. We see it with animals. There is something beyond what we can explain, and our eyes tell stories, and just body language. There is so much in vibration, and I think we're outside of our shell. We're just electrical balls, and this is how we show up to each other. Maybe that's just what our eyes can handle, but we're true magical beings, and I love walking with the light.
I do. I agree with you on what you're saying. There's a connection that cannot be explained, right? I think there's there was somebody asking about the proof and things like that, but it not being, or some people that haven't seen Bigfoot, right? So do you feel that maybe Bigfoot's kind of choose who wants to, I guess,
who
he wants them to see, or who, does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel
I'm
like
like,
sense.
yeah, does he choose who he wants to appear to, or interact
Is he kind
with
of particular with
people? They
yeah.
can sense their aura, maybe. Like, I feel like dogs can do that. Dogs can sense a person's soul in a way, or who they are as a person, so do you think that they have that ability?
Yes, most of those creatures definitely do. I think they seek us out, and maybe in rare encounters when they are distracted or in some kind of other realm, that there is weird glimpses that will have that weird coincidence, which I don't believe in coincidence, but that's just a word for layman's for that instance, that just the times that do cross. But most instances, yes, they're in control and they choose to reveal themselves. And a lot of people are reached out and have vibrations with these creatures way beyond a visual encounter, way before a visual encounter. So many people that don't even know it, when you've had that intuition in the woods, or you've had that guided light when you would have been wrong, or maybe you find a good fishing spot or a right canoe, landing, maybe that's Mother Nature. Maybe that's the mother of the forest, the ancient ones. So sometimes we've had Sasquatch encounters and not even known it. And then they contact us in our dreams and our thoughts. And then, of course, in the forest, when we hear other nature sounds, it could be the raven mockers, because they are perfect mimickers. And we just have to really open our eyes and open our ears. And even on the spectrograms, like when it will make one sign for an owl sign, these creatures know how to perfectly mimic that. They'll show up on the devices as animals too. I'm not using that just to cover it and say everything's a Sasquatch. I'm just saying electrical devices, if we think we could, top them, then yeah, right. Because they can zap us, and they are true beings of the grid. They know how to manipulate vibrations. They can play with time. No wonder they could play with trail cams and our footage, and then kill our phones and really set electrical forces through our bodies, because water and that's what we're made out of, are the biggest conductors. And I think they use these ancient gems and gold and silver and all the other strange stuff that is below us in the caves. They're using it. They're utilizing it. The stuff that we use and trade and look at and gargle over, they're actually putting it to use. And I think the fairies have something to do with it, and the orbs as well. So yes, they are the masters of the grid. And when you walk with positivity, you are definitely more likely to run into these creatures. But it starts even before you hit the forest. You have to manifest it. You have to open yourself up. You have to breathe right. You have to drink water. You have to get rid of the microwave. You have to become one with the forest. You have to get closer to them in our life. And I've worked hard to do that, but I still have a long way to go. But every day, every conversation, every time I step out of my comfort zone, I get a little closer to what I'm looking for, the answers I'm seeking.
That's great. I wanted to ask also about you've talked about the dogmen. And I know that there's people that have said that they don't coexist, that they don't, I guess there's always a fight between them, territorial, whether, that could be a reason. But what do you think is going on there?
Yes, there is definitely a war going on, just like the movie Underworld shows. There's vampires versus werewolves. But I've heard stories of big Sasquatch, big Janasqua Sasquatch, the alphas, having little dogmen as pets. So it's not always at war. I think it's life just like normal ones on us on the surface. But I've heard so many reports of, yes, battles between the Sasquatch and the dogman creatures. But of course, the werewolf goes back just as far as the Sasquatch creatures. Look at Anubis. Look at, American Werewolf in London. And then all the stuff that happened over in Europe way back in the 1800s and the 1700s, and even Mary, or not Mary Had a Little Lamb, though, the one when she goes and talks to the three wolves, whatever her name is. Of course, it's some kind of fairy tale. I'm forgetting it right now. But it's all about Dogman. She goes and talks to three wolves that talk to her. It's a remarkable story. But yes, the Dogman and the Sasquatch definitely coexist and they battle. But there has to be some kind of balance. And we had a run-in in Tennessee that Janice Carter last year sensed that she had a warning from the Bigfoot that something bigger and badder was coming. So this year, when we were out there, we were thinking, the Sasquatch might protect us from whatever's out there, but we have to be careful with both. But man, I'm still stumped on the one with the three hungry wolves, the fairy tale.
The fairy tale.
Yeah.
It's not Little Red Riding Hood, is it?
Little Red Riding Hood, yes.
Oh.
Yeah. I knew it was so simple. Yeah, Little Red Riding Hood. That's a Dogman story right there.
Yeah.
She goes and talks to talking wolves. One of my favorite tales is there's an Irish folk one about a farmer named Connor that has a cow go missing, or a bunch of cows go missing. So he goes out in the middle of the woods looking for him, and he stumbles upon a weird cabin, and this mother Dogman opens the door and lets him in. And then all these other things start transforming, and they're cackling, and they're about to kill him. But then the alpha comes in, and he goes, "Oh my gosh, you're Connor. Do you remember taking care of me when I was a young pup?" And he got pierced with a big thorn, and he took care of him and let him free. Well, of course, he woke up the next day on a hay bale, had a bunch of new cows, and became a successful farmer. So it's just a good story of just like treating those who are vulnerable, because one day they might be in a power position to look after you. And it's a really cool namesake. And I talked about that in one of my books. So it's remarkable that my name is Connor, and it's like it was written out long before I was ever here.
So one of the listeners has a question on the footprints.
Yes.
As to, I guess, why would that be? Why would Bigfoot leave footprints? I guess that's the question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange stuff with the footprints, because in some occasions that I've had, you find a footprint and then you don't find a trailway. You don't see any other one. So it's like, how did it get there?
It's always one, right?
Yeah, it's
so crazy.
It's very strange. And then other times it is a trackway, but then it just disappears. And it's like, wow, what happened? Did they walk backwards in the same way as it? But then, specifically talking about the foot, in most occasions, there's a mid-tarsal break, which differentiates their foot than our foot, because they have a little bit extra grip, and they can kind of use their feet a little bit like hands. But like I said before, the skunk ape has 4 toes and 4 fingers. So things get really strange out there in the swamp. And then there's the Honey Island swamp monster in Louisiana that leaves 3 toes. And then in the Ohio River, it's like a webbed track mark. So these beings have all different type of feet. But then there's, the feral people, kind of like Wrong Turn has, showed. And they live out in the backwoods, kind of like the hills have eyes. And their feet probably look just like us. And cave crawlers, that they're just like humans and maybe like vampires, I'm guessing their foot would look like us too, just a little bit more narrow. And I found a deep footprint deep in the cave, and I casted it, and it was really cool seeing the toe scrapes and everything. And this footprint behind me is a replica of Patty, and that one, it dwarfs my foot, and that's the one from Bluff Creek, and she has big breasts in the video. Some people think she's actually pregnant. Some people said that they saw a baby climbing on her chest. And then I think that some of these creatures maybe have pouches like some birds and kangaroos. So it's remarkable seeing the variety. And then the Yeti footprint over in the Scandinavian mountains or whatever mountains. I'm sorry, I forgot. But it's 4 toes, and then one is like curled over. So the footprints definitely differentiate. But I encourage everybody to get some casting supplies. Just plaster of Paris. It costs like $7 at Lowe's. Just have it with you, at least in your car. If you ever find anything, or even have fun if you find deer prints or raccoon prints. Just practice, making tracks, because it's something you can hold and keep, and just gift it away at the least of it.
That would be cool. Yeah, that's
I definitely encourage it.
Is it true that they only leave? Is it the right or the left foot usually? Most of the time, the right foot or the left. It's one of them. I've heard. I don't know if you've heard of Spaced Out Radio, but they were talking about that, and I found that to be so interesting when they were talking about the footprints and how it's only the one, and it varies, and like you were talking about, like the toes. Do you know of any anything like that? If it could be.
I have heard differentiating stories, definitely, about the 1 foot thing. It's always the right that I always hear. And, of course, the one that I found was a right foot. Yeah. So it was pretty funny. But Dave Scott with Space Out Radio is awesome. It's kind of funny. They actually booked me this morning. So that's going to be one of my bigger interviews. And it's going to be in January. So I'm going to start the new year with a bang. I'm super pumped about that. But the stories differentiate. And these creatures, some of them find a way to only show their footprints in one way. But we found about 5 footprints in the Mayaca State Park. One of them showed toes in so much great detail. I recently posted a picture of it. But, sometimes, because it's ground, a footprint is not just a perfect print. It's the damage your foot does to the ground. So there's a lot of gray area with it, but I encourage people to cast what they can, take pictures of what you can, keep your eyes on the trail. But it comes in lots more than just footprints, tree arches, tree breaks, ground glyphs, of course, weird teepee structures, X's, triangles. There's a bunch of stuff just to look out for in the woods. And of course, a lot of people blame it on weather and stuff. But if there is stuff that is unexplainable and maybe little shelters for, some type of being and bedding, looking out in blinds, looking over campgrounds, there is something to it. So everybody take pictures and don't be scared to strike out. Just being out there is more than enough. But if you can get some beautiful nature pictures and maybe tap in to the forest language, then you're already one step closer to the creator and the truth. And isn't that what life's all about?
Yes, definitely.
There's another question from another listener. Can you go?
So I think this one was the first one right here.
Yeah, but he wanted it to be edited. So he says...
It's D. Robinson.
Does he believe they're spiritual ones and physical ones? Shortage? Or are they both?
Okay. So probably if there's physical... Bigfoot and spiritual ones is what the question is.
Yes, definitely. I think there's levels to it. Just like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you have to train. You have to get there to be able to tap into your waveform. And I think some of them have been born into normalcy and just are surviving on the surface or maybe in caverns. But then there are some with some kind of special blood or the golden crystals inside of them, some kind of special purpose that, yes, they are meant for more. But yes, I think just like human beings, we can really bypass our fate and create our own destiny. So it's really up to the individual. And when you have the power of the soul, there's nothing that can really calculate you or box you in. But yes, I think there are physical being ones, and then there are some that are drifting away just into vibrations. And I've reported sometimes them being shot at close range and them just vanishing in the forest, taking no damage. And I've reported on some that they bleed and they don't get up. So there is different paths along this path. And I've heard reports of them walking in the ball of energy. So some can tap into becoming an orb. Some can tap into, disappearing. Some can tap into making you become very sick with infrasound or paralyzing you with fear. But then there's others that they're just have the same natural abilities as you and I, but they just are, of course, a little bit more tuned for the forest. But yes, there are just so many out there. But the Sasquatch, physical and spiritual, but there are so many elementals and dimensional deities out there that the spiritual realm and the metaphysical realm definitely exist to a heavy amount as well.
Okay. And then I think Jeff Claw says fairies, ghosts, energy beings. He's saying there's no footprints. They don't leave footprints.
Yeah, most of them do not. But of course, there are some strange structures and weird human footprints that have been found, and even weird skeletons. I have tons of pictures that I've made a lot of collages and montages that I'm going to put on TikTok and blow the masses' minds. But I love finding that weird information that really even pushes me outside of my normal weird, conspiracy and cryptid interest, because the Fae and gremlins and elves and all these fairies and gremlins and even just the Greys, because that crosses over sometimes with the Puckwudgies and little people. There is a lot more to it. All the movies talk about it. Every time we were scared when we put our fingers underneath our pillow when we're going to bed and we're scared to, something's going to grab us, that's a little person. That fear is with most of us, and that's very special.
I've always felt that way about my feet.
Me too.
I don't like them to be out, because then I'm like, what if something grabs me and pulls me under the bed? No.
The people under the stairs.
Yeah.
It's scary. And all of our houses are a lot more magical than we think. I've done reports and interviews with people that have found little fairies in mounds in their backyard, and then little house elves that come in little holes and go outside under their beds and stuff. So, keep your animals safe. And I have 2 black cats for a reason, to protect me from the other side, because cats, of course, were worshipped by the Egyptians for a reason, because they have a rare crystal, a rare type of quartz right in their pineal gland. And when they're purring, it sends out those ancient vibrations, and it can heal your illnesses, can heal, anxiety, depression. It could just help you. It can fix bones if you really need it to. But I encourage everybody to, get cats for the interdimensional realm, and then dogs for your real life realm if you're going hiking, because they are alert. I love it.
I need to get me a cat. We have a little neighbor cat, that's a little outdoor cat. I don't think he likes me very much. He just sees me and he's like, all right, I'm leaving. But
do some homes.
I'm going to go with, maybe he'll like that. Yeah.
I guarantee it.
I'm going to try that when I see him. So Dark Waters is in the chat. Hey, Dark Waters.
Hi.
He said, if you have an active location of activity, that way, because he would like to partner for Dogman cams. So if for people who are not familiar, I just want to share a little bit. So he has Dogman cams that you can. It's cameras that they put out there where there's active activity going on, and they can people can join, and you can see these on I believe it's 24 hours that they have them going. But he also has his channel, iamdarkwaters.com, if anybody's interested in paranormal stories. He's the man to go to. So really awesome. So, but yeah, he wants, if you have any active locations, send him his way.
Yes, I definitely have some active locations. My mom's property has strange footprints that have showed up. Sadly, one of my cats got killed last April, and she's been taking pictures of these three-toed footprints, talking about that, and little baby human bear footprints. And so things are definitely strange out there. But within 10 miles of me, I interviewed a Native American kid that saw a dog man or a wolf creature that he describes as a skinwalker, but started as 7 feet tall and then raised taller than the telephone poles. And that interview is on my YouTube channel, and it is crazy. And he has talked to multiple people about it in this area. And there was a couple mechanics that confirmed his story that have heard strange, weird things down that same street. So if we could set up a camera there or on my family's property, I think we could maybe get some action going. But it's really weird when you hear all this Dogman stories going alongside the Sasquatch territory. But once you start matching it up, they definitely have certain paths that they overlap and show up during the month. And like I was mentioning with Flat Rock Booger, he has had them overlap in the months of October, November, and December. So there's something with the winter time that they are most active. I think other things kind of slow down, so that way they get to step it up a notch. And of course, there's other creatures that hibernate through the winter that maybe would take a lot of their meat during the normal year. So it's during their times they get to shine. But of course, the Dogman is the king of the woods, and I love hearing stories about it. But things get so strange here in the Panhandle because there is the Goat Man. I interviewed one police officer that told a story of him and his partner, 2 police officers, witnessing a Goat Man creature right here on the Florida-Georgia border. And then there's other stories of the Mobile Wolf Woman in Alabama about a female dog man, and she is vicious. But from the reports I've seen, she's pretty good looking too. So I'm definitely putting her down on a different realm. I'm no arms, just hugs. But she might rip me apart or something. But I could be the male Bella, from Twilight, and try to see where that goes. But
I know.
But again, just talking about the Dogman real quick and the Rougarou. When I was in Honey Island Swamp, I heard many stories of the werewolves of the swamp and fever swamp creatures. But then I also took a picture of a weird carcass that was about 7 to 9 feet tall. And some people say it's a gator. Some people say it's a bloated deer. But there was thousands of gators that did not eat it or didn't even touch it. There's also a space testing area that maybe some kind of mutant or chemical spill leaked into it, but also it could be a Rougarou kill or a Rougarou offspring or maybe a Rougarou carcass. But took pictures of those. You guys probably saw it on my Instagram. I've talked about it on lots of shows before, but I definitely plan on going back to Honey Island Swamp in the next few months, actually right after I go to Evergreen, Alabama to visit Flat Rock. But I really hope I can link up with Dark Waters and a bunch of my other friends from the Louisiana area, just because the Rougarou and the Lougarou and all the lycanthrope beast and just Cajun creatures really calls out to me. And again, I feel like it's been traced out. Like, I've always loved this kind of stuff from a little farm boy, a little suburban kid up in Ohio, somehow found myself in the Florida swamp and a Louisiana brother right next to me. So it's very cool.
Cool. Thank you for answering. I have another question from Jeff Cloud. Have you heard of the M Cave mystery?
Yes.
And the disappearance of Kenny Beach. And so he kind of wants to know what you think about that.
Yes, it's a crazy story. I've definitely found some caves and mysteries and weird tunnels into deep underground military bases like I was talking about before. The M Cave mystery is really sad because he filmed the M Cave and he talked about it to a lot of people, and then he built up going to it, and then he actually left these video diaries for people to find, and they never found his body. And this M Cave, a lot of people say it might be a Freemason cave. Some people say it's deep underground military base. Some people say it's an entrance into Middle Earth. Others say it's just another dimension. I definitely think there's strange things that happen. I want to hope that maybe he's still alive out there, somewhere living his life in a new realm. I hope he's not in some kind of danged eternity. But yes, the M Cave is just the tip of the iceberg, because even Amelia Earhart, I think, may have found Middle Earth in some of these entrances that go beyond our explanation. Like Mammoth Cave, they just said, oh, we just found like 100 more miles of cave. There is so much below our feet. The whole town of Mariana, where I'm at, right where I work, I'm on the outside Mariana, but the whole town is on top of the aquifer and on top of caves. waves, and there's so many vibrations and weird things that can't even be described. It's truly remarkable. And once you just tap into those strange stories and reading the old historical tales of miners and what they were seeing, then in Nova Scotia and over in Russia when they were doing drilling and mining, and why they stopped, and did they reach Middle Earth or maybe hell itself, and they heard echoes, and they reached impenetrable boundaries that weren't even metal. They were some kind of energy. I think the same dome that divides us and the heaven and stops the waters from above them from pouring on us. I think it's above and below, just like all the movies say, and just like all the artwork points to. There's so much artwork of Jesus, pointing to UFOs and holding an orb that doesn't even show a reflection of him. Like, there is so much going on. And I think ancient ones definitely came down and, traded knowledge for access to men and women just so they could experiment and try to create new realities. And man, Enki and Enlil with the Anunnaki, Jesus and Mary with the Christian story, Jesus and the devil and the two brothers, it's Cain and Abel. They all represent the moon and the sun, and we are the in-between, and we got to walk the balance and find the balance. And I think the Sasquatch and the Dogman and all these other elementals can kind of try to manipulate us, but for most of the time, positive ways. That's why the establishment works so hard to bash that negativity into us. Even when we don't know it, we're getting hit by it. Vibrations are so bad for us, Wi-Fi, and then the movies. That's why, yes, I love movies. I even see through the movies, but I know the vibrations are still affecting me. When I see Mount Hermon show up, Paramount Pictures, the logo is Mount Hermon. That's where the fallen angels fell to Earth. So all this strange, nefarious tactics, they fell to Earth, and then they show that, and they're like, okay, now we're going to program you. And then, of course, with Universal, the globe, Baal, the goat man, it's all 666. Try not to prescribe to it. And, we worship NASA and these politicians when our land had kings and queens. The mound builders, they were buried with copper and gold and rubies, and they had giant skeletons, and there's over 500 newspaper articles and so many other historical reports. Teddy Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln both wrote about it, both talked about it. Our greatest politicians, the new rulers, even they try to tap into the ancient times. And even the bad ones like Hillary Clinton, she was really into the Nephilim. And there's emails that she was trying to get into these secret tombs. And then Saddam Hussein, he was a reincarnated version of one of these ancient gods and prophets. So our real life sometimes intertwines with it. And some of our heroes and Hollywood icons might be vampires and weird demons, man. So sometimes just read between the lines and have your eyes wide shut, but still see the picture.
That's scary. I don't, before we let you go here, I wanted you to talk a little bit about your books. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yes, my books are a reflection of me. I have this one. This one's called Erie Swamps, Road Trip to Eden. My journey from Lake Erie down to the Florida swamps, and then it ends in the Garden of Eden Trail. That's I was telling you guys about, with 27 to 28 trees, the Bible, and then Gopher Wood, which Noah used to build the ark. Delta that breaks into 4 rivers, deep valleys and cliffs. It's a remarkable place. And I say you can road trip to it. So I am bringing this mythological metaphors into real life because I think they have real life, tactics, and they're here. It's not metaphors, it's not energy. The heavens declare the glory of God, in the firmament, the dome, showeth his handiwork. I get animated. I've written a lot, I say a lot, but I've never put handiwork into that. Handiwork is physical. That's real. That's building it. So there is actual Eden. There is actual Atlantis. Heaven is 73 miles up. Hell is a physical place below us. And Australia is not farther than hell. No, Australia is that way, not that way. Up is up, down is down. I want everybody to know that. But Eerie Swamps, Road Trip to Eden, that's like my diary. This one talks about how you don't have to watch scary movies and read graphic novels. They will find you. Monsters and mysteries around the corner. I dive into all the stories that kind of were right around my corner and family tree. And my aunt saw a banshee in Ireland like 80 years ago. And the banshee warned her about one of her neighbors dying. Her neighbor died the next day. No one believed her, of course. And the rest is history. Everybody scorned her. So it's in my duty and in my heart to honor her. And that book wants to tell everybody and warn everybody just to play it safe, because you got to be careful what you wish for. Because I'm all about, summoning these spirits and looking for these things. But I also do a lot to cleanse and stay safe. Then this one is my research project, Big Brother Bigfoot. This one is really cool because it talks about all the creatures I've researched from Ohio to Canada to Florida, road tripping across America, the Honey Island Swamp, Mogollon Monster. I'm just going to read them off for all the Sasquatch fans and strange creatures. The Ohio Grassman, the Allegheny Yowie, Washington Wild Thing, Clear Lake Creature, Susquehanna Seal, Tennessee Titans, Florida Skunk Ape, Ocheesee Pond Wildman, Honey Island Swamp Monster, DeSoto Demons, Pascagoula Prowlers, Texas Wood Boogers, Desert Ape, Mogollon Monster, Mojave Sandman, Big Bear Beast, Yowie, Yeren, Yeti, Abominable Snowman. And that's, of course, the all around the world chapter at the end. But I always include a chapter of family and friends because, of course, the wacko guy that stays up late can tell all these stories and dive into all these weird things. But when I allow my family and friends to tell their story, if they were with me, or their strange stories, it helps better paint the picture and build that spider web. My most recent book is called Panhandle Pirates. I don't have any physical copies here, which is a good thing because I sold out of them at the expedition. My mom's got the master copies, but soon all these are going to be super rare because Beyond the Fray Publishing is going to take me under their wing, and we're going to re-put out these books, and I have 2 other ones that are ready to go, so I'm really dope. I'm really pumped to just run with them, and it's super fun. So people that really can't take my speed and my energy and my crazy tactics, well, you can read my book under the sun in a picnic table, sip on your lemonade, read a couple lines, take your smokes, go at your own pace. So I try to hit people in many different avenues. And if you like movies, I was in a movie called Zillafoot that just came out recently. It actually did really good online, so it got a widespread release. So Walmart picked it up, FYE, Best Buy, and I basically play myself. I warned the military about this creature coming in after a alien invasion, and the military kind of brushes me off. It's really funny. I'm really proud of my scenes, but some of the movie is like so bad it's good. Catch it online or on the Sci-Fi Channel one day. But I'm really proud of The Void Cat. That's my newest movie. It's on the festival circuit right now. It came in second place in the Kaiju Movie Festival in Los Angeles, and then it got a standing ovation in Tallahassee. And the parts that I really enjoy and really proud of, the crowd really reacted to, it's a mixture of a splinter cat and a dog man. And there's curses and a lot of good cinematography. And we found one of the Sasquatch footprints while we were scouting locations for this movie. And then we had the tree getting pushed down incident during filming. So it's just super dope just to be a part of, an awesome production. And I love making movies and writing and really being a part of it. And I love doing podcasts. I do film reviews. So I'm hustling and bustling most of the time. So more power to people that are out there creating, because I admire you and I inspire the people that are out there inspiring. And I try not to make any excuses, but we're all full of them. But I work on myself every single day to get out there in the woods more and more, put myself out there, learn more things, talk to more people, and try to break down my vulnerabilities, insecurities, and try to find the creator and myself in all the madness.
Yeah, I love it. It's awesome. And I'm so happy for you that you're involved in all these projects. Where can we find your books?
They are on Amazon. If you search
Okay.
Connor Flynn, my name, or Erie Swamps, Road Trip to Eden, Big Brother Bigfoot, Monsters and Mysteries Around the Corner. Yes, they're all on Amazon, which is definitely not the best place and marketplace because that's the establishment. I don't stand for them. They definitely mistreat people, but they do have their crutches on us right now. But soon I'm going to be releasing through Beyond the Fray Publishing, which of course Amazon, sponsors them too. But let's just try to stay natural inside our mind and our body because most of this commercial world is fake. But yes, I would appreciate if anybody wants to buy my books, read my books. I do narrations of my chapters on my YouTube. So if you want to buy my book and if you're too lazy to read completely, then you could, read along to me reading. And it's a lot of fun stories. There's awesome pictures. It's really cool because I get it off my chest and it's no longer a burden of knowledge to me. And I get to just release it to the world and then forget about it so that I can just try to tap into the new frequencies because I'm always writing a book. It's all an ongoing process, a project onto the next, and
That's awesome.
and my funnest thing that the normal world cares about is TikTok. I've been blasting off on TikTok. I have like 21,000 followers now and over 1 million views in the past month. So it's really cool reaching the masses on there. So
are you under Bigfoot Anonymous on TikTok?
Yep, Bigfoot Anonymous.
Okay, and so on Instagram as well.
Yep, and then Bigfoot Anon on YouTube as well.
Okay.
And Bigfoot Anonymous, I've always been into this cryptid stuff. I've been making videos forever. But Bigfoot Anonymous actually started on SoundCloud because I did anonymous Bigfoot encounters and I narrated newspaper articles for like a whole year just in the shadows, just trying to keep them out there because people are always like, oh, there's no proof. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've narrated over 10 hours of newspaper articles. Like it goes beyond. It goes beyond mountains of truth. There is so much out there that leads to the existence of these creatures. And I know for sure that they definitely exist. But yes, Bigfoot Anonymous on Instagram, Bigfoot Anon on YouTube, Bigfoot Anonymous on TikTok. And I definitely appreciate the support. Anybody who wants to reach out to me with scary stories, I would love to include them in future videos and projects and books and maybe inspire scenes in movies. We're going to finish out The Void Cat. There's a trilogy because the first movie is called Lost and Found, and I'm not in it, but it's in the same universe. And then The Void Cat, and then the third one is about to be crazy because I'm the main character in Void Cat, and then the other main character in Lost and Found, he finds me for this third movie. So things are about to get like really crazy, and I'm just so excited. And I just did a couple scenes for a Mothman documentary, and Jack McClellan is my buddy who made The Void Cat. He plans on making an awesome cryptid documentary, so I'm just so excited for the future. Every day is awesome. I did a premiere today through Outcast Paranormal, a Skunk Ape Hunt, and then I also did a show with Amber's Paraworld on Gypsy Road, and then I'm doing this show with you. And I'm going to call into Sean G Chasing the Truth tonight. So my off days are on days, and I love it.
Yes, you're a busy guy, huh?
For sure. I work at a comic book store too, and that's where my normal day and hours go. So I get to bark about Bigfoot all day, and I get to deal with a lot of people that, give me the cold shoulder and that tattle to me, to my boss about me making them feel uncomfortable about Sasquatch. But I don't really care. I fight through the briars and prickers and get through it. And I see there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So I'm just running to it. And I want everybody to be themselves and find that natural instinct within you. And if it takes meditation, fasting, extra showers, hums, finding your loved one, a lot of time isolation, psychedelic potions, Hawaiian baby wood rose seeds, whatever you want to do, just remain with that love. Try not to harm anybody, and just love yourself, because when you love yourself, you allow others to love you. And when others love you, Earth loves you. And it's just a beautiful thing when you really tap into the chorus of this amazing world.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. I love your energy and the message that you put out. It's wonderful, and I appreciate that. So for everybody that's in the chat, thank you for being here. If you guys have questions, send them our way. We can also send them over to Connor. But he did mention Chasing the Truth. If anybody wants to head over there, I believe they're already on. So we appreciate everybody, and we thank you so much,
Thank you.
Connor, for being here. And we hope that you can come back sometime and let us know what's going on, what's new with you. So we appreciate it. And so thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. I can't wait till the next time. If anybody wants to meet me, I'll be at the Florida Bigfoot Conference in January. I'll be at the South Florida Bigfoot Conference in June in Port Charlotte. I'm actually speaking at that one. I'm a paid speaker, so
Awesome.
it's pretty lit. I'm also going to be speaking at a Panama City Metaphysical Club in January, so that's going to be pretty cool. It's one of the third Friday of January, so it's going to be magical times. I also umpire and referee sports. Nationals is in Orlando in January, so I just try to stay active and try to be a jack of all trades, because I don't try to take myself too serious in this world. I think most of the longevity sadly has evaporated, so we just have to enjoy the now for as long as we can, because that's all we got. And man, I've been doing that for a long time, and it's already prolonged a lot of my hopes and dreams. So I encourage everybody to chase after all the things that you want in life, and be as weird as you can. And all the strange stuff that has happened to you, don't worry about messing up your words or stuttering or not making any sense when you share your stories, because life doesn't make any sense. It's all a bunch of tongue clicks and eye gazing. So really just try to tap in to that beautiful energy that makes all of us us. And don't be disrupted by negative trolls. Of course, fight fire with fire when you have to, but try to kill them with kindness, because that red, that love, that electricity, that will take you so much farther. And good people on your tribe will join your crew, man. Some guy just called me a tweaker last night. I thought it was entertaining. Like, some people that would really wrap them up. But I know that a lot of people are hurting in this world, and they can't understand when somebody just wants to be free, and they've given no more to the establishment. So I encourage everybody to do your own research. If you believe in heaven, then drop the ball. Get rid of the globe. I don't want to preach, but heaven is a true place, and water doesn't bend. So be one with yourself and watch a lot of movies. And if you have TikTok, follow me on there. And if you have Letterboxd, it's a really cool movie app that you leave film reviews. Follow Bigfoot Anon on there. And the new Halo Infinite came out. And if you play Xbox, Bigfoot Anon is my gamer tag. Let's get it. But I don't play much Xbox. I'm usually doing podcasts and stuff. But once I could get away, if I could talk to some like-minded people and we could murk some aliens in the process, then let's do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Got the crew with us. Yeah. I'll get Brenda here. Look around.
Hear that?
He may be after the deer. You think I should have went ahead and grabbed my night light, or you think we'll be out here in the dark? Right here where I'm standing. I see a shadow in that. He's hiding right back behind that. Yep. So we're behind the pack just a little bit. Yeah, just watch your step. I'm going slower now. gonna take a minute to wipe this one. Yeah, they're still standing still. There's something right up there. What I did. Brenda. Okay, she'll catch it later. It's standing right back there. Maggie. I'm sorry. You can either go around or step over. Over here in the cypress noodles. Watch for glass and stuff like that. I just heard a grunt. The grunt? Past the tree. Huh, yeah, I was over here watching Big Boy. I was over here watching a big boy. Was you caught him? Did you catch the movement? I know I seen movement over here. But he had the camera pointing over that way. Well, I am recording this time. There's one behind us. Over in there. Out there where it's surrounded by damn dogs, man. We was all whooping. That was crazy. I see some crap like that in the daytime. I'll be like, Nope. Get back over in there, Mickey. I see milkiness over there. Looks like I see something standing in the damn bushes back there too. It's not very big though, it's a little one. I done it up first. You won't see good. I got one up close, you should have caught it one. Yeah. Should go over it whenever. If you like really paying attention to like when they're hiding in the bushes, you can see their outline even though they're camouflage. You still see them. Easy. Let me teach you how to see it. You're supposed to see anything that looks like a predator movie. dark down in here. No. Turn my IR on. They're running off. Mm-hmm. Yep. And there's a hollow tree over there. Take a look. See if we got any babies in the tree. Lots of nubbies, you don't trip your toe on one. Thank you. Oh, there's another one, Becky. You want to grab that one?
There's one right here.
There you go.
I found a gift. Thank you. We zoom in all the way in for.
Mm-hmm.
Tell if there's anything in there.
See nothing.
I can't see from this far, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a little closer. I'm in my city shoes.
Boy, that's pure wax. What are you doing? Don't you do it. Lord have mercy. Here, listen. Nothing.
You get muddy, you ride on the top.
I'm sinking in the ground. This would be a good spot. I smell mustiness.
Mm-hmm.
Right around here somewhere. And also, like these trees that are dumped over, they also will blend in with these trees too. Let's see. I can't see them when they're blending with trees because they look too much like trees. You come down here to get black hole in the tree like this. That's one of the back when they get the spot to be able to zoom right into that tree. So, babe, did you zoom back in that screen and do your thing?
I gotta change back here. I'm looking for an easy way to get over there. Yeah, we ain't gonna make that either. Got some wet shoes. Sorry, my blade's not ragged. Yeah, I don't think there's no easy way over there.
You got a big boy on camera. It's over there. They probably seen movement too.
Well, it's pointing over there. I'm watching them babies. Oh, I was wanting to get over there. I don't know if I can get over there.
Me too. We have to take the original path we was taking to get back to the truck.
What the frick is that?
Not too far away from the boy.
Directions that I can't go.
So it's light.
I want to make sure. Let's walk back over.
How are we doing?
Huh? Follow me.
I found something. You know, there's got to be something big that being fun. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's losing mine too.
That's why I'm holding mine. Well, there went her feather. It fell. Might pick up the feather. I don't know where that was. That little bitty thing. The feathers at your feet.
I know, I just don't want it turned around in here. If she lost it, she can get eaten.
Here's her feathers. Like time you find my baby one.
What's the stump there, Becky?
Cool ways to get find two of them like this and make earrings out of them.
Right?
Feather earrings. lot of trees back over there.
See where I stuck mine?
It's just standing there. Do you see it? Right in here. It's just standing there. Can your camera picking it up? I can't see it.
I'll zoom in. You know. Yep. Right there. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's getting dark. I'm trying to get out of these woods.
Dark, we ain't got a flashlight.
Oh, I got a light. Nah, I got it. You need help, Becky?
You got night vision on?
Dun, 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 dun. Hunter, I'll help you over. Can you help? Yeah. You ain't stuck. There you go the way Brenda did. Why do I smell something that smell like patchouli?
I got a whiff of it.
I'm waiting on you there.
Trying to get me polka dotted.
Hey, there's another hole. There's another hole. I'll stick my camera in the hole. So it's laying all on top like that. What's this? I'm gonna stick a camera in the hole. I'm trying not to get my hand taken off.
Oh, I'm going to spider. Putting your camera in the hole.
Hey, look, it's got a top on it.
Spider web.
I have to charge 2 batteries for the other one.
Did you get all of them back in there, Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay, where that triangle is with the tree?
Yep.
Straight back? I haven't been following him around, so I don't know.
I thought there was something moving over there.
But there's a lot of different ways you gotta walk in here. At least I got my daytime here. You still got enough time to go into the other
I lost my feather.
Yeah, that's what I already have one. Hold on to it.
Just hang on to it. Alright, so it's starting to get dark out here. Probably had to throw in the IR. Hopefully we'll catch it though. Really. I mix between the sun and the thinking at the. We'll do it this way. That ain't helping either. Because the light is on the other side. Anyway, Bigfoot hunting at the moose. Let's see where we're going next. Bigfoot to intercept the damn dog, man. Fred, come here. Or if you can get over there, standing right there. See something black standing there.
Greetings, YouTube. Dan is taking on Dan vlog. I'm deep in the woods of South Carolina in an undisclosed location. A young boy named Henry Pollins went missing here in my neck of the woods here in Posner, South Carolina. Well, I'll probably put the news report thing up before I put this video up, so you'll know what's going on. Well, anyway, at 9:15 last night, this young man was in his front yard, and he went to his backyard to get something. He was playing around. He vanished without a trace. We don't know if it was a predator or a Ted Bundy kind of situation, or we don't know if something else took the boy, or he just went missing. We don't know. But very close to his house, and connected by woods, is the small forest area I'm in. So doing my civic duty, the Daily Dan takes a break from Bigfoot investigations, with Dogman investigations, and cryptid investigations, as I go out into the woods here in the Pelzer area of South Carolina in search of a missing lad. A missing lad wearing a bright red shirt. So I was thinking I had a real good chance if anything come up out here to at least to spot him, because if he was around here, as you can tell, the woods are desolate, the leaves are falling. It's that time of the year. And you can tell if somebody was out here wearing a red shirt, Daily Dan stands a real good chance of spotting them. So this will be an interesting video, as I'm not tracking Dogman, I'm not tracking Bigfoot, I'm not tracking cryptids. I'm tracking my ass through the woods in search of lost children. And I've been out here for quite a while already. Okay, YouTube, I got more than one phone with me. And I'll make more than one video on one channel, that's for sure. As you join me for this search. I'm watching the ground real close, and I'd seen some ruffled up leaves, but like usual, you ain't no telling what went through there. But as I followed the trail of rustled up leaves, just out of curiosity, 50-50, it could be the lost boy, it does seem incoherent. It goes over here, around this tree, back around that tree, and back off that way. You see it over there? Messed up leaves, messed up trail, circling through the trees. In a lost state, maybe. I do not know. I have to admit, since I've been out here, I've seen no strange occurrences. Nothing moving in the woods yet. No evidence whatsoever that this is a missing 411 Bigfoot took a kid situation. But I guess every aspect of everything needs to be investigated. And me being an investigator, I will investigate. My investigation consists of walking the woods surrounding the young man's house and living area. I'm going to walk a zigzag first, and then I'm going to come back and walk a grid pattern through this area. The whole area is about 3.5, 4 miles wide. Maybe 5. So it shouldn't take more than a few hours to walk this zigzag pattern through here. The unbeneficial part is that even though I did investigations a few miles from here, this place is way outside Daily Dan's comfort zone. Daily Dan has never been in the area. He's walking in right now. Does not know what he will encounter. Does not know what's going on down here. But ironically, less than a few miles from here, not real far at all. Oh shit, not real far at all. Daily Dan had several large hairy creature reports. Several, and none of them seem to be like the werewolf. One witness actually said that the shit saw the werewolf from the Highland at a boat landing less than a mile from here. So as I'm out here investigating this missing child today, I guess I'm also close enough to an area that I could expect maybe if a cryptid was in this area, or definitely if the cryptid had something to do with the missing child, that I'm in an ideal place for something to pop up. That's a weird looking track right there, but it's indistinguishable. I can't make out exactly what it is. I do not think that was a child. If I could just find one impression, something fell right here or laid down. Something disturbed the leaves over here. But that's in every wood you go in. You see stuff like that most of the time. I've learned that, especially after a sighting or something. I don't know if you can see that down there. Daily Dan has locked in on something. The kid was wearing a red shirt, right? And blue pants. Daily Dan is blue. Daily Dan bled that way. Ironically, it's the same way that whatever blopped through here went. See where it scuffed up, sliding down this hill I'm about to fall down? Whatever was coming down here was going fast. It stepped there and there. Now that really gets me. YouTube, you be the judge. I'm going to put one foot by here and take a look at this real close. It looks like toes indentated in the ground right there. And that's way bigger than a human footprint. That's got to be from tail to end 18 fucking inches right there, right? But it's indistinguishable. Look how far away the other one is. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 4.5 feet over. You get another one. Whoa, you two. Now tell me, am I tripping? Or did a big giant something just wobble through here? Which really makes it weird is as I bent down and showed you them tracks just now, I lost my focus. Oh, got a little dizzy, I did. That's not a good thing, is it? I'm just going over. If you're wondering, Buddy Dan's heading straight for this big blue thing over here in the middle of the down woods. The trail's over there, and you can see it quite well. I'm just paralleling it. So as not to step on nothing or disturb it. If I did find something out in the middle of these goddamn woods, it'd be so hard to tell the police or law enforcement where I was at. A balloon. I'll have to ask him if the kid had a balloon with him. Maybe the balloon got loose. Maybe the kid was chasing the balloon. I do not know. Look, at that incredible tree snap right there. About 9 foot off the ground, just bent over and broke. Very interesting stuff here in South Carolina on YouTube. So, let me know in the comments below what you thought about them giant-ass footprints I just showed you. Are they connected to the missing boy? But since I had cryptid activity in the same area, a long time ago, well, a year ago at least, could something still be roaming these woods? Hell, I've come all the way down to the fucking some kind of road thing, going through the woods. How strange. There's lots of broke up pieces of wood everywhere, showing signs of some kind of recent breakage and activity through here. And something, it's probably searchers out here. So this is Danny Staten on the Daily Dan Blog in search of lost children here in South Carolina. Be sure to join me for my further adventures. And until next time, this is Danny Staten saying, blog over, dudes.
Hey everyone, welcome to Mountain Beast Mysteries. In today's video, I sit down and talk with Ben from 401 Files. We talk about things such as Bigfoot, my Bigfoot expeditions, my latest expedition and film, and a really cool video he did where he actually visited the Rendlesham Forest base, where the famous Rendlesham Forest incident occurred back in the early 80s. It's one of the most incredible UFO stories that there is. So I really hope you guys enjoy the video. It's a pretty long conversation. If you haven't checked out Ben's channel 401 Files, I highly recommend doing that. There's a link down below in the description to the video where he visits the Rendlesham Forest. And make sure you subscribe to his channel. He's got a lot of great content where he talks about thought-provoking topics such as Bigfoot, UFOs, and other strange things. But he also goes out into the woods a lot and does a lot of wild camping and bushcraft. So check out his channel, and if you haven't already on my channel, hit the bell icon to get notified for new Mountain Beast Mysteries videos. Because when I upload something and you don't have the notifications turned on, you're not going to know about it. But anyways, let's get into it here.
Guys, we are finally at the location where we will be spending the next 2 days and sleeping over tonight as well. So we have to be super stealthy because you're not allowed to camp in this forest at all, and I'm sure that it's patrolled. But me and Junior are stealthy, we're sneaky, and we will slip through any kind of security that's put before us. It's been a long drive. It took us 4 and a bit hours. We took a 12-mile detour unnecessarily. However, Junior will tell you different. He'll say that it was completely necessary. Anyway, we're here, and I think it's clearly obvious where we are now. If not, we are at the one and only, the notorious Rendlesham Forest. This is the UK, or Britain's Roswell. This is a massive place in UFO history. A lot of things took place here in 1980, a huge year again for ufology.
So how long have you been back off your last trip?
the the Beast in the not Beast of the North, was it? Beast of the North, is that right?
I was filming that the end of September.
Wow.
So I think I was out there on like the 23rd, 22nd, 23rd of September or something like that. So it's been over a month.
How long was it? How long was you out there for?
Only a few days, like 4 days, 3 nights.
Which is really good though, because you only had your rucksack with you, didn't you, on that trip? So 3 or 4 days is pretty good going.
I wanted to be out there for a week on that trip. That was the plan. But I realized once I was done the hike that I didn't bring enough food.
Did you just dry pack all your food? Is it kind of like noodles and just dry packed food into freezer bags, that kind of thing?
I brought like dehydrated meals that I got at the store.
What are you going to do when it comes to like going out on a full week or 2 week expedition? Because like it's going to be a nightmare trying to carry all that food and equipment in your rucksack.
I know that's the problem, is that like I was doing that trip to kind of be like a test to see what I could do out of a backpack, because I want to go for like 2-3 weeks. Like I want to be out there a long time, but I think the only way I can do it, if I didn't have like a quad, like an ATV or a snowmobile, the only way I could do it is if I did it in the winter when there's snow and I skied and I pulled a sled. If I pulled a sled behind me, I could take like as much gear as I want, basically.
That would be an awesome video as well. Like, I did not think of that when I was when I was watching the video and stuff, thinking like that is some hard going. Because how many miles did you do, or how many kilometers did you travel on that trip? It was a fair distance, wasn't it?
It's 25 kilometers to the camp area, and then I hiked past that like another 5 or 6 kilometers, like back into the valley to explore it. So like overall, I think it was like over 60 kilometers in like 4 days.
No. Did you weigh your bag before you set out? What was the weight?
I didn't actually weigh it, but I figure it was about 75 pounds.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're going to have to start, did you do any training or anything like that before you went out to get the fitness up?
I mean, well, I've been like running and working out all summer, so.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's just kind of my hobby, so.
But yeah, that's a great idea. I never actually thought of that. Wintertime, getting out there. I suppose it's better for you as well, like less bears and things like that as well. So
less bears, less bugs.
Yeah.
It's just cold. It's fucking cold.
What's the weather like there? I starting to heat up over there, or is it getting cold over there? What is the weather like?
It's getting cold.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. It hasn't really snowed much yet, but it probably will in the next couple weeks.
Yeah. Awesome video though, mate. Honestly, I've seen it twice now. I've like literally watched it twice. I'm on my third time. Just before you started calling me, I was watching it through again for the third time, because there's always certain things that you pick up. And I'm one of these people, when I'm watching your videos or even my own videos back, where I like to look into the background, in case you see something move or anything like that. So yeah, I'm on my third time of watching it, and I just think it's amazing. The scenery, the things you talk about, the people you meet, and their interviews, everything about it is just right up my street, like what I'm into. So I love that kind of stuff. And especially like, I know Ken Walker as well, the guy who you showcase in your videos quite a lot, is quite a popular character, isn't he, on your videos? People seem to like him a lot.
Yeah, people like him, I think mostly because he's very good at talking on camera, and he knows pretty much every story out of this area. He's very knowledgeable, and he 100% believes the stuff that he talks about.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, has Ken ever had his own experience, or is he just, has he been told he's had his own experience?
He had a visual sighting of one in northern Alberta. One ran across the road at night in front of his vehicle. He had a friend with him at the time. And that was back, I think it was back in the 80s, 70s or 80s. I think it was the 80s. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's crazy, and that's amazing as well. Like, I love hearing from people like Ken, because although I don't know him personally, the way he comes across and his delivery is so believable. Like, you just can't imagine someone like Ken Walker making up that story. Like, and I know that's not that's not enough to go off. Like, you can't just believe somebody because they seem like they wouldn't lie, but he seems really, really genuine, and he seems like a logical kind of guy. Like, he's not into fairy tales or fantasy. Does that make sense? That's how he comes across.
Yeah. I think if you're not a believer in Sasquatch and then you went and spent an afternoon with Ken, you'd probably be a believer at the end of it, just by talking to him.
Too bad that you can't get Ken out on your trips as well, like your expeditions. That'd be quite an interesting video.
We are probably going to go out in the field together, probably in the spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he does. He does want to go out in the field with us, so it'll happen.
Yeah, that'd be a great video as well. So, like, did you come across any of the caves then? Any at all while you was out on that trip?
I didn't come across.
I can imagine with it being a vast area, they're going to be, like you said in the video, finding a needle in a haystack.
There was one area when I was getting close to the waterfall camp area, like the main campsite. I had looked kind of to the east, and along this mountain there was like a slope that kind of went up to this rock wall, and it kind of looked like there could be an entrance of some sort there, but I'm not sure. It was pretty far away, but I didn't get a chance to get close to it and look, but there could be something there. I think there's probably multiple undiscovered caves in that area, not just one. Like, when you go there, I'm sure there's many cave entrances. You can kind of see some actual caves up high on the mountain, like in the distance, that'd be kind of impossible to get to unless you had ropes and climbing gear. But we'll find it eventually.
Yeah. Did Ken tell you about these caves then? Has Ken had word of these caves before or something?
Yeah, apparently there was a hunter that initially found it. Yeah. So the word I heard was that he found this cave that was kind of, the entrance was obscured by bushes and vegetation, and inside of it there was piles of animal bones, remains of some kind. I don't know, probably just like deer and elk and things like that. But Ken he's the one who told me about it initially. So
yeah, it just like you said though, I can imagine when you're out there, it's so overwhelming. You must seem so small when you're looking around at all that scenery, and then trying to take on the task of finding a cave as well with no exact location. That must be an absolute nightmare of a job.
Yeah, I think the best way to probably do it is to scout the area with a drone or something first.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. Have you still played around with your drone quite a lot? You've got the Mavic Mini, ain't it? Same as me.
Yeah.
I've got the same. Yeah.
I didn't bring it on that trip just because, like, I couldn't carry any more stuff. My pack was full. But it wouldn't have mattered if I had it anyways, because it was way too windy to fly anyways. Like, there was no way I was going to be able to fly it.
Yeah. What camera are you using? Because I noticed as well that during your nighttime shots, when the light became less and less, your quality is still amazing, like, even during those nighttime shots.
On this trip, I was shooting on the Sony A5100.
I'm going to take a note of this.
It's a tiny little mirrorless camera. Like, it's amazing the image quality you can get out of it.
Yeah, what was it, Sony
A5100?
Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that, because that's one thing I did notice is the imagery on the night time when the light dropped was super sharp, and there's like no noise hardly at all in that footage, which was amazing.
Yeah, I did have a little LED light that I was using as well in some of those shots, but that camera, like, I was trying to find a camera that was very small and lightweight that I could charge. Like, I could just hook my battery pack up to and charge out in the field. So you can just plug it right into the camera and charge it. I brought the camera. I had the kit lens, which is a 16 to 50 millimeter. And then I had 2 extra batteries. So I was going really light with the camera gear. I didn't even bring an external microphone or anything like that. I was just recording with the camera's microphones.
Yeah, I was going to say, because that's another thing I picked up on, was the audio quality was crisp throughout, like amazing. Yeah, I definitely need.
It wasn't too bad. I had actually taken some little pieces of foam and I taped them kind of over the microphone holes on the camera to try and help with the wind. It worked all right.
Yeah, I was going to say, like a little. Yeah, that's a good idea. The camera I've got is the Canon G7X Mark II. I know we spoke about it before, but the image quality is great. The only thing that lets it down is the audio, because when you're out, any slight bit of wind and you're overpowered with sounds like you're in a hurricane.
Yeah.
That's
you have to definitely be mindful of when you're recording your sound, and you'll notice in like a lot of my shots there just isn't any sound. Like if there's nothing going on, I just have music instead of shitty audio playing in the background, because it was pretty windy.
It's nice though, because sometimes during those bits of B-roll you do like your voiceovers as well, which I've noticed. I really like that. So you kind of break up your videos with, like, obviously you on screen talking, then there's some B-roll, but with a voiceover as well, and I think that ties it all together. It's really nice when you do it like that way.
Yeah, I was trying to, I guess, have some sort of balance between me talking and then the actual on-camera stuff, and then the interview segments with Ken. But I guess one thing I should also clarify about that video is that there's a lot of confused people who are asking if that's the trip like I'm doing for the Quest for the Wildman series, like that I had to GoFundMe for. This is a completely separate project. It's just the same place, kind of like a test to see what I could do, but it's not Bigfoot Quest for the Wildman. It's Beast of the North. It's a separate thing.
And that's great though, because like you said, it gives you a test run. Like you get chance to get out there, boots on the ground, and see what works and what doesn't work. So I think that's a great idea that you went out there before actually doing the bigger expedition, because now you've learned a lot. Like you've learned that you're going to need more than just a rucksack, for example. And in order to find some of these caves that are further off, you're probably going to need a drone as well. So I think the test run, the Beast of the North, I think that's set you up in good stead for when you do go out to do the longer expedition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of equipment that I definitely want to bring that I wasn't able to bring on that trip.
Yeah.
Like, I would definitely bring a chainsaw if I went back out there. Yeah, I would bring a chainsaw so I could get as much firewood as possible.
Yeah, what, just like a little handheld chainsaw?
Yeah, like a gas-powered chainsaw.
What would you, obviously at this point now, then if you're taking a chainsaw, you would need some kind of like a quad or a sled, I suppose. I was going to say, what would you sacrifice though if you're taking your chainsaw? But obviously, it makes sense that you'd just be taking something to carry it with.
Yeah, if I
can't
had a
imagine
sled.
that in your rucksack.
Yeah, no, I'd pull it in a sled or something like that.
Yeah. So when you're out in these places, I was going to ask you this: do you ever listen to anything Bigfoot related? Do you read books while you're out there? Do you listen to podcasts, anything like that?
Dude, the whole time pretty much I was out there, I was listening to Mysterious Universe podcast. So I had downloaded probably 15 episodes of that podcast, and I just
is that the pretty much guys?
What's that?
Is that the Australian guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good podcast.
Yeah, I was listening to that nonstop.
It sometimes doesn't work in your favour though, does it? Because once you start listening to these things, you can get creeped out sometimes. Like I seem to listen to Sasquatch Chronicles quite a lot when I'm out, and I love it because it gets me in the mood for talking about the subject, but it also can freak me out as well.
Yeah, it was interesting because there wasn't really any time that I was getting a weird feeling of maybe something's watching me. I didn't really get creeped out at all on the trip, which was surprising. The only time I did was when I found all those trees that were smashed around and strewn over that hillside. That was the only time I felt creeped out. But then once I realized just my mind playing tricks on me and there was a completely natural explanation, I kind of chilled out and relaxed. But
which was another part of your video as well. I've said this to you before, millions of times before, but for me that's what sets you apart from other people, is that you could have quite easily glorified that right until the end, but as soon as you twigged and realized that it was caused by an avalanche, I think it's amazing that you come forward and just say, look, I was wrong, it was an avalanche and this is how it. Do you know what I mean? I really like that, and I'm sure a lot of people do appreciate it.
But then there's also people in the comments I read who are saying dude, this is a Sasquatch, and you're calling it an avalanche, you're a liar. you're a fraud. Some guy said that. I'm like,
you can't win. You can't
win. There's people that aren't even there. They're watching it. They're watching the edited footage.
Oh God.
Like what I should do is just post all the footage uncut of that so you can see.
Yeah.
It starts off like I'm super weirded out. And I thought I was going into like this place where they had like nests. Like I believed that at first. I'm like, oh crap, like what am I doing? And then I got a point of higher elevation and was able to get a better look of things. And I'm like, no, this is like for sure an avalanche. And it just explains how those trees could get ripped out and picked up and, carried so far. So
it's some incredible force though when you think about that. Like some of those trees.
You would not want to get caught in that. You'd die for sure.
Well, it just shows you, like, I mean, I've seen avalanches before, obviously on TV and stuff, but to see the sheer power of it like that, where it's ripped trees apart the ground and the root system and everything, it's just crazy to think that power comes from an avalanche. Like,
it's cool though, because in my Supernatural Sasquatch Part 2 video, at the beginning of it, I saw an avalanche like happen. I don't know if you remember that.
That was off in the distance across the valley, wasn't it? Up on the adjacent mountain top of there. I've seen that. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Was that quite? Did you hear that before you saw it? Or
I heard it first, and then I looked, and then I saw this big cloud of snow moving down the mountain, and I was like, "Oh crap!" Like,
have you seen it? One of the first you've seen, or?
It was the first one I've actually seen, like in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this Ruby Falls, like, how far is that from where you are? How far do you have to drive out to there?
From the city I live in, Edmonton, it's about a 4-hour drive, like a solid 4-hour drive, and then you got to walk in for a whole day. So it's way out there.
I think on a multi-day trip out there, like a multi-day camp, I think something will turn up. I've got a feeling. I've said this to you in messages over the last few weeks. I just feel one of us is gonna pick up something extraordinary or something that we've never experienced before. I don't know why that is. I've got a really strong feeling. But when I was watching your video as well, I think a multi-day trip out there will definitely turn up something.
I hope so. Like, they've been spotted all along that riverbed that I was hiking along. But I personally, like, being honest, I personally believe I would have better success in the area I was in Supernatural Sasquatch Part 2.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I guess I have, I get a really eerie, creepy feeling when I'm in that area. And I found something that looks like a track in that area, and I heard weird noises in that area. Seems to be more activity there than there is in this valley where they've been seen. So I don't know.
So why don't you go back there then and make a multi-day trip there? Like, dude, just absolutely hammer that area. Like, spend like a lot of time there.
I did 3 trips out there in the spring.
Yeah.
So I do keep going back there. I would like to work the 2 sites, like do one trip and then kind of go back and forth between the 2 sites and see what happens. But
I was thinking, is it possible to set up like some kind of a camera where you can have like a live feed? But then I was thinking, how would you get power to that? Like, it would be great if you could go to, say, Ruby Falls, set up a camera, come back and monitor that camera from home. But then how would you get power to this camera? That's the thing, isn't it?
You would have to have some sort of high-tech setup with either like car batteries or like solar panels or something.
Yeah.
It's hard to get all that equipment out there. Yeah. And I also don't have unlimited resources.
Yeah, that's true. Because I've seen these things on the internet before. Do you know where you can go, like, view a live camera of, say, London Bridge? And I've always thought, like, that'd be great to do that. Set up a camera somewhere and have some kind of a backup battery and be able to view it remotely from somewhere else. That'd be handy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be cool. I don't know. There's People do think I have unlimited resources. They're like, dude, have you ever thought about putting a thermal camera on a drone? I'm like, it's so unrealistic. You know how expensive that would be?
Yeah, just have you ever thought about nuking the whole area and just going and collecting everything that's laid out dead?
Yeah, I know.
Are you taking anybody along with you, like on any of your future camps that you got coming up?
I mean, I would.
I worry, dude. I worry about you. Like you're going into these open areas and there's just you and your gun, and like you're miles away from your car, and I just think, shit, if something goes wrong,
dude. I don't know a lot of people that would be down to go in there and spend all that time with me in there.
Yeah.
Like I don't know a lot of people who have that experience where they'd be willing to do that and not have the shit completely scared out of them.
Yeah.
You know? But like it's funny, like you'll hear a lot of other researchers saying like, yeah, the bush is like unforgiving and it's super dangerous and blah 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 blah. But like realistically, it's not as bad as what people try and make it out to be.
Yeah.
Like it's not that it can be dangerous, but it's not that dangerous. I mean, I don't know. I've had lots of like formal training, like in the outdoors. That's what I went to school for, is to become an outdoor guide. So I guess for me, it just I'm used to it, and it doesn't seem as bad as what people make it out to be. They're like, this is so dangerous, you're gonna go missing and blah blah blah. I'm like, I don't know. I've studied this area quite a bit, and like I have a lot of experience in the Rockies here in Alberta, and I pretty much know the area like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
The only thing I am worried about is like running into a bear, and even then, the odds of it going south are not that high.
So yeah, like when I was looking as well, like on your last video when I was watching it, something as well, I'm so new to this whole Bigfoot thing. Like normally my expertise is like the extraterrestrial UFO phenomena. And one thing I kept thinking about is like I always assumed Bigfoot live in these forested areas, and Ruby Falls is kind of like an open rocky terrain.
It is past the falls. Before the falls, there's a lot of forest.
Oh, really?
Like a lot. Yeah. And they've been seen there, so it's like,
yeah.
And the tree structures, like the area with all those crazy structures, is not that far away from that area.
Yeah. I have heard like more stories now as well, as I got into this more and more, of people seeing these things walking across the boulder fields and things like that. So, but it was just new to me. I always assumed, and I think it's like a newbie mistake, isn't it? Somebody that's new to the phenomena assumes that Bigfoot is walking around through these forests, but it's not always the case.
But just think though, like people have said that to me, like that's such a vast, desolate area, and it is. It's very open. There's not a lot of bush, like in some of those areas. It's all rock and like lichen, and it's almost like an Arctic tundra in there is what it reminded me of. Like, but just imagine how fast a Sasquatch can move. Like they could easily just walk right through there in an hour. It's not like they're going out of their way. Like, you know, if I can go back there in an afternoon, they easily could. Like, why wouldn't they go back there?
What's the thought process of the Bigfoot moving down that way during certain times of the year? Like, what is the thought process? Is it mating or?
Ken Walker says that they'll meet up at the tree structure location before the winter, before the snow falls. All the Sasquatch in the area, they'll meet there. And then once they're all together, they'll head out to that area for the winter. And they'll hide out in the mountains. They'll hide out potentially where this cave is. And then that's where they'll stay. And during the winter, he says the male Sasquatch will go out, do the hunting, collect all the resources, and the females and the juveniles will stay hidden, basically, and sheltered from the elements.
Wow,
that's all theoretical, right? Like,
yeah, but it makes sense because, like, when wintertime comes and they move to like steeper ground, you can imagine with all the snow on the surface, nobody's going to be able to trudge up there looking for anything. They're going to be safe as houses, basically.
Yeah.
It'd be a great.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. Like, it's fascinating that we have tried to make up behavioural patterns for something that we don't know even exists. But that to me is what fascinates me so much, is that there's these hunters, like these people that talk to Ken and tell their stories, And I just love that because they're so passionate about getting out there. They know the land like the back of their hand. And if you've seen one of these things, then for you, it's so real. I don't know. I love it. These little things that we put together, we piece together about Bigfoot, like the behavioural patterns, where they move at certain times of year. All these different things make me believe that this is a real thing. This isn't someone just making a story up. So when I hear things, I love it because it just makes the whole case of Bigfoot that much stronger for me, anyway.
Yeah, that's cool. When we went out to his place and like I filmed those parts of him talking, it wasn't even like planned. I didn't want to film those parts initially. We went there and started talking, and I'm like, man, this conversation's going really well. I should just start filming it. So as the conversation is happening between like me and 3 other guys, I just started filming, and that's how the footage came to be of that. It's kind of funny.
Who was the other 2 guys there?
What's that?
Who was the other 2 guys there with Ken?
One of them is Keenan. He's been in a couple other videos of mine. He does the website for the Alberta Sasquatch organization, and he also does a lot of investigations and talks to all the witnesses who send in reports. And then the other guy is Dene First Nations guy. His name's Raymond, and he does work for like CBC and like writes for CBC. He's a movie producer, basically. Does lots of documentary work.
What's the story behind the scat that Ken has? Like, how did he how did he find that?
I can't recall how exactly he found the specific spot. I think he might have just kind of stumbled upon it, but there was an area. This is really close to the tree structures. There was an area in the winter that was all flattened out, and it looked like a place where a Sasquatch would set itself up to act as like a sentry, to kind of watch people coming in and out of the area.
Yeah.
And so we found this spot, and there was all this scat there, kind of frozen with the snow. And it was interesting because there were these branches that were like up high that had sections that were like worn out where a creature would have grabbed onto.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. I don't know if it was just squatting down or it would just use these branches to pull itself up, but that's kind of the story behind that. If Ken, there's a film that just came out about Ken called Big Fur, and it's about him making the replica Sasquatch.
Really? Where can I find that?
I think it's on. You could probably find it on iTunes and like Google Play.
Yeah.
I made a little video review of it on my channel, but there's a part in there where he's at that spot and he kind of describes finding that scat.
So in terms of sightings and in terms of people having these experiences with Sasquatch, is the number increasing or decreasing? Are people having more sightings? Or
it's hard to say if they're having more or if they're just becoming more willing to get their stories out there.
Yeah.
The subject is becoming more popular and more people are becoming interested in it. It seems like we're always getting more and more reports. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. Some of them are really good and some of them aren't, but people are becoming more willing to come forward with their stories.
Yeah, I was fascinated by the story that Ken told about the 3 stones stacked on top of each other. That was really fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
When he was talking about the woman that everybody basically thought was lying, and then he said that something else popped up and kind of confirmed that, well, actually 2 people that are separate, they have no ties to each other, are basically saying the same story. I love whenever I hear things like that.
Yeah, that kind of helps back up
That's
each
right.
story. Like if you have multiple people saying the same thing, then what are the odds of that?
It's like I used a similar example in one of my previous videos. It happens a lot in the extraterrestrial field as well, where people will come back after being abducted and they'll draw star maps that another person from the other side of the world will draw. Now, these 2 people don't have any connection. They're not related. They're not friends of friends. And yet they're drawing the same thing. And it's when things like that happen, you start to ask the question, how is this possible? How is this even possible that 2 people are drawing the same thing and have shared the same experience? Things like that to me make it a lot more believable. Because it's almost almost impossible. I mean, like, what's the chances of me and you sitting down, even now, and we do know each other, and drawing the same thing without ever? Do you know what I mean? It's just, for me, that's impossible. It's something that has got to have happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy.
It is. Even like down to, I mean, there's so many similarities that these people talk about. So there's a lot of times when people get abducted and they get taken onto a craft, and a mass majority of people start talking about this projector, and they get shown certain images of the world and how it will be in the future, how catastrophes are going to happen, like tsunamis, earthquakes, and this is a repeating story that happens over and over again. Like hundreds and hundreds of people keep talking about this same situation taking place. It's like what Ken was talking about with the three stones. Unless the guy heard her story and tried to copy it somehow, but it's very, I don't know. I like hearing things like that.
Yeah, I don't think those people had any communication with each other at all.
No.
So that is very interesting. Have you ever like done any reading on like thought forms?
What is that? Thought forms? I've never heard of it.
I don't know the exact definition, but essentially, from my understanding, it's like if a person focuses on something enough and thinks about it enough, that you basically think something into existence.
I believe it. Yeah, that's
like
crazy.
You could create an entity of some kind with your mind, basically.
I think everybody does that to a certain degree, where you think about somebody and then the phone rings and it's that person on the line. Do you know what I mean? I think that there is something that does happen, doesn't it? Like quite a lot.
Yeah.
Like, thinking I haven't seen that person for a long time, and then you walk down the street and there they are. It's quite strange when something like that happens.
Yeah, but what I was trying to get to was that maybe some people think about it and believe in it so much that they almost create this entity with their mind, create it into existence, kind of, and they end up like witnessing Sasquatch. But then I'm like, how would that explain a lot of the physical stuff that's left behind, like footprints and
the question I would have there is, if people are thinking this thing into existence, who was the first person to see it then? Because before anybody else talks about this thing, this has never been spoke about. You couldn't think that into existence because, do you know what I mean? So if you're the very first person to ever see a Sasquatch, how would you think that into existence? I mean, if you start speaking to me about Sasquatch and I'm thinking about it and you're telling me the details of a Sasquatch, then I could understand that. But if you've never seen this thing before and there is no details to go off, how do you think that into existence? That'd be quite tricky.
Somebody would have had to just invented it in their mind. And then they passed the story. I don't know.
So then in that situation, then would it be a physical form or like a, because obviously footprints would need accounting for as well. So how would that work?
I don't know. Probably the same way a poltergeist would work.
Yeah, true. Very true.
This is just a dumb theory I was thinking about. I've just been listening to too many episodes of Mysterious Universe.
I don't think there's any dumb theories, to be honest. I think that everything's open for debate because we don't know enough about it, and it could be any one of these things. It's the same as the extraterrestrial phenomenon, isn't it? I mean, a lot of people think that they're trying to steal eggs to reproduce and live amongst humans. Some people think that we are some kind of experiment and they're monitoring us. There's so many different theories out there, but none of them are really wrong because we don't actually know any truth about it at all. Do you know what I mean? It sounds crazy. You could, like, I hear theories all the time, and I think that's crazy. But how crazy is it? Like, do you know what I mean? If we're already talking about aliens, all the cards are off the table.
Yeah, we should talk about your little excursion into the Rendlesham forest.
Yeah, that was a great trip. Someone's asked me to actually go back and do the same thing again. Like I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
Like, can you go back and do it again? I'm not going back there and doing that again. Like, the ending of that video wasn't planned. Like, I didn't want to be roughed up and scragged to the ground. But yeah, that was a once-in-a-lifetime trip for me. Rendlesham Forest has been a massive, like, part of why I got into UFOs when I started watching documentaries. That was obviously one of the first ones that came up with it being so big here in the UK. And ever since then, I always thought I'd love to go. I'd love to just go, even if it's just to camp in that woods in the forest and say that I've done it. But obviously, you saw the video. We took it one step too far. It wasn't good enough.
I think you guys could have done it without getting caught, but there were a couple of mistakes that were made.
Definitely. I think there was a lot of mistakes. What would you say that we could have done different?
I would have just been moving around in total darkness.
Yeah. But then, but with that, my only problem there was it wouldn't have made good footage. Like the camera wouldn't have picked any of it up really. Unless we're running around with torches, and at this point then it gets a bit risky. So I did think that. I did think we should go in after dark, but the camera would have struggled so bad.
If you had some sort of infrared camera or something, that would have been better. But
I honestly feel like they knew we was there before we even got over the fence. Because when we was walking around the perimeter and we was looking for a way over, I kept saying to Junior, do you think there's actually cameras out here now, like, watching us look for a way over? And he was like, no, don't be stupid, like, just let's get over. And I was thinking, well, it just seemed, you see this all the time on TV programs where the base actually has cameras, like, in the woods outside, on trees and things like that. And I kind of reckon they knew we was there before we ever even got over that fence. For some reason, I don't know, but yeah. It seemed too easy for him. Like, as soon as we only went to, like, 2 hangars, and then we headed for the runway. And by the time we got to the runway, they were already shooting down the runway itself. So we were screwed. I said it in the video, and when I was stood underneath there, when they caught me, they dragged me back directly underneath the comms tower, and I was trying to look up at what these things were. There were like 4 things on tripods, and to me it looked like sensors. The guy said it was a sensor, but I don't know if he said that to prevent me from trying again or passing information on to anyone else from trying again. But yeah, it just, as soon as we got on that grass area and started making the approach to the comms tower, that's when they started just flying down the runway in jeeps. So yeah.
What did they do to you when they caught you?
Well, they wanted Junior, so they basically said you need to give your friend a call and get him out of here now, because if you don't, we're not leaving and you'll be here all night. So I was like, I don't honestly know where he is. And he's like, we don't believe that. Ring him. So I was like, now I'm thinking, this is the worst friend ever. Like, I'm going to ring him. And they stood right next to me. So I'm looking at my phone and I'm thinking, do I try and press this number? Or I said it's not working. I haven't got signal. So I thought, the guy sounded pretty convincing. He was like, look, ring your friend, get him out now, and we need to speak to both of you. Once your friend comes out, we'll let you go. And I was thinking, this is bullshit. Like, that's a complete lie. But anyway, I tried to ring Junior. It was obviously good on his behalf. I knew he wouldn't answer anyway, because I wouldn't have answered no way. And then they were saying, right, where did you get in? And I honestly couldn't remember where we got in, because once you turn around after running around in that place, you're so disorientated. It's really hard to say, yeah, we came over this way, because it all looks the same. And he was wanting to know why I was there. So I told him that I'm making a documentary film for my channel. He said, I don't believe you. And I said, well, I'm wearing a hoodie that has my channel's name on it, if that's any more proof. He said, what is it exactly you're talking about? The UFOs? And I said, well, kind of, yeah, like the Rendlesham story and the history behind it. He said, what about it? And I was like, well, just everything. Just everything that happened that night. And he's like, why, what happened that night? And I was like, oh man, you know what happened that night. You just, they clearly knew. They must have this quite a lot. They must have people going in there quite a lot. And so, yeah, he just didn't believe me. And then he said, right, I need to see your camera. And I was like, you can't really, have to do that. I didn't know whether he was or he wasn't. I just thought I'd say it and try my luck. But he was like, show me your camera. You're on military MOD property. I'm allowed to do what I want. I want to see that camera. I want to see the footage now. So I started showing him the footage. But as I mentioned in the video, what I did was I pressed back the opposite way. So it brings me right to the very start of all the footage. And in the start of the footage, it was basically just me saying, look, I've turned up to Rendlesham to talk about it. There was no footage of me running around in the hangars at this point, because obviously I went the opposite way. And so I started flipping through. And then somebody else started talking to the guy, which kind of took his concentration away. And then I turned the camera off thinking, oh, well, that'll be it. Like, he didn't want to see right to the end, so screw it. He took some details off me. And like I said, he went through the reasons of why we was there. And that was it. He said, right, I want you to show me where you got in. So I took him to where I thought we got in. And I looked like a complete idiot, because when we got there, I was like, actually, no, it's not this place. It wasn't this place where we got over. It was a tree. And he was like, I thought you told me there was a hole. Because this is the thing, like, I was trying to justify my reasons for being in there. And I played dumb. I was trying to play dumb. I was saying, oh, I didn't know this was, like, still in use. I didn't know. And he was like, how did you not know it's still in use? There's military of defence signs everywhere. And I was like, well, I didn't see them. I didn't see any signs. I said, there's holes everywhere. Like, we walked up and down the perimeter fence, there's holes everywhere. So I just assumed that people was coming in and out of here anyway. That was a lie. There wasn't holes anywhere. We tried, and they'd all been patched up. But yeah, I took him to the tree, and he said, I thought you said you got him by a hole. And I was like, oh, yeah, no. I kind of screwed up. I was just lying. I was like, no, this is definitely it. We definitely got over on the tree. He was like, well, you just told me you got into a hole. He said, you said there was a hole somewhere near the main gate. And I was like, no. I said we saw a hole when we came through, but we actually got over on this tree. So he then let me go, watched me climb over the fence back onto the main track, and then followed me right from there to the main gate. Because I think what they were expecting is me to meet up with Junior and then basically grab us both together. But Junior had long gone by this point. He was already in the main part of the forest, like somewhere else, miles away. So at this point, yeah, I was away. But what an experience! Like, such a great experience to be in there, running around in them hangars.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Just the feeling of, like, even just that feeling of being inside that hangar and thinking, this is crazy to think that in 1980. This whole place would have been alive. Like, everybody would have been buzzing. There would have been rumours flying around everywhere. And lights, strobe lights, sirens, you name it, everything would have been happening in 1980 on that base. And here I am now running around, like, talking about these things. I just think that was an amazing thing.
Yeah, that's really sweet. I'm glad you went out there, because I remember saying, like, dude, you should go to Rendlesham Forest.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So good. Yeah, I look back at that now and I just think that that's one of those videos where it's always there now. Like, that memory's been set in stone. I can look back at that in 20 years' time and think that was such a great time and, like, what an experience.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's... What's that?
I was going to say, because for me, Rendlesham Forest is 100% legit. I don't believe there's any denying that never happened.
Yeah. No, I think it's legit too. But I don't think there's a lot of videos out there of people actually going into that base.
I've not seen any. I've not seen any.
Yeah, I thought you were totally screwed when those guys started yelling at you.
Well, this is the thing, like, I completely shit myself as well, because you've got to think, like, I'm laid there on the grass. Junior first saw the vehicle. Like, I didn't know what was happening. Junior stopped. If you watch the video, Junior froze, and I kind of, like, said to him, "What are you doing? Like, keep going." And he was like, "No, I can. Like, there's a car or something." So I looked up, and at this point, I saw the 4x4 coming down the runway, got full speed. So I was like, "Shit, get down!" So we jumped down on the ground, and as the minute I poked my head up to see where the first vehicle was going, because they went past us at first, a second one was on the way down the runway. And I said to Junior, "Shit, there's two, stay down." And at this point, when I looked up to see what the second one was doing, the first one was already doing a U-turn. So they'd obviously seen us. There was no, at this point, I knew it was obviously seen us. So I was like, "Look, let's not wait around, just get up and run." And Junior, he went one way, I went the other way. And the scariest part was being laid in that bush, in the thorn bush, knowing that I was surrounded, because it's that whole thing of not knowing what's going to happen next. Like, I didn't know how much trouble I was in. I didn't know what was going to happen or anything. But yeah, that was a creepy experience. Listening to the car door slam, and they're all I could hear them all talking amongst themselves. He went this way, he went that way. It was just a real scary experience.
Probably felt like you were in a video game or something.
I did. But you know, when the worst bit for me was when this realization hit me. This one realization, and it was that I was laid in that bush, and I was thinking, shit. It kind of just came over me all at once. I thought, all they're going to do is just follow my trail right through that fresh vegetation to where I'm laid. Like, you know what I mean? It not been walked in for years. And then all of a sudden it's got me ploughing right through it. I'm going to have led a trail right to where I am. And at this point I started flapping, because I thought, well, I'm going to have to get up, because that's just silly. So I tried to get over that fence, but there was no way with a tripod and a camera and everything else I was going to get over that. And at that point I realised I'm screwed. When I got home, I said to Carrie, I was saying, look, we might be expecting a call or a visit in the next few weeks, because they took the details. It never happened. I never got a visit. I honestly thought I would. I honestly thought that a week or two later there'd be a knock on the door, but it never came.
Dude, they're fans of your YouTube now.
Some guy commented down in the comments box below, and he was saying, "Oh, this is a joke. You paid to go on there, and I actually know the guy who grabbed hold of you," and they all laugh about it. and said it was a big con. And I'm like, what? Like, how is this kid guy for real? Or as if someone would think that?
Yeah, it's probably one of them fucking with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy. Dude, I just watched this really good documentary. It's called The Phenomenon.
Oh,
it's UFO.
Yeah, funny you should mention that. I was listening to a podcast last night, The Unexplained with Howard Hughes. Have you ever listened to that podcast?
No.
Oh, I highly recommend it. So it's called The Unexplained by Howard Hughes. And it's such a great podcast. And on there, he had the guy who made the documentary. And he was basically urging people to go check it out on YouTube. So when I went over there, not on YouTube, sorry, on wherever it is, Prime, I think. But I went on YouTube to see if I could find anything. And the trailer looks quite good. So have you seen that, have you?
It's really good. There's they talk about this really crazy, like mass UFO sighting from the early 90s back in, I think it was in Zimbabwe in Africa. There was like...
Is that at the school?
Yeah, there was like 60 some students that all saw these craft and these alien beings, and they were just scared shitless. Like, probably the most incredible and creepy UFO encounter I've ever heard of. And I didn't even know about it until I watched it in that documentary.
Yeah, there was teachers that experienced it. It landed in just outside the playground, and some of those kids are obviously still around, like, and so they're adults now.
Well, there's one video I found of a lady. She's from Canada, and she was actually one of those students. She was a Canadian, but her parents worked for like the government, so she was in Zimbabwe at the time. Wow. And it's a more recent interview of her talking about what happened, and it was just like, it's fascinating. And then all the footage, like the interview footage of the kids like being questioned, is just, it's got to be all genuine. Like the kids, all of them reporting the same thing, and they look so sincere.
It's strange, like that isn't the only case that ever happened outside of school. Like, if you look at some of the UFO cases throughout history, it happens quite a lot. Like, there was one famous case, I can't remember the name of it now, but there was countless school children that saw this craft, this miniature craft. It was only tiny, like the size of a drone. It landed off the playground, and all the kids ran over, and these little beings got out of this craft and started to fire something at the children. One of them actually got hit in the leg by this green laser. And then the teachers came out and they saw it as well. So it was actually a real thing that happened. This happens quite a lot.
I'm definitely going to be incorporating, I think, more UFO stuff into my channel slowly. You kind of do a mix of Bigfoot and UFOs. You can only talk about Bigfoot so much. Like, there's only so many stories.
That's exactly it, mate. That's why I started to talk. I started off doing the extraterrestrial thing, and the same happened. I found that I was basically becoming Amy. I was talking about the same things all the time, and then I started to talk about the wild man, and then over time I gradually tried to incorporate the two and mix them up whenever I could. So I just think it works a lot better like that for me. Like, obviously we've been having an audience that's into UFOs and extraterrestrials as well as Bigfoot as well.
Yeah, I mean,
like on your video when you started saying about the lights, like when you was out on the expedition and you saw those lights, like, it shows you right there that people who watch your channel was also fascinated by the lights as well. So that's a great thing to start mentioning and talking about, is these weird lights that keep getting seen. I wonder why that is. Like, I wonder what that's about. That's weird, isn't it?
I don't know, but like, when you're out in the wilderness, it's way easier to see stuff in the sky.
Yeah.
If you're in the city, there's no light pollution and there's not much going on at night, so you're looking at the stars and you're actually paying attention to it.
Yeah.
So it's cool too. The night vision that I bought, when you point it at the sky, like, you can see a lot.
Is that the same thing what people use? Because, like, I'm not sure if you've seen these channels on YouTube where they film UFOs and it's kind of like that night vision look with the green tint. Is that what they're using? Like some kind of night vision?
Probably.
I'd like to get like that. Start doing videos like that, like night watches and stuff.
Yeah, like this one, it has the mode where it'll actually project an infrared beam and enhance that. But also also you can shut that off. So what it'll do is it'll just enhance like moonlight and starlight.
Yeah.
You have that pointed up at the sky. It makes it really easy to see things and record things that are in the sky. It would be perfect for filming a UFO.
Will you send me the? Was it expensive?
It was like 500 Canadian dollars.
Holy shit! That's quite expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd probably be like maybe a little over 300 for you.
Yeah. How far do you see with it? And can you see quite far as well? Or?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The only trouble I noticed with it is when you're running it off AA batteries and it's cold, it tends to die quite fast. But you can plug an external like battery pack into it and just run it off an external battery.
Oh, you'll have to send me the link for it because I'll have to have a look. I'd love to do something like that. It's something I've wanted to do for a while, is introduce those types of videos to the channel. But I never understood what they were using. Like when they're looking at the sky and they can see all these different lights, I didn't know what they were using to do that. But if it's night vision, then I'm getting one.
I'll send you a link. It's called the Bushnell Equinox. Bushnell Equinox Z2 or something like that. I'll give you. But yeah, it has a tripod mount on the bottom, so you can put it on a tripod to get really stable footage.
Perfect. Perfect, what I need. Somebody's asked me recently to do have you ever seen this before, where people go out and they believe that they can summon UFOs through like meditation and telekinesis? Yeah, people have been asking me to do that kind of stuff, and it's not something that I'd normally entertain because, quite frankly, I don't believe in it. But
I think
I'm
you
willing
should.
to.
I think that's legit. Dude, I believe that.
Do you really believe that? Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Have you seen the documentary by Dr. Stephen Greer?
No, I haven't seen it.
Dude, I'll send you a link to that because you have to watch it. Throughout the whole documentary, they show you footage and images of the UFOs and beings that they caught on camera. Wow. It's quite spectacular. They have a huge collection of stuff that they've recorded during these meditation sessions. It's not like they're not summoning them. They're just using their subconscious to contact these ET beings.
Yeah. No, I will. I'll try it. It's like I'll try anything, to be fair. It's one of those things that I don't really have much faith in, but like I always say, I'm one person and there's hundreds of people that do believe in it, so my opinion stands for nothing. So I will try it. And yeah, I'd love it if it did. If it worked, then that'd be amazing.
There's an app you can download.
I wonder what they say though. What's the app?
There's an app you can download. It's created by Dr. Stephen Greer, but it basically can put you in contact with other people who are interested in that in your area. So you can put together like a group that will go out and do these sessions. So there's probably people around you that are into that.
Why does the numbers affect the outcome? Like the more people you have, does that make it more of a chance of working? Or
I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. Maybe
I'm one of those people. I'm
maybe
one of those people that
energy out there.
What was that? Sorry.
I said maybe you're putting more energy out into the universe if you have more people.
Yeah, I'm one of those people though that would beg for them to come, show themselves, and then the minute they do, I'm like, "Go away, goddamn guys!"
Yeah,
that'd be me.
They seem to be pretty harmless.
Yeah, it's weird though, isn't it? Like, do you not find that weird that you sit there and somehow in your brain you send out a signal? I find that like really weird, but fascinating at the same time. It's just strange to me. I'd love that if that worked.
Yeah, I don't. It seems like there's a part of your brain that's just like completely locked away, pretty much for the most part, unless you're dreaming. You know.
Yeah.
There's so much of it that we don't understand yet.
I still find it really strange that in 2020 we still have people that believe we are alone in the universe. That to me blows my mind. That people like that still exist. Like, I honestly believe that these people haven't been out on a starry night, because where I go, like into the North Yorkshire moors, on a clear night,
when you look up, and if you think to yourself, we're alone amongst all that, I don't understand how. I don't understand how people can think like that.
Yeah. But
Because,
even like, especially nowadays in 2020, like it's pretty well known and accepted that UFOs are real, especially with all these high level government guys coming out and saying that they're real. Like there's stuff that we don't know about that's flying around like in our atmosphere. You know?
It's like I had one comment on one of my videos recently, and this guy was he was jotting me down a lot of statistics about how it's almost impossible for life to exist, and that we're some kind of a miracle, and for that to happen again is almost impossible. And I basically commented back to this guy saying, well, we can't, how can we start throwing stats out there and numbers about the chances of life existing elsewhere when we don't even know how big the universe is? If we don't know how big the universe is, we don't know how many more planets are out there which could potentially have life on. You know, you need all these numbers before you can start doing the math. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't say, yeah, well, I've added up all the number of planets and it's almost impossible, because we can't do that without knowing the size of the universe. And then it annoys me as well, because people say that we're a miracle and we're a one-off. It couldn't happen again because there's no other planets out there that have the same chemistry as what we do here on Earth. And that one always baffles me as well, because I think, why do people assume that something living out there would need the same chemistry as us? Like, there could be billions of other planets that have completely different chemistry to what we've ever seen before. Just because we've got this little chart, this periodic table, where all these little chemistry symbols and stuff fall in place. Do you know what I mean? There's so much out there that we don't know anything about. It just blows my mind that someone can say, no, there's nothing, we're a miracle, and that's it. Like, I don't understand. That's so small-minded, in my opinion, to think that way.
Yeah, I know. But there's still I bet you there is planets that are extremely similar to Earth.
Yeah.
With the same chemistry.
Everything we've ever predicted has been wrong. Like, everything. So, like, at one point we thought that the sun was the center of the universe. Then we realized it wasn't. At one point we thought everything evolved around us, and then we realized it didn't. We thought the Earth was flat, then we realized it wasn't. Everything, or every prediction we ever made about space has been wrong. And, like, how we think life exists, or the way we think life has to exist, with oxygen being made up of carbon, all these different things, I think you just scrap that completely, because on another planet that might not even be the case. Do you know what I mean? It might be so vastly different beyond our understanding. It's just, I don't understand how people can make that assumption. What is weird though is that I say that, and then what is really weird is that a lot of these people who have been abducted, they don't talk about aliens with 4 heads or tentacles and huge suckers on their arms. They talk about aliens that look more human. Now, I find that really strange as well, because in the infinity of space, where anything is possible, the least likely thing you would expect to see is something that looks like human again. And yet this keeps reoccurring over and over and over. Everybody well, not everybody, but a mass majority of people that are abducted talk about meeting these human-like creatures, or mutants, where they look half human, half not human. This happens all the time. Travis Walton explains the same thing. Betty and Barney Hill, every case that you go through, these people have met human-looking like creatures, which I find very, very strange.
I don't know. Maybe like the human form, like 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes. Maybe that's like the best way naturally that a being could, I mean, like be, you know, like it just makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. It's a great point. Because like I was saying, you would expect them to be totally different, but maybe they're not, because 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head works, and that's maybe something as simple as that.
Yeah,
and it's the same reason fish has fins and not legs, because it works.
What if we're part alien though? They probably made us, dude.
No, honestly, I honestly believe we could be. Like, I've said this for a long time, is that if you look at humans and you look at every other animal on this planet, we are so vastly different. Like, even the nearest cousins to us, the great apes, are so vastly different to us. Like, what is it that makes us so different? Why are we so special? Because we are special. We do everything different. We've got language that's on a completely different level to any other animal. We have these things called emotions where we feel jealousy and envy and pain and all these different things. And you look at the animal kingdom, there's not an animal out there like us. And I just think that, why is that? You have 1,000,001 different types of fish. You have 1,000,001 different types of birds. You only have one type of human. And that to me has question marks, red flags. I want to know why that is. Like, what took part to create us? Like, there must be a missing link somewhere or something from somewhere else that made us, because we are just so vastly different.
There's a lot of people nowadays who speculate that even like our history is completely, I think it is, and civilization's way older than what we thought. Like, you know, they think that there's civilizations that existed, you know, beyond 10,000 years ago that were highly advanced. It's just stuff we don't know about, and we're just starting to find little bits and pieces of evidence for nowadays.
Yeah,
so I agree. I feel like there's a whole section of history that's kind of gone, probably.
Yeah, and why does history go the way it goes? Have you ever thought about this one? Like, when you look back at history, it seems like we was very, very super intelligent people. Like, when the Egyptians started building the pyramids, the Aztecs started building the pyramids there, the Mayans, we were super intelligent. And then we kind of went back. Like, if you look at the medieval times where we're living in mud and like straw huts and we're living amongst cattle, like, it just doesn't make sense. We were super intelligent. We were building these big palaces and monuments that lasted thousands and thousands of years. Then we go from that to sleeping with cattle. It's strange.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense. It's a big mystery.
It is. And we've spoke about this before, like on our channels and stuff, and like when me and you've got together. But the pyramids, like, the people that built the pyramids, where did they get this design from? Because they were all doing it at a time on Earth where nobody was traveling. Like, these, apparently, I mean, this is according to history, these civilizations had never met. And yet they're all building the same shaped buildings, monuments. And again, it could be something simple as like what you said. It maybe just works. But then we look at
they're all pointing to the same constellations, and
that's it. So we could say, well, yeah, that's because a pyramid works, and that's fine. But then why are they all using the same dimensions? Because if you take the pyramid from Egypt, the Great Pyramid in Giza, and you move that over to the Sun Pyramid, what the Mayans built, or the Aztecs, I think, it fits within like something stupid, like a quarter of an inch. So who's giving these people these dimensions to build these things? I could understand if we just say, yeah, because a pyramid works, that's why they did it. But why are they all obsessed with the stars? And particularly, why are they all obsessed with Orion's belt? This is what fascinates me.
That's probably where they came from.
Yeah, I would agree. And like, a lot of people talk about the Palladians, another species of alien that supposedly visits Earth and abducts people from Earth. They come from the constellation Pleiades. Again, if you look back through history, humans have been obsessed with that constellation for years and years and years.
So, okay, where did the idea of the Pleiadians come from? Because the way I always looked at it is that it came from the Billy Meyer story. Is that where that came from, or did it come from something before that? Because the Billy Meyer stuff has been debunked pretty well.
Yeah, no, there's been many accounts of the Palladians basically coming to Earth, interacting with humans from Earth, way before Billy Meyer's story came about. I can't think of a case in particular, but I know there has been many. It's one of the main places that people do talk about after being abducted is the Palladians. But they're again, the Palladians as well. Like, these cultures, or these star people, whatever we want to call them, they seem to be like mixed race. Like, you get a case like Travis Walton. Now, when Travis Walton was abducted, he was taken on board by these grey creatures. But then later on, during his abduction, he comes across these other people that look more human. And it's the same with the Palladians. People that talk about being abducted by the Palladians are talking about little grey creatures. But then they also talk about these beautiful people that have blonde hair and blue eyes and are 6 foot. And so, what are these little grey aliens? Are they like robots? Are they like minions that do all the hard labour? that are sent to Earth to do the dirty work. Do you know what I mean? Like, it seems somehow like they're not super intelligent, powerful beings. They're kind of like the slaves that do all the hard labor for the intelligent beings.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm getting from it anyway, because of how they describe these people.
Yeah, I've heard similar things. Like they're not quite even that smart. The gray alien. There was a thing I heard about from the Mysterious Universe podcast where apparently Jimi Hendrix encountered alien beings one night.
Really?
Like some buddies, they were in a car and they encountered these alien creatures. I would look into that. It was very interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of celebrities out there now that are coming forward. Who was the other guy? There's a great documentary, Dan Aykroyd. Have you seen the documentary with Dan Aykroyd?
I saw a big interview he did on the internet talking about UFOs.
Yeah, Dan Aykroyd, he's seen UFOs. Robbie Williams, he's seen UFOs. There's many different celebrities and people in high positions that have seen UFOs now. So that's again why I say it's baffling to me that people don't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest question I think, like I've said to you again, is that once we get over the idea, do they exist, do they not exist, we can start concentrating on the real matters, like what do they want, where are they coming from, and put all our energy into thinking about questions like that.
I think a lot of people that don't believe they exist are probably people that are really tied up in other beliefs, like religious beliefs.
Yeah.
Or they just don't want to accept anything other than what's written in the book.
Definitely. Have you ever heard of the Allagash incident?
No, I don't think so.
This is a great one. So the Allagash incident basically was a group of, I think, 4 or 5 school teachers, art students and things like that. And they'd gone on a long weekend fishing trip to the Allagash lakes. And they were out there fishing on this little boat. They'd done a few nights fishing already. And then the 3rd or 4th night, something like that, they decided to build a big fire so that when they set out in their boat, they can turn back and find their way back to camp. So they stacked this fire up, built it massive, like threw tons of logs on there. This thing was blazing. And they was out on the lake fishing, and one of the guys at the back of the boat reported seeing this light come out of the trees and hover above the canopy. And so he tells the other guys, they're all watching this thing, and it starts to come across the lake towards the boat. And it doesn't look like it's aware of them being there on the lake until one of the guys picks up a torch and shines it at the thing. And they all said that in a heartbeat, this thing just lit up the canoe like a Roman candle. As soon as their torch hit this object, this light came from it instantly and lit them up like a Roman candle. And they basically started to paddle away as fast as they could, and this thing was tracking them across the water. And the next thing they remember is they're back in their tents. The fire's burnt down. No, sorry, they're pulling out of the water, and the fire's burnt down. It's just embers. None of them are really talking about what's happened or this light that came from the trees. They all just seem like really groggy and get into their tents and fall asleep. Well, weeks later, one of the guys starts having nightmares about this craft and these beings that came down into the water and took them aboard the ship. And he keeps having these reoccurring nightmares. And then he doesn't mention anything to the rest of the guys until however long after. But when he does, one of the other guys is like, oh my God, I've been having the same dreams. It's just a fascinating story. Basically, they were all abducted, taken onto this craft. And what happened is these little grey aliens got into the water at the side of the canoe and was trying to position them back as if they was fishing still in the boat. It's just such a bizarre thing, like to think about this. And one of the guys that had this memory, he said that I could see these little grey aliens and they were struggling with my weight. They were struggling to hold me up, and they were in the water waist deep, and they were trying to position me as if I was still in the boat fishing. That's just a bizarre thing, don't you think? Like that they consciously think about things like that.
That's a weird detail.
Yeah. He said that I remember like clear as day now, like looking at the side of the boat and seeing this creature wading waist deep in water, and they were struggling with me, trying to get me back in and trying to get me in a position where I looked like I was just fishing still. That's so strange.
That's creepy.
I know, but yeah, it's an Allagash incident's a really great case to look into. Yeah, so I was going to ask you, like, if you couldn't choose the Patterson Gimlin footage, what would the next story be that you've ever heard regarding Bigfoot that makes you think, yeah, this thing is real? Like, what is the next best story that you've ever heard? Because obviously I'm trying to like expand my horizons with Bigfoot. I've not really heard that much. Like Pats and Gimlin, which everybody's heard, is about as far as I've gone.
That's a great question. Especially because there's a lot of old encounters that a lot of people are now thinking are probably not true.
Yeah.
Like the really famous one, the Albert Ostman encounter where he was carried away in a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
There's people that suspect now that it's most likely not a true story because people have done lots of research on that guy himself. And people have tried to find the area where it happened, and a lot of what he said and what's in real life like doesn't really line up or make any sense. I don't know, as far as like footage goes, there's just nothing else like the Patterson footage, so it's hard to say. It's just there's these weird, like the weird stories that aren't really out on the internet are the ones that convince me more than anything. Like the stories that are floating around in the hunting and trapping community that don't really get out there. Those are the interesting ones. Like the people who don't really want to be public about it.
Yeah. I agree. What was the case where they're all hunkered up in the cabin and the cabin was being attacked? That was quite a good one.
Yeah, the Ape Canyon incident. That was in that was near Mount St. Helens in Washington.
Yeah.
That one is interesting because there is documentation from that group of miners, like there's a paper trail of information of them being there and then just like all of a sudden quitting and leaving the area and abandoning that spot right after that incident. There's actual documentation on that. So that's very interesting.
Did these people get like a clear view of these creatures? Like they saw them follow, there was no obstructions.
They saw them well enough. They saw one of them during the day and they shot it. They shot at it and it fell off a cliff. And then it was after that where they got attacked at night.
That is absolutely amazing, that story. I need to look into that. I never knew that they shot one. I never heard that bit before.
Yeah, that's basically what kind of started the incident is they encountered this thing during the day. And before that even, they were hearing like weird noises and whistles and they figured something strange was going on. And then they actually saw it. They shot at it.
How many were they? Like how many did they say were attacking the cabin that night?
I don't think they really know. Probably anywhere from like 4 or 5 to a dozen. It could be anything like that.
And were there tracks and stuff there as well outside the cabin?
There was tracks. There was areas like at the base of the building where they were actually trying to like dig underneath the cabin wall.
Oh no, that is just too scary. I couldn't handle that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And they know where the exact location.
They were trying to get into the cabin.
Yeah, they were trying to get these people.
Oh no, that gives me the heebie-jeebies.
But they know where the cabin like was. They know the exact location now.
And so when these guys went back like to the nearest town or whatever, is the documentation of what happened then? Did they speak to anybody else or?
They did speak to people. They brought people out there to investigate the site, and other people basically corroborated the fact that there was tracks there, and some crazy stuff went down.
Has anything in that area been seen since? Like, has anybody else, like even in the present day, like?
That whole area around Mount St. Helens is pretty famous for sightings, and like, there's even the stories from when Mount St. Helens erupted back in like the 80s of, Sasquatch bodies being recovered. There's myths about that, and like the military, the government coming in and taking these bodies. It's very, very bizarre.
Yeah. So sorry, I'm just gonna write down, what was that case called again with the guys in the cabin?
It's just called the Ape Canyon incident.
Ape Canyon. I love anything like that. That fascinates me, especially the fact that there's multiple witnesses. We know this cabin existed, and like you said, it all started because one of the guys shot one of these things. That makes sense. I can picture in my mind something like that happening. But what a terrifying experience. I never knew they were trying to dig under the cabin wall, and I never knew about the shooting at the start, so that's news to me. That sounds like absolutely terrifying experience.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Actually, you know how you're saying, you're asking me like what the next best thing is for me as far as evidence goes, other than the Patterson footage? I have to actually say it's definitely the Sierra sounds. So the Sierra sounds were a series of recordings that were recorded back in the 70s by a guy named Ron Moorhead.
Yeah.
So him and his buddies had this hunting camp in California in the Sierra Nevada mountains. And they would go to this camp every year, and eventually like they started hearing these bizarre vocalizations that almost sounded like a language of some sort. Different words and noises and screams. And they're they would get really close to the camp, and they actually ended up building like their own shelter out of logs that they could hide in and record these sounds from. So they would barricade themselves in this shelter, and these creatures would come close to the camp, and they would get these amazing audio recordings of them. I don't think they actually ever did see one, but they've had like language experts analyze it, and they're like, this is definitely like a language of some sort.
How so the noises are actually going back and forth in communication with each other?
Yeah, they're very weird. I'll send you some clips. I have some of the recordings.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I'm trying to build like my mental archive of all these things, because it does fascinate me, and I still am quite a newbie like when it comes to Bigfoot, but these things do fascinate me, especially the Ape Canyon, and now this one that you just talked about, the Sierra sounds. So I'll definitely look into that. So the guys that recorded these sounds then, I wonder if the Bigfoot knew about this cabin then? If the sounds were so close, they must have known there was a cabin there. Did they never come close to it, or?
They knew they were there.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, the people would call out and yell at them, and they'd reply like,
"Oh, wow, that's crazy."
Crazy. And I trust Ron Moorhead. Like he's a very respectable guy, and I believe him.
Yeah. So when was this then? How long ago was this?
This was back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
they also, at that location, they had also reported other weird things happening, like strange lights, strange noises that were different than like vocalizations. Like they would hear all kinds of weird sounds and see weird
can you imagine being out there in these places? It's like you on your last expedition. So let's picture you right now, with the beast in the north. You're out there camping and you hear those vocalizations. Can you imagine how scary that would be? I know me and you talk about finding the one piece of footage that proves everything, but actually if we was in that position, that must be so terrifying.
Oh yeah. He describes it as like, he would say like, we didn't know like if we were going to make it out of there. Like we thought we would have to like shoot our way out, basically. Like they were pretty scary.
You can't even begin to imagine how scary that would be. Like, I always think to myself when I'm out there, I just want to capture something. I don't care what it is, whether it's a quick glimpse of something or a sound off in the distance. I want to capture something. But the minute that happened, and I say this all the time on my videos, I know me as a person, I would be terrified. And I'm not going to try and act brave like I wouldn't be. I'd be absolutely terrified because, for one, I spend a lot of time in the wild and I'm familiar with most noises. Now, if I hear something that isn't familiar to me, it can only be a very slim number of things. Like, that must be so terrifying, especially if you're in an area that's renowned for Bigfoot sightings.
Yeah. You should. Have you seen the Missing 411 documentary?
Yeah, with David Pollard. I've not seen the documentary. I've heard some of the cases on podcasts and stuff.
There's the second documentary. I think it's called Missing 411: The Hunted.
Yeah.
You could probably find it online on like Amazon. Like you should watch it because at the end of that documentary, Ron is on it and they go over those sounds and what happened there. It's very well put together. You should definitely watch it.
Where's the location of that?
It's in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sierra Nevada mountains.
Wow. I wonder what they were talking about, like these Bigfoot that were screaming back and forth to each other. I wonder what was being said.
I don't know. But you have to hear it. You have to listen to it, man.
Justin, there's got to be something out there. Like, I know it. All these people in these cases, like, it can't be for nothing. Like you've just said with Ron, and we've got the other guy, the taxidermy guy. All these people seem so legit. There's got to be something out there. Why aren't we finding this? Like, it's so frustrating. I really wish there was something we could do to, like, increase our chances.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's probably like part supernatural.
Yeah, that is another theory, isn't it? That it is part supernatural.
It has, like, I don't know.
right now, at this of the investigation, like, into Bigfoot and the years that everybody's been looking for this thing, you have to start entertaining that idea, because if it's not supernatural, why the hell aren't we finding it? Like, do you know what I mean? Why? It's got to have something about it. I think, anyway. I think if it turns up and it's a flesh and blood creature through and through, there's nothing special about it. It was just really good at hiding. That seems more unlikely to me than we're discovering some kind of. Do you know what I mean?
You also have to ask the question: is if it's a supernatural being, why would it have to, like, produce offspring, and why would there be juveniles?
Yeah, exactly.
It would have to be something that just exists kind of in between. Like, it's a physical thing, but it slips him in and out of a reality or something. I don't know. Because, like, why would a ghost wouldn't reproduce, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, and then when you say that, it now makes me think more of it being extraterrestrial, like more than supernatural, more extraterrestrial.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So it sounds to me like it's less supernatural and more extraterrestrial. Just because, like what you said there, like if it was supernatural, we wouldn't expect a ghost to reproduce. But yet, there's so many claims of people seeing these juveniles that we have to assume it is reproducing. So I'm fascinated by the whole topic. I'm fascinated by this whole idea of a creature that's undiscovered. I'm fascinated by the fact that we think it migrates, we think it has breeding patterns and behavioural patterns. This whole thing to me it makes me want to get out there more and more and more and look for any little bit of sign that I can, because I'd love to find a print, even something as simple as a print. For me, it would be amazing. Like if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you know that nobody's been through that area, and you come across a print, that's got to be all the validation you need for you personally. Not everybody else, not everyone would believe that, but for you personally, seeing that would surely be enough. I know it would be for me.
Yeah. It's definitely weird.
Yeah.
But you always just have more questions, like the more you look into it. It just makes less and less sense.
Do you feel like you've ever been close to finding it? Like, has there ever been a time where you thought, in a minute, I'm going to see the real thing here? Like, this is getting serious?
Well, when I was investigating on that guy's property in the winter.
With the horse sound?
Yeah, but we heard that thing running. Yeah. I thought that was it right there, man.
So what did you hear running? Like, did you not see what this thing was, or was it off in the dark? I don't know.
It was off in the darkness, past the tree line. And kind of down, there was a slope that was probably like 20 feet high.
Yeah.
It was somewhere down there. There was down at the bottom of this slope was like a little ravine and like a creek. And so we heard this thing. It sounded like it was running up the slope towards us.
Oh.
And man, like, I don't think I had ever been so freaked out.
See, that's not how I envisioned it. Like, so what you just told me there is quite new to me, because I didn't envision it being like that. I thought you was on some guy's ranch or farm, and I thought that the ground, the surrounding terrain was all flat. I didn't know there was like.
Yeah, behind the guy's house, it's like a ravine. So there's this slope, and it goes down like 20 feet, 25 feet maybe.
Now, when you say, was it running like as if you'd come to the top of this ridge and startled it and it was running away? Or was it running as if it was already running for something, like chasing a deer or something, and you just overheard?
Dude, we were measuring the track that was in the snow. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, we just heard something sounding like it was running towards us out of nowhere. And we had been like standing at the guy's house, like just listening for like an hour for anything, like intently, and didn't hear anything. Like it was just so random and out of nowhere. I don't know. It was the freakiest thing ever, and it sounded heavy and it was loud.
And if you had to say, I know it's difficult to say, but if you had to, would you say it was on 2 feet, 4 feet?
I'm pretty confident that it was on 2 feet.
Wow. And was this thing snapping through branches, through brambles, and like no, just?
I just remember hearing the footsteps. Like I couldn't hear any branches breaking or anything like that.
And this is a guy on this property that's already reported having Bigfoot.
He said he saw it. Like he actually saw the creature crouched down in these bushes, not too far away from the house.
So is that what sent you there to investigate, because of the things that have been going on previously anyway?
His friend, he had a friend who first reached out to us, and it's like, yeah, like friend has these things on his property and he's freaked out or whatever. And so he had already had weird things going on. He had seen the creature, and then one night he called me and he's like, these things are here right now. There's like 2 of them or something. He said there was more than one. And it was like late at night, and I'm like, shit, like if I'm going to see one, this is the time. Like I gotta go. So it was super late at night. I went out there and I'm like, this could be it. I might see one tonight.
Was your hat pounding at this time?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so did everybody else hear the running as well? Like everyone that was there with you heard the running at the same time as you heard it?
I was the only one who went out to investigate that night. So, because I'm about a half hour away from that guy's property.
You need to get back there. You need to go back to that property again and do some more videos there.
Well, he hasn't had anything weird happening since.
Maybe go down, like, would it be possible to go down into that ravine, like down the slope? Yeah. You should go down there.
We did. The night I was there, we walked the whole property, basically. We didn't see any horse, any signs of horse, any horse tracks. That was the weird thing. But that noise was for sure, like, from where the footsteps were.
Yeah.
And I picked it up on video, like, you can hear it. It sounds like a horse. But the next, I think it was 2 days after, a couple other guys drove out to that location with me. Keenan was one of them. He's from a town that's like 3 hours away. He came to investigate, and then another guy from where I'm from came out with us, and we again did a investigation on the whole property. We walked down the ravine for quite a while, and there was no tracks of any like horse or there wasn't even like Bigfoot tracks, like fresh Bigfoot tracks where we expected the being to have ran, like, because we heard the footsteps and everything, but there was nothing. There was no disturbances there.
That is so freaky. That is so. And the fact that this guy, like I just asked you there if you should go back and do something, and you said, "Oh well, nothing's really happening no more." That adds to the validity for me, because this is obviously some guy who's just after the limelight. Like, do you know what I mean? He's not reporting things every week.
No, that guy was scared too. Like you could tell he was freaked out.
I think that was close. I think that was a close call.
But that incident made it seem so supernatural, because like there was a trackway that went like across his whole property. It looks like Sasquatch tracks. They were really far apart, and they went off in the direction of where that ravine is. But like when we investigated after we heard the footstep sounds, like there was no fresh tracks down there or anything. So it's like sometimes there's tracks and sometimes there's no tracks.
What was the brush like down the slope? Is it really thick? Can you walk through there with ease, or is it?
Yeah, for the most part. Like it's pretty thick, but it's not too bad.
What is the noise of the horse all about? Like, that's fascinating. Why a horse?
I don't know.
Was this thing trying to mimic a horse because it knows that that's a familiar sound to us, or had this thing caught a horse and it was dragging it through there? What is that about?
Either it's mimicking a horse or there was like a phantom horse. It sounds exactly like a horse.
What video is that on? I'm going to have to double check that. What video was that on? I remember what
Supernatural Sasquatch.
Yeah. That is absolutely an amazing experience, Justin. Like, honestly, I believe you had a close encounter there because, like you said, this guy, obviously, obvious question, but he doesn't have any horses on the property, does he?
There's no horses on his property or anywhere like near him. And like we walked the whole perimeter of the yard, and there's no for a horse to get in. It's all fenced in. The only way I'll run in is if it went through the front driveway, and we were there. So
yeah, and like out of every type of walk or run there is, a horse is the most distinctive. Like you can't mistake a horse run. So you would have known if it was a horse running away, and you said it wasn't. So yeah, that's very interesting.
Then the weird thing was that, like, after we heard the footsteps, we were just like standing there frozen, just like freaked out listening. And then I yelled out hello, and after I yelled hello, that's when it made the sound.
Oh no, I can't handle this. So, was you guys talking about this after for a long time? Like, you must have all been like adrenaline going and chatting amongst yourselves about what you thought it was.
He's like, dude, like, I haven't seen a horse in this area since I moved in to this like little farm.
Wow, that is insane. You need to get back there. Like, honestly, you need to. I know the guy says that he's not having no experiences, but there must be a reason why that thing went through that way or used that area.
I don't know.
Who knows? Like this thing could have maybe dragged a horse from somewhere else, and you startled it, and it was trying to pull that. Or it could have been mimicking a familiar sound. Like it knows humans.
We would have seen horse tracks.
Yeah, 100%.
Somewhere, like the horse wouldn't have just appeared there. I don't know. None of it makes sense. That's the weird thing about it.
That does not make sense. Such a shame that you didn't get a visual, like you didn't get a chance to see this thing.
No, thank God, because I was already freaking out too much.
The moment you heard this sound of a horse, like it wasn't a case of did I hear that, didn't I hear that? You clearly heard this sound. That must have been.
It's recorded. It's in the video.
That's so good as well that the audio picked it up, because 9 times out of 10 in these situations the audio doesn't do that, does it?
I'm disappointed though, because like before that happened, I was packing up my stuff to leave. I was going to get out of there because it was pretty late. So I had my camcorder. I put it in my car, and I'm getting ready to like leave. And the guy's like, "We should go take the tape measure and just measure that track and see how long it is." So I was like, "Well, I'll come back tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow because it's like late." He's like, "Oh, let's just do it now." Like, fine. So we go to measure the track. I left my camcorder in the car, which I had running like pretty much the whole time I was there. If I would have just held on to it a bit longer and brought it with me to the track where we were measuring it, I would have recorded the footsteps.
And so I have to ask this question. Obviously, I know that you're a good judge of character. Like when you deal with these people day in, day out, you get to know who's lying, who's not. This guy was definitely legit. Like he wasn't trying to pull no pranks.
No, he was scared, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, such a great experience. Like, and I love hearing you retell it because it's one of them where it makes me excited about the phenomena again. Like it makes me intrigued. Like you obviously heard something, and it doesn't make sense what you heard at all. I love that. That gets me excited about this phenomena all over again. It's fascinating.
I have some footage. I went in the guy's house when I first got there, and we were talking, and he didn't know I had the camera running. I just had set up the camera. I put it on his counter, and I had the mic running. I was just recording our conversation. I'm like pretty confident he's legit, just because like off camera the stuff he was talking about it just seemed real, I guess.
Yeah, like you'll do this yourself. Like you'll be able to relate to this. But whenever I'm out in these places, for example, the North Yorkshire Moors, where I spend a lot of time now investigating, because that is a place where people do report things like wildmen sightings and UFOs. There's times when I get there and I think, nah, there's nothing here. Like it's a beautiful place. I understand that. It's great to get out here, and yeah, you could probably imagine something happening here, but I never see anything. But then there's times when I think I can honestly, I feel like a certain way. Like I feel, or I can imagine why something happening there. It's just, I can't explain it. It's so bizarre. And it's them moments that keep my interest going, because you do have the off days where you think, nah, there's nothing to it. It's a load of crap. And then there's other days where you think, actually, like, how many people can be lying about the same thing? Like, do you know what I mean? And it's them moments that fascinate me and keep me going.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get.
You do have moments where, like, you question it, and you question yourself, and you question people's validity. But then again, like I say, I've experienced things in my life that are strange, and I just think, well, why is it that they couldn't have experienced? I mean, there's hundreds of people that talk about this wild man, and they see him living, like, or rummaging through, like, foliage and living off the land, and just vanishes mysteriously. Like, they try to go see this person or whatever, and then all of a sudden they can't follow his tracks, or he's not there. He's 1 minute he's there and he's not. It's very similar to the Sasquatch and the Bigfoot phenomenon, but much smaller, much more human-like. And people see this, and there has been times where I think they can't have seen this. Like, it doesn't make no sense. But then it doesn't make sense that hundreds of people are seeing it, so that's why I keep doing it. It's fascinating.
It is. And people see other weird things too. Like, that's the crazy thing, is it's not just Bigfoot. There's other weird things people are encountering as well. Skinwalker. You know, things.
Yeah. This whole idea of mimicking sounds as well, like, scares me. I find that quite creepy.
I find it's creepy, but at the same time, for me, it's hard to, like, believe, because it seems like a cheap way to like, back up that happening, you know? Like, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, if someone hears or records a weird noise,
yeah,
people say, "Oh, it's just an animal," but then it seems like a cheap way to, like, say that it's a Sasquatch. Like, oh, it's mimicking another animal. Like, you know what I mean?
The noise on its own wouldn't stand for anything, but the noise along with other things as well, like tracks and other things, would have more believability for me, anyway. Yeah, dude. Honestly, you're gonna find something soon. You're gonna pick up a sound. You're gonna see something strange. I think you should just keep plugging away, because I watch your videos and I think that you keep doing that enough times, something's gonna happen.
It could take my whole life, though.
I don't think it will. I think that you're gonna be in the right time at the right place. I think that about me as well, though. Like, when I'm out there, I think the same. There's times where I go out and I think, any minute now, I'm going to see something. I feel really on edge. I feel like there's something watching me, and, like, any minute now, I'm going to pick up a sound or I'm going to see something. Never materializes, but I think one day, because we are in the right place at the right time, it will do.
I hope so.
It will. It will do. I mean, these stories have been going around way before we existed. It's not like we turned up, started making YouTube videos and made these stories up. This is a phenomenon that's a lot older than me and you, so there's got to be something behind.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate, as I always say, to talk to you. I love getting these opportunities where we sit down and we chat about the things that we love to talk about. So let's not leave it too long before we do this again, because it's been great.
We always say that.
We do. But UK's in lockdown now, mate, so whenever you're free to chat, just give me a text, and then we'll jump on Skype again and do this all over again, because, like I said, it is fascinating. I'm always coming up with new things and theories as well. Like, I always read stuff, and no doubt you do as well. And I always I do this thing now where I read something or I see something online, and I always think, oh man, I wonder what Justin would think. I need to text Justin and tell it to her. I always feel like this now, so yeah.
All right.
So yeah, been a pleasure, mate, as always. Like I said, take it easy, look after yourself.
Yeah, you too. Stay safe.
Yeah, I will do, dude. I can't not be safe really now. I'm locked inside until lockdown's over, so.
Yeah.
But in time, dude, please, like I said, look after yourself, stay in touch, and we'll do this again soon.
If you've been interested in Bigfoot for a long time, you've probably, at the very least, heard of something called the Patty film. It is, in my opinion at least, the best evidence of Bigfoot that has been captured on camera. But you might not know the story behind how the Sasquatch got its film debut, funnily enough, in the land of Hollywood. So the name Patty film comes from the name of one of the two men responsible for recording the footage, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin. Patterson initially heard of Sasquatch after reading an article about the creature in 1959. He would spend the next few years researching, spending vast amounts of his own time and money in search of the American ape man, only to fail to discover any conclusive evidence. 7 years after learning about the creature, in 1966, he self-published a book on the topic titled Do Abominable Snowmen of America Really Exist? Patterson used the revenue generated from this to fund future expeditions. Then, in spring of 1967, Patterson decided to try something new with his fascination, filming a pseudo-documentary about cowboys on the trail of Bigfoot. He recruited 9 of his buddies, including Bob Gimlin and Bob Hieronymus, for 3 days of shooting. He spent a few months planning, raising funds, and gathering supplies for the film. In October of that same year, Patterson and Gimlin set out to Six Rivers National Forest in California. Patterson chose this location for filming because he thought that the Bigfoot sightings that had been reported in the area over the years would lend some authenticity to his film. At the time, Gimlin did not believe in the existence of Bigfoot, but humored Patterson by saying he wouldn't shoot one should they come across it. Then, the day came. Friday, October 20th, 1967. The duo was riding on horseback in the Bluff Creek area. Sometime around 1:30 p.m., they came across an overturned tree on the opposite side of the creek and saw something that would come to define their entire lives. They spotted a figure standing behind it, that Patterson placed at standing between 6.5 and 7 feet tall, although later he would increase this number to 7.5, and various estimates have been put out over the years, all of them peg Patty at certainly tall enough to play center. Patterson claimed that at their closest they were 25 feet from the creature, and that his horse reared upon realizing what it had come across. He dismounted, pulled the camera out of his bag, and yelled at Gimlin to draw his firearm, seemingly welching on their previous agreement. Patterson chased after the entity, followed by Gimlin on horseback, who has stated he never directly pointed his weapon at Patty. Patterson filmed the creature from less than 100 feet away, with her turning over to look at the two men with a look that Patterson described as disgust. He filmed it until the reel ran out. Gimlin chased after it, but was called back by Patterson, afraid of what might happen if he were left alone in a Sasquatch-occupied area. They measured the distance between the tracks it had left and took some plaster casts before departing. After getting the film developed, they contacted scientist Lee Abbott about an investigation, with Abbott ultimately declining. As soon as the film was developed, Patterson attempted to spread the word as much as possible, but only a few reputable scientists were interested in the footage, none of which were willing to give either man a definitive yes on its authenticity. However, Patterson was able to find commercial interest in the film, selling the rights to different networks for various television specials and to local film houses. He was actually arrested in the weeks following his return from Bluff Creek for holding on to the rented camera past the stipulated date, but was released upon returning it in mint condition. He stayed an avid researcher of the American ape man until his death in 1972. A few days before his passing, he stated that in hindsight, he and Gimlin should have simply shot the creature so they would have been able to retrieve a physical specimen. There is an urban legend floating around that on his deathbed, he claimed that Patty was not a real creature, but rather a man in a suit. However, I've been completely unable to find any sources for these claims, despite how eager some people in my comment section have been to spread them. This story is likely just conflated with the fact that on his deathbed, Patterson did admit to Gimlin that when he appeared at various conventions, he brought along a man who claimed to be Bob due to Gimlin's desire to avoid the attention associated with the film, as well as reconciling him over Patterson's cheating Gimlin out of the profits. Various men over the years have claimed to have been what was filmed in the footage, including Bob Hieronymus himself, but none have ever produced conclusive evidence that that was the case, or been able to replicate what was shown in the video. As for my thoughts on the footage, there is no doubt in my mind that it is the genuine article. Simply put, the costuming technology that would be required for it to have been a hoax did not exist at the time. The limb proportions for the knees to be able to bend, as well as the elbows and the stride lengths, would be impossible for a human in a suit. In addition, the muscle movement isn't something that could have been done by a costume. Patterson showed the film to various Disney studio executives and special effects artists whose answers about whether it's real or not have ranged from they could not have created it themselves at all, or that they might have been able to in a studio under the right conditions, but certainly not in the forests of Northern California. 2 years later, the film Planet of the Apes would win the Oscar for Best Costume, and the difference between what's shown in the Patterson-Gimlin film and the costumes in the movie is night and day. Gimlin himself has stated to this day that what's in the footage is real. If it were somehow a hoax, he certainly wasn't in on it. So what do you think? Do you believe Patterson and Gimlin captured the ferocious furball on film that day? Let me know in the comments section below.
I tell you, that intro never gets too old for me.
Yo, it's
That's
good.
a good
I love
intro,
that.
man.
Impressive. It's freaking hype.
I just love that intro with the music and all that. Well, shit, guys, everybody, welcome today. This is a special show for me because everybody knows the title. You know, the new young guns of the Bigfoot community. Some of you out there are like, what the fuck are you talking about, Eric? What do you mean? Oh, shit. Sorry about that. The wife. Why is she calling me during the show? That's not cool. I have to yell at her after the show. No, I'm joking. You know, the new young guns. What does that mean? What are we talking about? What I'm talking about is it's encouraging to know. You know, I'm older in age. I'm not going to lie. You know, myself and a lot of people were older in age. To know we got people like Connor, you know, Squash in South Florida, Tyler Howe, you know, continuing to research, not just Bigfoot's, paranormal, UFOs even, you know, mermaids. It doesn't matter. You know, these people are researching, and why it's important to encourage them to research is anybody can research, right? Anybody can open up a YouTube channel, anything on social media, and talk about all of this. But there's people who do it for money. There's people who do it just to do it. I don't know what I mean. Like, they don't care. But when you look at Connor, when he goes on shows and stuff, you could feel and sense his energy that listen, we all want to make money. If we can make money doing this full time, yeah, go for it. But you got to have passion. You got to have love. And the first time I remember having Connor on my channel, I was like, huh, who is this guy? You know, he's written books. He's young. He got books. I mean, writing books, it takes time out of your life to, you know, put things on paper. I mean, that takes effort and energy. And the first time I got Connor on, you know, I'm a good judge of character. I look at people's eyes. I look how they act. I'm like, this fucking guy is no joke. This guy really loves what he does. And it's not about the money. If you don't make $1, he would still fucking do it. I watched Connor go on different shows. I mean, sharing his information. And that's the kind of stuff that everybody should encourage. You know, if you look at my analytics, you know, I study numbers. No offense. Most people watch my show probably within 10 years of my age, right? To get the future moved on, you got to encourage young people because young people, on average, follow young people versus following older people. That's just a fact. I mean, that's just numbers. And then last week, South Florida was on Mongolian Monsters channel. And I was just so impressed. Like, that was his first show on our social media. He was confident. He was telling his story. I'm like, this fucking guy is fucking awesome. Like, I'm going to put a show together with all the young ones. And Connor saying, dude, you got to get Tyler Howe. This guy is the real deal, too. He loves studying. And so I got 3 young guns who are just going to take the torch and continue, and they're doing it because of passion. If they can make money out of it, fantastic. But I know it starts because of this. So, am I full of shit, Connor? What do you think?
No, 100%. I cherish our first episode and linking up with you and Dr. Wu, and it's been such just a legendary time ever since that, man. And I remember kind of screaming at your viewers because they were kind of asking me, I don't know, just simple questions about how Bigfoot existing. And I'm like, there is missing people. There is mothers going to therapy. There's thousands of years of encounters on record. And I was getting really not worked up in a bad way, but it really brought some extra passion out of me. And I love that you have a nice platform that we can speak open-minded and draw these connections in the sand, because that's the only way we're going to get closer to the end goal. And then the allowance of you bringing open-minded people, and then Matt and Tyler, and then just the combination of all the other great minds that you've brought into my life and into everybody else's life. It's a special place, and I really think it's all meant for a reason.
So Scotch in Florida, what made you finally like, hey, I'm going to go on Mongolian Monsters channel. I want to start telling people what I believe in. What made you start to do that now?
I mean, I guess it's a good question, man. Connor just kind of like sent me the link, and I was like, you know what, let's just do this. I just took the chance. Most things in life, man, like the good stuff is hard, and you got to take chances. You got to just be honest and be yourself. For the last, I want to say, decade or so, I've more or less been blocking all this stuff. I've been trying to block this stuff out of my life to have what I thought was better life quality. And I went and had that experience in Miyako, and I was like, no more, man. Like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is what I'm supposed to be involved in. And I'm not fighting the grain of the wheel no more. And so when Connor asked me if I wanted to go on there, I was like, sure. I mean, he sends me shows to hop on all the time, man. And I'm just like, man, I don't got the time. Dude, I got 3 kids. I got a full-time job. And, sometimes I just can't make it. But, I
You're like me. I got 3 kids. You and I.
I have 1 kid.
Yeah. So Tyler, man, first time I get to meet you. So tell us about you. What are you into? A certain community? Are you into different kind of research, or what's your background in researching, like paranormal, Bigfoots, or you just concentrate on one versus the other?
I mean, it was all really pretty much Bigfoot for me for years, from my childhood, and then as I've gotten older, people started, experiencing different things like dogmen and stuff. So it's like, who am I to say they're full of shit? Like their experiences were just as real as mine. And so I started, looking into that a little bit more. Then met Connor, when we were down in the Mayaka. He just blew my damn mind on knowledge, dude. Like that man right there knows a lot of stuff. And
absolutely.
He has been sending me all kinds of stuff, man. What that guy, what's his name, Vic, for the Dogman show?
Yeah, Vic
I did a show.
I actually had a show with him right after this.
Yeah, so I did a show with him, and then he got back with me like 2 days later, and he was like, there was some bad interference on my end, so we have to redo it. Which I was like, that's no big deal. It's an honor, just to be on that dude's show, and the fact that I can do it again, I can actually go back over what I said, and make it a little bit better on my end. So, but that's pretty.
That's what's nice about their shows. They invite people to come on.
Yeah, exactly.
That's very cool.
Like Matt said, Connor's been sending both of us links, to help us, get out, in that community, and it's been paying off. He's the man.
Right, that's what it is. You share. You share
Yes, sir.
friends. You
Yeah.
share.
Yeah.
Good people. It's not like Connor's just gonna send a bunch of jackasses. When Connor sends invites, tell, hey, jump on. That means he trusts what you're doing. He believes in you. But now, before the show starts, you guys were talking about some kind of investigation in the paranormal. I'm like, hey, hold on. You got to save it for the show. So, what's this investigation of this paranormal? Did I hear haunted house or something?
Oh, you talking about the Tatum house? Yeah.
Well, the one I was talking about before the show was last night, but I think we should all talk about the Tatum house first and foremost. Because all 3 of us were together in Mayaka for Stacy Brown's Skunk Ape expedition. And Mayaka is super well known for the Skunk Ape because there was 2 anonymous pictures sent to the Sarasota Police Department, and it is incredible. If you just Google Skunk Ape photos, Erica showed it on plenty of shows in the past, and it looks a little bit different than Patty, say, from Bluff Creek, the actual Sasquatch. This is a Skunk Ape. This has shark fangs, and David Shealy down there at the Skunk Ape headquarters where Matt was just at, he'll tell you all about it here soon. He got a private tour from the guy himself, but he has prints and casts that have 4 claws and 4 toes. So it's really weird that it is a little bit different from the traditional 5-toed creature. So yes, it is a little bit different. In 1994, one was shot dead. A couple decades ago, one was hit by a car and it's been seen limping. There's been hundreds of encounters in the area. Brian Laundrie, I think, is still probably missing in the area. So the place is just sacred. And then add in that there was 4 Native American mounds on the grounds, and then multiple haunted houses. But I'll let these two guys talk about their evidence that they got at the Tatum house, because you guys saw it in my documentary. I was, jumping barricades and filming the Goat Man, but these two guys got some crazy audio and had some electrical interference just in the house. And then, let alone once we were outside, we had some skunk ape encounters as well.
Yeah, it was a good time. Hey, tell them about the audio that you got.
Well, I don't want to ruin the audio for anybody. I definitely think that if you're watching right now, go follow my channel and watch that and listen to it for yourself, because it's a little rough right now. I actually just got a new computer and I'm going to be remastering it all and bumping those audio levels up and some of the background noise down. But like, to give you kind of like the premise of what happened, we had another researcher there with us. Her name was Tiffany, and we put her in what was called the Devil's Chair. And it was this crazy rocking chair. The story behind the rocking chair is that it just suddenly appeared at the house one day in the museum. No one knows how it got there. It was just like anonymously donated. And bro, when I tell you, like, if you're talking about like the creepiest rocking chair on the face of the planet, this is it. It literally has like a devil or Satan's face carved into the back of the rocking chair, and it has like a pentagram on it.
Detail, man. Like, it is.
And yes, like someone took the time to make it. And so we put Tiffany in that chair. Oh, what happened? Am I still on?
Oh, you are.
Okay.
This is your
you're
channel.
on.
This is your channel. And you're
Yeah.
saying, is this one right here? The crazy
when it
audio
says
capture from camp?
No. It's the second one with the logo that says Tatum
That was not. I had my dream.
But
and just to set aside, Matt's logo is killer. I see it blowing up just for that.
So so you got the logo one, and you got the one with the picture of the audio. So
yeah.
Well,
I hadn't finished my logo yet, because I do everything myself. All those graphics were made all by me. So
if I play this, is there a certain timestamp that?
There should be timestamps in the description. The first one is a little hard to hear because you got people talking over it, but there should be timestamps in the description on there.
Oh, your timestamps are gone.
What?
Yeah, your timestamps are gone.
Oh, well, that sucks. Hold on. I could actually have them on my phone if you give me a second.
Well, what I'll do is I'm going to put.
I'm sure it's going to be hard to hear regardless, so we should talk about it.
I'll just put a link to your channel, and then people could go there and they could like blast it really loud so they can hear it. That sounds interesting. That sounds
for sure. We were experiencing a bunch of strange stuff in that house. I was just taking orb pictures, and I think inside my orb actually looks like a goat man face. And then Tyler was filming in there, and then he was having electrical interference. His camera was dying on full battery.
I'm not sure what happened there. I totally messed up. I'm sorry.
It's my bad. Nona Boss told me I had the wrong video. It's this other video. And that's the one that you had the timestamps on.
Yeah, some of that stuff that you were talking about, I still have to go through it and get it all. Stacy asked me if I could get it all to him, and I was like, yeah, it's just a lot of stuff I got to go through. But yeah, I was filming on my phone, and this was before she was in the chair. Stacy broke out the spirit box, and he had all the meters going. And I had a full battery on my Nikon camera, and I was filming, and it just died. Battery exhausted. I'm like, bro, that's a full battery. I wasn't even filming for 4 minutes. Just Dunskies. I was like, well, there goes that battery. So I'd use my phone the rest of the night. But as we were doing that, there was the chair behind me
there we go.
rocking by itself. And I think, who was it that pointed it out and told me the chair was rocking behind me?
It was my mom.
It was your mom. Okay, thought so. And I turned around with my light, and it's rocking. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, it was creepy.
Yeah, the meter started going, and Stacy was like, are you filming all this? I was like, yeah, I'm filming.
So anyway, sorry about the technical difficulties. I accidentally clicked out of it and was all messed up.
No problem.
No worries.
But so the so she's maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet away from me, facing like the corner in this rocking chair. And I'm standing next to her. I have my lavalier pointed that way, and I'm just sitting there holding my my audio recorder. The door next to us is shut. All the windows are shut. I want to say that the front door was shut too that we walked in. But yeah, check out that audio and listen to it for yourself, because we picked up some stuff that blew my mind. I was not expecting that at all. I don't normally mess with the paranormal. I remember you had asked me about that on Moog's channel, and I don't normally mess with the paranormal. My mom had said that she wanted to go do it, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll go do it, because for more or less, like, all this is a spiritual journey for me, and that's one of the reasons why I've just kind of just started diving right into it head first, because I realized how spiritually dead I was before I had all this stuff happen to me, and it makes my soul feel good to do it.
I think it's important to recognize the paranormal. Because if you're hunting for Bigfoot, say you're out in the forest and stuff, and you're hearing noises, you're hearing rocks are getting thrown, you have to think of the possibility that it might not be a Bigfoot or something throwing that at you. It could be something paranormal. So
it's quite possible.
That's why you want to be open to all ideas and not close yourself into just one thought process. I'm not saying everything thrown at you is going to be paranormal, but
Well, I've had my fair share.
Where I go around here, I have a lot of things happen. The tree knot that you were talking about, I've heard out there in the middle of the night, sounds like someone's out there clapping their hands together. Well, I was out there stomping around not too long ago, and there's a damn cemetery out there called Carr Cemetery. So I'm trying to go out there and see if I can get any kind of spiritual or encounters or happenings out there. So that's where I need you two to come down and listen, especially with your equipment.
Yeah. Hey man, we'll make it happen.
So got that FLIR now, man. That FLIR works pretty good.
That's awesome.
Well, tell the people, guys, about you guys' Escape encounters.
Ah, man.
Hey,
Tyler, you had an encounter when you were a kid, and it's breathtaking.
Okay, yeah.
But I want to ask you guys this for a second.
Yeah,
Tyler, were you also with them on the Stacy Brown research? On that?
Yeah, that's how I met these. That's how I met these two.
Now, let me ask you: is this something that I'm trying to understand the thing you guys went on? Is this something that Stacy Brown? I mean, he's been on my channel. Me and Connor interview him. Stacy Brown is a fucking awesome guy. He's a fucking awesome guy. Is this something that he does on his ranch from time to time? Does he do tours for people or something? How does this thing work on Stacy Brown's ranch?
A ranch. No, it wasn't a ranch that we went to. It was like this crowded nature museum and science center, and they let us camp out over there. And they just happen to have that datum on their property.
Is this something that they do?
Gypsy, to answer your question, Stacy does do private tours. He does do private tours and takes people out. But he is in the process of starting something that's a little bit more of like a kind of like a tour you can purchase, all inclusive type of thing that he's working on. hopefully sometime soon I'll have more details for everybody on that. But I don't want to say nothing without anything being finalized or anything like that. But there is a project being worked on to hopefully provide that type of experience on a regular basis.
Because when I saw that video that Connor showed on his channel over the weekend, I'm sitting there watching it like, this is fucking awesome. I mean, this is giving everybody an experience, a chance to, I'm not saying you're going to find something right up, you know, but it gives you a chance to learn the research and hearing people's stories, meeting people. I mean, it's almost like it's like a Comic-Con that I'm going this weekend, like to a camp spot with lesser people, and everybody has a chance. I saw older people, younger people, women, men. I mean, I saw all sexes there. I mean, it was like, that is fucking awesome. I was curious, is this like on a normal basis? And if he's working on that, that is needed.
So one of the things that really got me about the whole thing, to share a little bit about myself, my younger years, I went down a tough path, a real tough path, and not to get too much into it, but one of the things that saved me was AA. And like when I went to this Miyaka expedition, it felt like I was living that again, like the camaraderie. The fellowshipping part of it was just so amazing. Everybody was like-minded. Nobody judged anybody. It was a completely free and open space. Didn't matter what walk of life you came from. And just that aspect alone made the experience unbelievable for me. And then to have stuff on top of it, it was like, wow.
That's why it's needed, because that could be the inspiration for somebody to go something for the first time and like, oh my God, I love this. I love the people. I love the research. I love the community, and they grow from it. And you'd be surprised, like little seeds, and everybody just grows. It's kind of like Connor meets you, Connor meets him, Connor meets this person, that person, and brings everybody together. It's like just growing this beautiful, huge community with great people.
Absolutely. It's amazing. It really is. It really changed my life on a ton of different levels. A ton. For the most part, I was kind of like a silent observer of the subject matter. Like I was always interested in it, always watched it. Like watched stuff on TV, paranormal, like Josh Gates, like Ghost Hunters, like all those types of things. I've had my fair share of encounters growing up throughout my life with the paranormal. Even had my own possible sighting when I was a kid. But like, I always felt like that was something I had to keep hidden away deep inside myself that I couldn't really talk to nobody about because I would be judged. And holding that inside of me is what almost killed me.
Yeah.
That's what almost killed me. And, here I am today. And and sure enough, like I went through recovery and sure, I became a functioning member of society again, but I still was missing that part because I never shared that part of myself. And being able to be with those people and to share stories and to lift it, like one thing that I always like to say is pain shared is pain lessened. And whoa, like how much better I felt like after telling these guys some of the things that I've been through, some of the things that I've seen, and just my life, and then having these experiences and being like, holy shit, I'm not fucking crazy because everybody else just had it too.
I'll tell you what, if anybody watched our episode last week with Jeff Harding, when is it time to speak about Bigfoot? We talked about that. When is it time? When do you take that next step? Because we know you're going to get laughed at, you're going to be made fun of, but when you find the right people, when you start talking about your experiences, it helps you. It's like a medicine. It's like better than paying $1,000 to some therapist doctor who wants to sit you on a fucking couch and make you just cry. Talking with friends and feeling comfortable. Everybody's recognizing you. I mean, that's where it is. And seeing like you. So I'm talking about the young guns. Like you learn a life experience right there. What you're just talking about. You made yourself feel better. And I'm hoping that somebody's watching this and like, you know what? He's fucking right. I need to
hope so too, man.
Talk about my experience because by holding it in, you created a PTSD. Anybody in the military tell you
Absolutely.
that's PTSD. Talking about it with your friends is the key that helps you better yourself and grow. Listen, I was in a rut before I was doing these channels. You know, you go to fucking work every day, you pay your fucking bill, your electricity, put food on the table. Life itself is so fucking boring. It's so hard. I like being married, I have kids. It's great. But when you start opening up, doing a show, talking about your experiences and all that, there's just a satisfaction that makes you. I told Connor this, you know, every time I do a show on Wednesday, I go to work happier. I just feel better. It's true.
Yeah, 100%. This is spiritual therapy right here.
It is. It is a therapy, and I don't care if somebody wants to come on here and talk about mermaids or anything like that. One thing I love about Connor is Connor's open to anything. That's why I was attracted to Connor. Like, he might have Bigfoot Anon in his title, so you're thinking this guy's just mostly Bigfoot. Fuck no.
I'm not that open.
Yeah, so when we were down in the Mayaca, it was in that part of where we were close to camping where RPG, you know, did that impressive howl. He was looking in his stump, and I'm like, bro, what are you looking for? He's like, fairies? I'm like, shut the fuck up. He's like, for real? Fairies are real? I'm like, damn, I didn't know that. So now I'm like, I've been looking and did all that on the internet, and it's just the stories go back, just like, you know, Sasquatch and Dogman. You know, it's crazy.
Yep.
I agree, Tyler. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? If you could believe in a Bigfoot, why can't you believe that something else can be real or not? You know, I mean, a fairy. Finding a fairy is just as hard as finding a Bigfoot. I mean, if one could exist, doesn't mean this can exist. It can exist.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like nobody knows what's fully on this fucking
I just
planet.
think it's
Nobody
important.
knows what's actually in the ocean, the deepest part of the ocean. There's parts of the ocean that we can't get to. We don't know what's on this planet. There's parts of the forest that we can't even get into yet.
Yeah, there's still parts of North America that have been untouched by mankind.
And Long Island Bigfoot says Connor needs to run for president 2024.
Supreme Overlord.
I just think it's important, guys, to share your truths because that just can open doors for other people. And just to know you're not alone out there is so empowering. So that's why I'm pretty open-minded and open sharing with it because some people think I'm trying to jam it down their throat. I'm just trying to let people know I'm there with them and trying to open doors for people because this world is so full of possibilities that can blow your mind every single day, and all of it connects because coincidence is the only thing to never exist. So yes, the Atlanteans are matched with the Mayans, and that links with the ancient Sumerians, and they all talked about the ancient hairy man and the mound builders and the giants and the titans and the leviathans. So if you go the church route, if you like the science route, if you like the urban legend route, it all correlates to something, and it all really connects to our soul that really can't be contained. So I think it's important to just have these conversations. And, you know, like Matt said, you have to take that hard jump sometimes and be uncomfortable and vulnerable for beautiful things to sprout. So it's amazing when you can step out of your comfort zone and look stupid sometimes and look dumb and look clueless. But sometimes, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, enough times you're getting somewhere. And I think that's important.
Yep.
Yep.
You gotta have thick skin. I mean, you know, people are gonna, especially on YouTube, Reddit and stuff, they're gonna slam you. Just people, that's all they do is slam. You know, it's like the old days. Back in my day, it used to be phone calls. People used to call and yell at you on phones. Now with the keyboard, anybody can say anything they want and not be shown. So you gotta have thick skin. Don't let that bother you, and keep going. You know, so are you guys ever so you guys basically live in the same kind of area in Florida, correct? All 3 of you?
They live closer than I do. They live
we actually represent all 3 different types of Florida.
Yeah, the thing just got gambled.
Yeah, I'm all the way in the south, and Tyler, you're like mid central north, and then you're all the way in like Pensacola area, right, Connor?
No, vice versa.
Oh, vice versa. Okay.
Me and Tyler are switched.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I'm about 40. No, probably about 40 minutes. Listen, east of Pensacola.
Oh, actually, you know what's funny? I have something to kind of talk. You remember how we were talking that night? We were talking about Eglin Air Force Base.
Yeah.
So I actually recently got in touch with a ex-Navy officer who confirmed your reports of UFOs being out there by Eglin Air Force Base. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. He was in the Navy for I think he said he did 4 or 6 years, but yep. And he also confirmed to me that
that's UFO Central. Golf Breeze.
That they're doing biological experiments over there at Eglin.
I believe it.
Yep. When he told, and it was all unprompted because it was funny how the conversation ended up about, but he kind of just was just like forthcoming about it. He heard what I was doing, and he just started talking to me about it, and I was like, oh crap, like, are you for real right now? He's like, yeah, man, yeah, we see it all the time out there. We weren't allowed to say nothing about it until they released that freaking video from the government, from the the Air Force ones that they did.
Yep.
They all had to be on the hush hush about it for all these years until then.
Yeah, there's a big radar site for the Space Force out here on Eglin.
Yep. And another person who was also in the Navy back in the late 1960s. He was over in the Mediterranean. That was his first UFO encounter, was out there on the Mediterranean Sea. And then several years later, he had another encounter, him and his wife, out in Arizona.
Oh, wow.
And another veteran we know talked about UFO sightings from the early 60s.
Yep, that's what I just said. Yep. So, like, one of the things I want to put out there is that, hey, maybe the government actually does know more about this stuff than we think they do, or that they let on. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, I mean, there are stuff that they know that they will never tell us. I mean, that's not an X-file. That's just a fact.
That's a fact.
That's just a fact. There are certain now some information I could probably understand that the regular people on this planet wouldn't even be able to accept. They you know what I mean? I mean, there's just so many things that, like, you guys are open-minded. The government came out and said, this is a real picture of a UFO. We can accept that. We can get it. But most people say it's phony. So there's things that they can say. There's things that they can't. I can understand that. But there's things that they're not telling us. And the question is, should they? Could they? Are we ready for it?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because everyone's been coming out about UFOs and stuff. But the whole Sasquatch, skunk ape, there's all names for it. Think about the logging industry. That's a $1 trillion industry every year. And if the government was to come out about these things, there goes your logging industry. Gone. All those woods are going to be for endangered species. You know what I mean? Like, so dude, I don't know, man.
There's a lot.
They know more than what they say, because I've heard some crazy stuff, dude. Stuff that I wouldn't want to talk unless it's like behind a closed door.
No, you're right. It's all about the economy. Keep the engine running. For the money system, and they don't want to put a wrench in that, because you could collapse countries and stuff. So there's things that they're never going to want us to know, because they don't want to throw a wrench into the machine. Governments are all machines. It's all machines. It's all about the dollar. And like you said, forest, buildings, everything's built from the forest, trees and stuff, and they can't have that shut down.
Nope, they can't. And
and don't get me wrong. Listen, there's a lot of dumbass conspiracies out there where we also at the same time, we give the government too much credit, thinking they are the mastermind of every single thing out there. Remember, a lot of people who are in office, they're fucking idiots. And the only reason they got there is because of money, campaign. They're not smart enough to hold certain kind of secrets and stuff. So I don't want to also give the government too much credit, because too many channels give the government way too much credit. World they're the world. They're going to change everything. They're going to do this and this and this. Listen, no, they can't do all that. They're hiding stuff, yes, but that's not giving them too much power that they don't have. There's a bunch of idiots who are working in there in the first place.
I mean, keep their pockets fat. That's all.
Until Connor and I become
100%.
president and vice president, and then we'll run it the right way.
That's right. It's like the outdoor industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry a year. Government comes out and says there's an 8-foot-tall hairy man, Chewy's third cousin, running around in those woods. No one's going. Families are going to stop going camping.
Yes.
That's, and it's going to be detrimental to the national parks because the BLM, they get all the Bureau of Land Management.
Where the money comes from.
Yeah, exactly. So you take all that away. It's. I mean, they got to do. Obviously, they're going to do what's best for their country, and they don't want the economy to fall. But there comes a line, because it's people get hurt. Just like the David Paulides books, Missing 411. So I have a buddy of mine who is an ex-Navy guy. I'm not going to say what he did, but one of his buddies' cousins was one of the cases in the Missing 411 up in British Columbia. And we're actually going to go check it out here in a few months.
Yeah, the Missing 411, that is such a freaking a research study that there's something there. There's something to it.
People don't just disappear.
Not just here in the United States and America. A lot of countries have their own Missing 411. Connor and I interviewed a guy from Japan, and there's a lot of missing people out there that he was doing his own maps, finding out that the Missing 411s on Japan was actually in the areas of all the sightings are. So there's so much there to uncover. And of course, the government's not going to tell us. It's going to take people like yourself, the young guns, the blue collars, searchers, to try to find the truth for us. And of course, once you do find the truth, that's when government's trying to jump in, trying to make it like, Tyler, how? That guy's fucking crazy. He came from the nut house. Even though you know you're true. But you got to be brave. You just got to come out and give it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got to be willing to take the chance for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if you look.
So speaking of young guns, you guys both had childhood encounters. You care to share, with the people and what got you into this?
You were cutting out, bro. I can't hear you.
So Tyler, was there one thing in your life that came out and said, hey, I want to research more? Was there something that made you want to come out and research? I mean, what was that one thing?
So it pretty much started when I was 13 years old. So I'm a diehard turkey hunter and deer hunter. I've hunted religiously my entire life with my dad.
That's my family. Yep.
We used to be in a hunting club up in Union Springs, Alabama, middle of nowhere in southeast Alabama. And I was just sitting in my tree stand, and it was getting dark. And my dad, I'm going to try to shorten this story up, but my dad told me that pretty much there was something coming down the creek. And at this point in time, it was dark, and he told me not to get out of my tree. Well, I heard something coming down the creek. I could hear water being displaced, and I heard something come out and get into the leaves because I was sitting in some planted pines that were on a ridge, and down the hill was a creek, and it was just them big old hickory leaves and oak leaves, like as big as your hand. You could hear deer coming from a mile away, and I could hear something crunching, and then it stopped. Well, it sounded like rain started, but I was like, it's not raining, so maybe I was thinking water dripping off of it hitting the leaves. Well, it was like it made a beeline to my tree, just crunch, 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 kind of hauling ass. And then it stopped. And I counted about 4 pine trees down. At this point in time, the moon's coming up in front of me, and I could see shoulders sticking out on each end of this tree, and I could see breath. Creeped me out. Felt like 5 minutes, but it was probably 30 seconds. Then it left. I get down out of the tree, walking down the road, and I could hear something coming back out of that creek, catty cornering me, like it was covering a lot of real estate in a hurry. And then when I got to the edge of the planted pines to the sage grass field, and when I stepped out of those woods, something pretty much screamed, yelled, hollered, whatever you want to call it. And it was so loud, like you're at a concert. You feel your clothes vibrate, you know? That's what it was like. It was insane, man. That's what started it for me.
What about you, Scratch in South Florida? What was your main thing?
I was about 9, 10 years old, and across the street from my grandmother's house was like, it was kind of like a preserve almost. And when we were kids, we used to go across the street and we would play in that mangrove marsh, and we would dig up crabs and stuff underneath, out from underneath the dirt. And I was there one day, and doing just that. Just, huh?
No, I'm being dumb.
Oh, no worries. I'm just digging for crabs, and the next thing I know, when I'm describing this place, so I walked in, and it's just a trail that's going through, and there's about 20 yards of mangroves to my left, and some brush to my right. And then on the other side of the brush to my right is the street, and then to my left there's a lake, and then behind the lake is nothing but just mangrove swamp. And so I'm sitting there and I'm just digging and playing whatever, and I hear something step up onto the trail, and I turned and I looked up, and there was just this tall, black, hairy looking figure. And I mean, at the time, I'm right now maybe 5'7", 5'8". All right, I was super short back then. It could have been anything, But I looked at it, and I kind of just froze. And then it was looking to the left first, and when it turned its head to the right and looked at me, was when I fucking bolted. And that was the first experience that I ever had.
Damn.
Yeah.
I couldn't be 9 or 10. I was 13, bro. I played football, and I was crying, man. Tears running down my face, and I was trying to be quiet.
I ran home. I ran home crying, and that was it, man. I didn't tell nobody what was going on. Nope. I was so scared, and after that, I quit playing over there.
Yeah, I believe. And I know you probably wanted to say something, but normal person, you're afraid someone's gonna look at you like you're crazy. You're a kid. You don't know what you saw.
Well, the funny thing is that I always chalked it up to being a monkey. That it was just a big monkey. The reason being is because where we were down in 1992 after Hurricane Andrew, there was a zoo around there somewhere that had got decimated by the hurricane, and allegedly in the area there was a bunch of escaped primates. So the only thing that I can say that was different was that this did not have a tail. Now, we used to see monkeys hanging off the power lines in the alley behind the house all the time. They had tails. This did not have a tail. It was standing upright. It was not knuckling on the ground. It was upright, and I just thought, I don't know, man, maybe it was just a fucking chimp that just stepped out, and I was like, oh crap, and that's why I always just chalked it up to in memory. And anybody that I spoke to, they're like, oh, it was probably just one of the monkeys that were in the area. So that's what I was chalked it up to.
Yeah. So you got to take all possibilities, but yeah. But I'm glad you investigated it. You kind of put it. Is it Curious George? I can't remember. Does he supposed to have a tail or no tail?
I don't think he has a tail.
George, the Mandela effect about his tail. I can't remember. If Curious George has a tail or not now. I'm totally off subject.
That's a Mandela effect for sure, though. I've seen that before.
I want to say that he did not have a tail. That's what I want to say from what I remember. I remember him just being a regular chimp. But I could be wrong.
I'm actually typing it in because I can't remember.
That's funny.
Hey, Tyler, could you tell the people about your Air Force Base encounter that really rumbled the community at the beginning of the year?
Yeah. So this last January, I was hiking a lot. I managed restaurants for about 6 years, so I couldn't put the time and effort in the woods hunting like I used to. So I picked up hiking. I hiked, I don't know, probably 15, 20 miles that day, and coming out of the woods, I pulled up on this power line. I was like, you know what? I got like 30 minutes to kill. I got to pick up my kid from the bus. I'll sit right here, see if I can see anything come out, because we have bears here and all that. So I pull up on this power line. I'm not sitting there 10 minutes, and here's something just come walking out, jet black. I'm like, oh shit, what is that? And for me to say that, I've seen people up close and personal and people from a long ways out there in these woods. I've been hunting out here since I was 6 years old. I'll be 30 on the 21st of this month. And I have never questioned that before. It was just black. I couldn't see skin, I couldn't see hat, couldn't see clothing. Well, before I started filming, it stopped a few times and started picking stuff up. Well, people don't do that. There's nothing to pick up out there. And it took the path of most resistance, which struck me as odd. There's a road that comes through there, but it didn't come out on the road. And I shared it, and Matt Moneymaker shared it on his Twitter and told me to make a YouTube channel, so I did. And that video blew up. I'm almost at 30,000 views on it. So it's a lot of people have tried to pull like satellite imagery and all that to get a gauge of the distance and the speed it was walking. It was pretty interesting, man. A lot of people believe it's a juvenile. So I've talked to people who've worked out here on the range, for years. And they've all said, they've seen something, that wasn't normal, or there's something out here that leaves tracks like yours and mine, but I don't know what it is. And so, yeah, I've been hearing whoops and wood knocks my entire life, and didn't even realize what they were till high speed internet come about. And that wasn't till high school.
So, Tyler, let me ask you now, like, what do you want to get out of it now? Like, what are you hoping from now, going to the future of what your research? What are you hoping to find out now?
So this is my passion, man. Like, the fact that I put deer hunting down to pursue this more means something. If anyone knows me, they'll tell you, like, the fact that Tyler does not deer hunt to do this more, he knows there's something out there. And I want to get to where, they always say you want to have your dream job. You want to be your own boss, work for yourself, do your passion, do what you enjoy. And this is what I enjoy. And I hope, to get to where I could do this for a living, like I do documentary films and, expeditions and stuff. And that's the point I want to get to. But for me personally, I just want to be like, there you are. I seen you. That's it. And what I've been hearing things, seeing things, but it has not been a 100% visual confirmation for me yet. So until I get that, it's like, there you are, then in my heart, I will feel like that weight's gone. But the drive will never stop. Even when I do have that, 100% encounter, I will still continue to for more. Because I think that if, like Connor, was talking about when me and him were riding in the car, we firmly believe that these things can sense your energy and your vibes. And if you can establish that connection, that who knows, you could maybe, the possibilities are just mind blowing on what could happen. Who knows, you could finally have to communicate and get language spoke, or, show you something. There's no telling. I mean, I'm Native American on my mother's side, and that's why I think some of the encounters I have come from that. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's like there's two kind of research. There's the research for the truth,
Yep.
And once you find your truth, then there's the research of, why it's here. Now I know it's here. How long has it been here? What's it like? Does it have families? Does it have this? I mean, there's so much even more. So it's like two different kind of research. One to find out what's the truth, and once you know there is a truth, what is it? What has been here?
Exactly.
There's so much to. It'll never end, and I'm glad. What about you, Florida, South Florida? I mean, what's your end game?
I don't have an end game. I don't want to see an end game. I don't want to stop. Like first and foremost, I don't. What I would like to experience, I'd like to have like a true face-to-face encounter. So that way, like similar to what Tyler said, I want a face-to-face encounter. But I don't have any doubt that they're there now. Like I don't have any doubt that there's some sort of phenomena to this, that they're there. Like when I'm talking about, I had one zap me in my head and was doing something, and like my whole body was debilitated and I was struggling to hold on to my own consciousness. Now why? Now I want to know what that was about. I want to know if I can put a face to the thing that did that. And that's what it is for me right now. Because that was like, I have to say that, and the experiences that we had with our with my phone, that was pretty crazy. And I had never had a encounter like that before.
Here's somebody actually in the chat actually put in a question. I want to see. I heard of this before, but I never even talked about it. Here's a question: does anyone know the reason why native gifted tobacco to Sasquatch? Did they know what Sasquatch done with it? I haven't really. I've never heard people giving gifts.
Me neither, but that's new for me.
I've heard of gifting, but I've never heard of gifting tobacco specifically.
Yeah, tobacco.
I of course, have. It has many medicinal purposes. Plus, they can put it in the fire and breathe it in. It is traditional gifting. I actually just was talking to my neighbor and telling him that every one of his guts that he breaks down from a cigarillo, just to give me that, because usually you just disperse of that tobacco. But I'm going to start gifting that. But I've gifted mushrooms, ganja, fruit, blankets, bones, a lot of everything. You have to establish different connections with the forest, 100%.
Yeah, but I know people who've gifted crystals. They leave it in their backyard for the Bigfoots, and they said they get up and the crystals are gone.
We left some crystals in Mayaca on film and everything. But I would like to hear more about Matt's encounter, because I was actually there when he got zapped, and I got it on camera. And it was right when we discovered some footprints. It was right when we were on the track of some things. And I've had some infrasound. I've sharded before from an encounter leaping in Pascagoula, Mississippi with one of these creatures. So I saw Matt go down, and I knew that something was in our grid.
All right, so we were back there where we were found. Like Tiffany had found some prints early in the morning. Had the whole camp scrambling to get out there. I was just having my breakfast and my coffee, and I just grabbed my still camera and I started booking it. So I'm out there and I'm taking pictures and I'm walking around, and like there were structures, prints, breaks, all in the same, and what looked like an old nest, all in the same freaking area. So at one point I'm down there and I'm sitting there trying to get a good shot of the most clear footprint of the entire day. There was footprints, like even the soil had dermal ridges to it. Like it was so crisp and clean, that print. But it wasn't deep enough for us to cast, which was such a shame. But so I had bent down and I'm trying to get a clear, crisp picture of it with my Nikon. And the next thing I know, it's kind of like, the only way that I can kind of describe it is almost like someone came and had cymbals in their hands and they just smacked them on both of my ears. And it was like a gong went off of my head. My vision went blurry. Like I felt nauseous. I almost fell down. And my mom, she seen what happened. She kind of like, Matt, you all right? And I was like, I need to sit down. She kind of directed me to a tree. And as I'm sitting there, I like, and like, not to sound like hokey or nothing like that, but I could feel like a tickle. It was like a tickle in my mind, and it was like kind of worming. And I was like, no, like in my mind, and it stopped. But I still had the body feeling and everything. It took me, I don't know, maybe about like 5-10 minutes to collect myself before I could stand again. Now, I don't have diabetes. I know I'm a little overweight, but I don't have diabetes. I have vertigo. I don't have vertigo. Never had any issues with vertigo. I mean, sometimes I have high blood pressure when I get mad, but that's about it. Like, I don't have any sort of medical thing that could have set that off by just bending down and standing up. And that was wild. And then after that, as I'm walking out there, like we're all walking out of that area, and I think I was actually next to Tyler, and my phone starts making a freaking noise, and I pull my phone out. It was like there's this little boo thing, and I'm like, what the heck? And I open it up, and I'm watching my phone scroll itself down through my music.
Yes, you showed me that.
And I said, no, I'm not doing this. I shut it out.
Man,
I locked my phone again, put it back in my pocket. We walked a little bit further, and now music's playing again in my pocket. I pulled my phone out, and there it is. It's playing a song. I paused the song, locked it, put it away. Walk a little bit further. Same thing again, except this time it chose the song that's titled Hello, Darling.
I was about to ask you, what song is it picking?
It chose Hello, Darling is the title of the song. And I was like, all right, I can't explain this any further. You know, it's one thing if it happens once, but it happened 3 times right after I just had that incident. And I was like, yeah,
Aren't you glad? Aren't you kind of glad in a weird way it did happen to you? Because
100%.
Because now you're like, oh my God, I just had an experience 3 different times. I want to research you more. You know?
100%, man. Like,
I'm sure during that part, you're like your heart's fucking beating like.
The only part I don't recommend was when they made contact with my mind. That was the only thing I don't recommend, especially for like a first-time user, or you're just like curious about what's going on. You want to go out there, be prepared for that stuff. Because when I'm telling you, when you are normal and able-bodied and everything is normal, and then the next thing you're not, and it's unexplainable, and you feel those feelings and you have that experience, it's very scary. That was the only frightening part. I wasn't even that scared of the freaking paranormal stuff. That freaked me out.
Now, some people do ask me, Eric, what do you recommend for us to do when you go on any research or do anything? And I always give an answer, and everybody's like looking at me like, that's not an answer. Yeah, it is an answer. Everybody asks, Eric, what would you recommend? I recommend if you're going to go out and do research on any community, paranormal, Bigfoot, you should learn CPR. You should learn CPR, and you should learn first aid. That is the first thing anybody should learn, because safety should always come first. Because anybody knows in the paranormal world, we all know that ghosts and stuff is built on energy.
I am CPR certified. I am first aid certified.
There you go.
I was a security operations manager for 2 years before I started my current job.
That's important because
I'm all about security and safety.
You have to be, because
you have to.
You don't even have to listen. Most paranormal research is done at night. You don't know what you're going to step on. You don't know what you're going to hit. You're dark. You need to be able to protect yourself first. Like you said,
absolutely.
Stop your heart. It can actually get your heart going. So it's good to know first aid before you go on any research. So my recommendation, people, before you do on research, get CPR certified. Learn how to bring somebody back just in case something happens.
Learn how to take care of yourself.
Because, man, it sounds like you almost could have caused yourself to pass out on the ground.
Oh, I almost did. I almost did. And another thing that I want to mention too is make sure that you know your landscape, man, because especially for us down here in Florida, like I was just telling Tyler this morning before we hopped on the show, like the next place that we're going to be going is Ochopee, Florida, and where they're at up north it is not the same terrain as it is down here. It is more wet. There is mangroves, there is sharks, there is stingrays, there is crocodiles in the area that you're searching for the skunk ape. Like, it is not something that you just go out there willing. There's pythons that can eat you, like huge, massive pythons. The entire wildlife is kill or be killed down here. And do not go out. That's my recommendation. Do not go anywhere without doing your research.
You're 100% correct. You listen to anybody who investigates the paranormal before they go to a certain place. They try to learn what happened there in the past. Did somebody die? What was the history? What's around the land? What's the weather? Kind of like when I was listening to you earlier, like when you're having that encounter, you're asking yourself, I don't have diabetes, I don't have this. You're debunking and kind of stuff, but that's all part of it. Learn your land, learn the area, learn what's out there, because there, like you said, there's animals, there's certain kind of snakes, you don't know. You got to be prepared for anything, because most of these research are done at nighttime. You can't see these things.
When we were down in the Mayaca, I was telling Connor and them, I was like, dude, the woods down here, it's like a jungle, man. I felt like I was down in like Puerto Rico or some shit, because we don't have all the palm trees and the damn palmettos like you guys have, and just the vine. There's damn vines in there that cars could swing on. We don't have any of that up there. All we have up here is hardwoods and pine trees.
Yeah, and it's even more thick down south. The further south you go, it gets even thicker.
Yeah. Every area is different. Go to fucking
every area is
different
different
here in Washington. It's crowded with trees and stuff. I mean, it's hard vision to see forward. You got to know your environment. That is so true.
Hey, Tyler, you also had the skunk ape enter your mind while you were in Mayaca. Could you explain your dream and then what happened when you woke up from the dream? And then, Matt, please tell us what you recorded outside of our tents as well.
Yeah, man. So I was laid in my tent. I don't know. I fell asleep around, I don't know, it was like 3 o'clock that morning or something. We were out and about, doing the damn thing. And I had a dream, and I was somewhere. I don't know where. It wasn't there. I was camping, and I was, sitting around a fire, and there's the firelight, you can see around you just a little bit. I seen a set of eyes glowing. Well, a skunk ape come out of the woods into the lot where I could see it, and was like waving its hand at me, telling me to come in. Well, then I shot straight up out of my dream and woke up because it seemed so real. And then there was something stirring in the woods when we started hearing wood knocks and stuff. And that's where he came into play.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to mention this real quick. My brother's in the chat, and I want everybody to know that I know a lot of people haven't seen Dr. Wu for a while, because Dr. Wu is still in California. He's not back in the UK. And once he gets back to normal, where he is going to be back on the show. He's on vacation. He's been going in the mountains, hunting, actually looking for Bigfoot himself up in the Yosemite National Mountains. So he is going to be back on the show. He's still on vacation. I don't even know when he goes back to the UK. That son of a bitch.
I saw on the recent news at the UK Daily Star that Queen Elizabeth herself is filing paperwork to try to keep him from crossing back into the border. So they're going to try to send him to America to stay. So I'm interested to see the saga of Robert Woods. So definitely tune in on his channel. His lives are so crazy. You don't know where he is in this realm or the next. And for a show to create that mysticism, and it's the true being, that's Dr. Wu himself. It's truly special. And then I see Juan Torres. We all know, Screw the Globe. And then Lakea show, man, thanks for stopping by. Vault of Nightmares and Lakea, they got an awesome thing going. Looking for the Dogman, and great shows too. I saw Sean G was here, Chasing the Truth, bunch of legends. And BF Bud, I'm super excited to be part of your team at the next expedition at the Bigfoot Odyssey 168. Prayers up for Chris Reinhardt, though, guys. He was in and out of the hospital.
Yeah.
Actually, our team captain for Discover Sasquatch. He just got out of surgery, so just positive vibes for him. If he can't make it to the camp out, he will be there 1,000,000% in spirit. We will be looking for the RF, the radiation. He has detected that some of these structures in the woods have 3 times the radiation of a microwave. Like, that's crazy that there's electrical pockets out there in the swamp, in the flatlands, out in the desert. It's madness. But Matt was recording while we were all in the tent going to bed, and he recorded some just freaking craziness. And it was Matt's tent was right here to the right, and then me and Tristan, and then Stacy, and then right by the tree, right by Stacy, was Tyler. So all 4 of us were along a line that the skunk ape, I think, were sniffing out. And Nana Boss is in the chat. I honestly think they were very interested in Nana Boss, and sadly, that might be why Matt was interfered with a little bit, and that's why they were throwing acorns at his tent specifically. But we're gonna let Matt, explain the sounds. But all the sounds are on his channel. But just hear it from the man himself first.
So what I did was I set up my audio recorder with the lavalier pointing out the backside of the tent. And it probably has a range anywhere of depending, I had the limiter on. So that's why I have several different audio recorders from that night. One was taken from an Apple Watch, and the other one was the recorder. And that's why the Apple Watch picked up the acorns hitting the tent, but that was too light of a noise that the limiter didn't pick it up.
Interesting.
So to get it all right. So if the video that I posted, that is just a small snippet of the most action. That actual clip was 2 hours long of audio that I had to go through. We were sleeping, so yes, there is some slight, breathing sounds and stuff. I had somebody make a comment on Facebook saying something like, "Oh, this the sound I was trying to hear. I couldn't hear because of the snorkel breathing." Well, people were sleeping. Shit happens. I set it up while we were sleeping in a tent. You're gonna hear some breathing. I'm sorry.
It's raw. It's real.
It's a raw, real video. Exactly. So in the beginning, you can hear that there's definitely hoot owls out there, and you can hear them going off from time to time. And then in the beginning of the clip, the first major noise that happens is a clear as day wood knock. That's definitely a wood knock. There is no other thing.
You sent me that audio, and I listened to it with my big headphones, and you can clear as day hear it. I'm like, oh, wow.
Yeah. It was nice, and they were hitting home runs that night.
Yeah.
So after that, you hear a plane go over, and then you start hearing the hoot owl start acting up, and then now I was talking to Tyler about this because I had actually sent both the audio files to both of these guys before I even uploaded it, because I wanted to make sure that I'm not just uploading something that I'm just making up in my mind because I got Squatch on the brain. Okay, so so you're gonna hear a hoot owl go off, and then what follows is I can only describe it as kind of like monkey chatter, and Tyler told me that it could be from the hoot owls going back and forth with each other, getting pissed and competing. But if you listen closely, and eventually just PSA, I'm gonna redo these videos. I'm gonna lower the background noise. I'm gonna boost the audio even more, and I'm gonna completely make it a lot different. I just got different technology that now I have the ability to do that. But it is not the tone. It is not the same tone as the hoot owl. So it has a more almost guttural sound to it, and I've never heard something like that in my life. And then a little bit further into the video, you hear another knock, and then at the end of that clip, what you hear is something what to me personally sounds like bipedal steps through the tree line. So what I personally think happened was that they were done fucking with us, and they went on to the next one. So I mean, that's my opinion, because guess what? I've had these two guys that are on here right now and Stacy both tell me that night was going nuts. So it wasn't imagined. Like, there was something out there outside of
Shit was happening, guys.
That's awesome.
It was.
So let's see. So Dr. Wu, how do you feel about the Young Guns? You're on mute. Dr. Wu.
He might still be getting situated with his audio.
Yeah, sorry. I had to grab headphones because I remember last time I had feedback, and you said, "Make sure you have headphones, dude." I said, "Okay." So I've got them prepared. Hold on. Let me get started this breakfast. Oh, fuck yes. Okay, hold on. Let me come on. I can't get the cam on. Hold on. Well, you will not see my face then. Oh, anyway, no, everything's fantastic. I've been enjoying the show. You guys have a great group. I love hearing the stories. The cool thing is the stories. I love all the stories.
Yeah. And that's one thing, Bob, I want to encourage. I love when you see young people come out with these stories where sometimes it takes somebody older in life to finally say, it's time. You see it happening younger. It's just fantastic. I mean, it's needed because, listen, to keep the communities going, you got to get all ages involved. And no offense, but most age follows the same age group. To know that the age group is being represented by these people who just are talking about it, they're passionate about it. It's just not a story for them. They really care what they saw, what they hear, and they're still doing something about it. They're still researching it.
Yeah, the idea is to research it and have a place where you can comfortably talk about it, because it's not normal. I mean, let's face it. I mean, you guys ever talk to Connor? I mean, it's not normal conversation. You're gonna be. But it's truthful. The dude's not lying. He's gonna tell you what he thinks is out there, and he's gonna give you an honest opinion of what it's gonna be out there. But you got to stop for a second and say, you know what? How do you know it's not true? I mean, I've seen a lot of insane cryptids. I've been all over the fucking world. I've seen things that are just wrong in every way. There's no scientific reason why these things should be there. But I had to, at some point, just throw it all out and say, okay, you know what? It's plausible. So I run on a plausibility chart. I said, this is highly plausible. This is likely plausible. This is not plausible. And then, so a lot of the stories I hear is plausible. It's got there is more out there than people can think, because we're talking about the forest here, all over the fucking globe. It's huge, man. We're talking, we just civilization just kind of parked their trailers next to the ocean, and to their six is an entire forest. Are you going to tell me you know what's out there 100%? No, man. There are. I've seen the research. There are staircases in the middle of nowhere in the forest, and who built them? And they're built well, and they go up to where? To nowhere. They just stop. The archaeological discoveries right now they're off the chain. They're finding pyramids here. They're finding things in the desert that, when did this come about? There's constant rewrites of archaeology. So we're in it right now. This is a great time to be alive. And you guys are not crazy. You're seeing things that are coming into, I don't know, it's coming in through something, a veil. The veil is thin. How many of these weird astrological signs and weird things that we've had 1,000 years ago was the last time we've had the moon, the eclipse of the blood moon. I'm like, really? So every year is a whole series of new astrological things that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. Of course, the veil is thin.
You're right. Everything's being rewritten.
Everything's being rewritten right now.
DNA gets better and better.
DNA is being constantly battled and changed. I've talked about the elongated skulls in Peru, and they've identified the DNA, and they've linked them to the Caucasus Mountains of Europe. So, okay, let's back the story up. They're in Peru. Okay, we're South America, and they're dated thousands of years old, these skeletons, but their DNA traces them to Europe, to the Caucasus Mountains. And some of them have a mixed DNA between local indigenous peoples of the South Americas, and the majority of their DNA comes from the Caucasus Mountains. These are the elongated skulls. And how did they get there? That means they must have had maritime The maritime voyages must have went thousands of years ago. Thousands of years. And they're rewriting everything from now. They've got evidence of early of the Hebrew of the Israelites making it to the United States of America. They're finding more things that kind of hint for Israelites in the snake mounds that Connor talks about all the time. Now, how the hell? And it makes sense though that they would have snakes. Snakes is part of their it's part of their history. Snakes is part of the Torah. It's in a lot of religions. It's from way back. Of course, they're the ones who put the snake mounds down. So we're starting to see that this planet is far older than or whatever you want to call it. The back of the turtle. I don't care about shape. I'm just telling you right now, it's weird, and we're getting more and more evidence of these things. And who's to say they didn't practice breeding techniques back then? Who's to say Bigfoot isn't a product of the giants?
Yeah.
Genetically.
And Bob, all we know that Tyler, Matt in the future, and Connor, they might be the ones that might find some evidence to prove some of this stuff.
They're gonna find it because they're the only ones looking for it. You know what I'm saying? You guys are the only ones looking for it. Nobody else is going to go ruin their college career and say, look what I found, because it's a dead stone. You're not going to get tenure at the university if you show a bone. You could lose all credibility if you walk in with some kind of an artifact from something you suspect is much older. Like they found a hammerheads embedded in rock that is dated back to 2 million years, man. I'm like, holy shit. And nobody will acknowledge it. That's swept under the rug. It's complete. So you guys are the ones that'll be the ones finding it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And who
You're
knows?
the ones looking for it.
And once you find a Bigfoot, who knows how long Bigfoot goes back? Bigfoots can go back millions of years. We don't know.
Oh, absolutely. He could be another species. I mean, you know how many species? I mean, if you're in evolution, some people aren't in evolution. It depends on what your camp is, but yeah, how many species of Neanderthal were out there? The Denisovians was just a recent discovery, and they're all. You hear that word a lot being used, and they just discovered them within like last 5 years, 6 years.
There was another primate that was discovered on an island. I cannot remember what island it was called, but they were believed to be extinct, and it was like 3 years ago. It's like, who's to say? Because like Gigantopithecus was a real living, breathing creature.
Gigantopithecus is a real breathing creature. Yeah, and they actually have the bones.
Direct descendant of orangutan. Well,
exactly.
All the DNA samples, the hair they find is orangutan. Like, you can't go buy that off shelf at Walmart or order that shit on Amazon. Someone can't just put it out there. Something left it there.
Something, you just don't die and leave your bones behind and say you didn't exist. They've existed. They existed, and they can also adapt. They can adapt to their environment. Now they're huge, but they could have shrank. Humans, the elongated skull guys. I mean, these guys they have mummies in China that are 7 foot tall, man. And they obviously shrank. Here we are. The Chinese aren't that tall. So, I mean, Australopithecus can shrink, depending on what it's eating. The smaller ones will survive. The larger ones will die off. Big brother will die off. The little wimpy brother, he lived because he's eating less. And they just got smaller and smaller from there. That's that basic. But you guys are going great. I love the show. I'm going to shut my mouth. You guys talk. I'm going to shut up.
Yeah.
You're good, brother.
Well, we got 10 minutes left where I go to work. So let's go around the table and find out what you guys are gonna be doing, next. If you have anything planned that's next. So Tyler, you got anything coming up that you're gonna be doing next that you want to let people know about your channel or anything?
So I'm gonna put some footage together from the Tatum house and make a video for that, but. Me and Stacy, we're going somewhere in Alabama, not too far from here, because I live 10 minutes from the Alabama state line. And we're going to some private property of some crazy, like, Bigfoot stuff. And we're going to probably do it on some kayaks and go check it out, because I got a thermal now, and we can have 2 thermals going and try and slip up in there. It's going to be pretty interesting. I don't know exactly when we're going to do it, but it's supposed to be sometime after the first of the year.
And then are you going to be like recording it and putting it on your channel?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everything that goes on, I'm definitely going to be filming all of it and going to have it on my channel.
Nice. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm going to try to get my hands on an audio recorder before then. That way I can get some stuff and send it to Matt and let him break it down and listen to it, because I don't know squat about listening to audio and breaking it down. He's the man for it. So whatever I get, I'm going to send it to him and let him listen to it. So
Sounds good to me, brother.
Matt, what do you got going? What you got coming up?
Well, actually, as far as like the channel goes, check us out next Wednesday. I'm actually starting to create my own podcast series. The pilot's going to be next week. I don't want to say nothing about it because I just want people to see what they think about it and to leave comments and stuff. But the first person I'm going to have on there is actually going to be Tyler. He's going to be my guinea pig. But it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. I have an idea for an interesting way to take some of the stories that are floating around the internet and the community, and I want to kind of break it down a little bit differently than most shows do. So I got that coming up. We got the Ochapi trip that we're working on probably sometime in beginning of March. The holidays like are a tough time for me. I got two of my kids' birthdays. One's the 5th, one's the 6th, and then we got Christmas and then New Year's, and it's a tough time for me.
Me too, bro.
We got the Bigfoot. We got the South Florida Bigfoot Convention or Great Florida Bigfoot Convention, whatever it is, in January, mid-January. I'm working on some stuff with Dave Shealy and Stacy. Like I said, I don't want to give too much information on that because nothing's set in stone yet. But we're working on setting up a full-blown expedition down there in Ochapi.
And poor Bob in California is going to be missing the Emerald City Comic Con this weekend.
Yeah, shit. I want to go there so bad. Yeah, I'm over here. I'm stuck over here. But I'm teaching people great things.
You know, our friend Jeff Hardy was on our channel last week. He actually got a new channel he created called Pine Island Research, and he's going to be doing his first show next week on his show to be talking about the research and you know what he does, and that's going to be an awesome. Anybody seen Jeff Hardy last week? The man's like Bob and everybody. There's no bullshit. He just tells you straight up. What do you think?
Yeah.
I respect that.
He's a good dude.
So Connor, what do you got coming up? You probably got 10,000 things coming up.
Yeah, I got a bunch of things coming up. But first, before we get into that, I just want to shout out some other young guns in the community because it seems like it's desolate, but it's not. There is a whole generation of people interested in this. TikTok is exploding every single day in the paranormal realm. There is new podcasts and channels every single day. So these old timers that are in it, step your game up or you're going to be flushed out real quick. You're going to get that. Yeah. But Casey Connors from Oregon, he's moving to Tennessee. Awesome dude. Tyler Kennedy, he runs Citizen, the Science Bigfoot and the Science Citizen podcast. Tristan Smith from Hidden Relief, he camped with all of us. He's awesome. Emily Fleur from the Fleur Project, she's awesome. She's in Long Island. She's done a ton of awesome research. Alan, the Bigfoot, he's been on your guys' show before. Young Alan. Sometimes he cares a little bit more about his hair than the actual research, but maybe he will find some hair on a barbed wire fence one day. Love you, Alan. Come on, bro. Get a haircut. You know,
like
or grow it out and don't care about
it. An antique gun, Connor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But Danny has a young spirit. So I love Danny, man. And he is not scared to pull punches. But again, if people find themselves on the other side of the fence than me, then do your research. That's all I can say because I've done mine. Miguel from Sasquatch Theory. He's a young gun from Missouri. I always say he's from Texas, but he's just got that Midwest side, man. Mobo, the monster. Blue Line Bigfoot. Andreas from Last Days Now. Forest of Monsters. He's been on the show before. real cool dude. Jack McClellan, he's the filmmaker that had made The Void Cat and made a documentary called The Bridges, a Flat Creek Disturbance.
Nice.
Gemma Jade, she's a young oracle. Andy the Bigfooter, Nightmare 365. Carrick St. Laurent, that's another dude that just knows so much. He's all about the Puckwudgie and Bigfoot. Aiden Mathis, he's huge on TikTok. The Lore Lodge he runs. Nash Hoover, Yami, Andy Matsky, Alex Pedikov from Out of the Shadows, John Easley from Western Bigfoot, Tate Hieronymus, he also is all about the Bluff Creek, Connor Anderson, he's Cliff Brackman's right-hand man, Eli Watson, cool dude that jams with the guitar in the woods, and then Jeremiah, who runs Bigfoot Society. So the community is in good hands, but I am definitely pride myself on running and gunning because I'm going to be part of the Bigfoot Odyssey 168. I have an interview with Vic Cundiff in 20 minutes, and that will be to 10,000s of people, which is very cool to have a platform of open-mindedness that you could just run and gun with information. It's just awesome to be there. And then I got big plans with Stacey Brown, Tyler. We're going to be seeing Matt at the January conference, and I'm going to be speaking at the conference in June in Port Charlotte, the Southwest Florida. And that's just going to be so dope. I'm going to have a table at Infinity Con. I always got stuff going on. I'm going to Torreya this weekend. I'm going on a hike to Ecofana Creek right after I get off with Vic Cundiff. So just keeping things rolling. And last night was at a haunted house and had some cool readings on the ghost box. So, life is paranormal. We're all supernatural. I love conversations like this just to push things forward. So I'm really rooting for everybody. And we just got to keep bringing the community closer because that's the way we're going to get closer to the truth. And it's all inside of us, guys. It's the eternal light. They cannot calculate the soul. Do not sign your soul over. Do your research. And like Nana Boss said, buy my books. I actually just signed a contract with Beyond the Fray Publishing yesterday. Steve Stockton, Penny the Cryptozoologist. They're republishing all 4 of my books and then putting out 2 more of my books. And I always will remember Iron Dogger, being like, you self-published your books, I love Iron Dogger, but she was stuck in a tunnel right there because a lot of people, good people, self-publish their stuff, and it's incredible. But if you're lucky enough to have an open-minded publisher that's really behind you on your supernatural thought and psychedelic experiences, then, you got to run forward with it. So, guys, share your information. Follow me on TikTok. I just reached 25,000 followers, man. That's incredible. That's a lot of people. Look up how many people that is, and that's how strong my army is. So when I'm going on my Screw the Globe and the Firmament, and even when Bob said glow, I was like, come on, bro, you know better. And then when he said planet, that was perfect. Juan Perez, Chocolate and Cheese, Aaron Rocca. We all know the truth in the chat. Guys, planet, plane, terrain. Look up the research on the moon landing. We never went to the moon. Oh, my gosh. What did we destroy the technology and we can't go back? We filmed over the tapes because we ran out of VHSs in the 70s. You have to really close your ears and eyes to go along with the establishment. And guys, feel with the family, feel with the community. Listen to the Bigfoot world, the paranormal world, and even the flat earth community. Because guess what? We're closer to the truth than pretty much anybody else. Screw NASA and fight for the soul. Give up on Nazis. Nazis have nothing for us. We owe nothing to them. I know we are Anne Frank, guys, in this battle. Do not call the Gypsy Popo on us. We need to be on. Gypsy Road and Dr. Wu do a great job of opening platforms and open-mindedness, and it's just so important to push this game forward. I love your breaking news, Eric. It's an incredible little show you got going. Start sharing my videos a little bit more, homie. That's all I can say.
Well, let me say real quick, then I gotta end the show because I gotta get to work. I do have a breaking news coming up this Friday, and Connor did say something great because I actually had another comment. You should start showing more of my stuff. The only reason I show things from all different people, just so people don't think I'm favoring certain channels. I want to show people that I'm open-minded to all channels, and Bigfoot has a lot of great stuff, and I'm so encouraged with the young guns coming up. We need this stuff to continue. and knowing these people have passion. Guys, you should support them. Do whatever you can. Get them on your shows. Don't just try to get the big dogs, the big channels, the big huge things, because the young people are our future. They're going to continue it.
Yeah.
People, you should also get on your channel. Talk to them. Don't worry about all big dogs. Get everybody on your channel, because everybody has a story. Everybody has an experience, and we can learn a lot from every single one of these people. So I want to thank Tyler. I want to thank Matt, Connor, Dr. Wu for jumping on. I actually got to get going to work. I know work sucks. Yeah.
And just real quick, hey, Danny said science meets science. Guys, science is water doesn't bend. And if you can see buildings that are shorter than what the curvature should be, that's science, guys. So don't pull the science card on me if you believe in cartoons. So do your research. And if you believe in heaven, then do your research again. Just Google the earth the Bible describes, guys. It's not hard. I don't want to seem like I'm jamming it down people's throat, but guys, we have to wake up from this illusion, and it is sooner than later, or it's going to be really dark times. And it really starts with the truth. And we're not moving. The constellation's always been the same. Polaris always peeks through. Go to the Georgia Guidestones. You can see Polaris through the hole. That wouldn't be true if we're going through space. That's evil, guys. Screw Baal. Screw the goat man. We represent the creator. Bigfoot. The goat man.
Greetings, YouTube. Danny Staten here on the Daily Dan blog. I want to take this special time out to thank Midwest Bigfoot researchers for taking the time out of their busy schedule to check out my videos. And as they were checking out my videos, they actually found something I thought was very impressive. So I thought I'd give all my subscribers a look at it so they can let me know what they think in the comments below. And I want all my subscribers, all my friends, all my family in the Bigfoot community to take time to go over to Midwest Bigfoot researchers and give them a subscribe and check out their channel. Now let's check out what they found. How awesome, YouTube! Not only did they find stuff, they took time to make a video and put it up on YouTube and show the world all the stuff they found in my video. I do appreciate that. That is above and beyond the call of friendship and family here on YouTube. Well done, my friends. Well done.
Dan blog on YouTube, and how about one of his videos? He has no email. This is the only way I can figure I can get a hold of him, because I know he watches my channel. This is on your video called the Bigfoot Sasquatch Planned Attack. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, buddy, I got some stuff here for you. I don't know if you can really see much in it because I was just copying off of YouTube, but you're definitely being watched. These are the times on the bottom of where I found them at. If you look closely, there's definitely a set of eyes and a face looking at you in each bush. And that's the reason why that smell came out of there. You scared them. And then they distracted you with the other noise to get you away from the ones that were in the bush.
And once again, that's Midwest Bigfoot researchers. Everybody should check them out. Tell them Daddy Dan sent ya. So I thought real quick I'd take a close-up look at some of that evidence they found for me. And that's about as extreme close-up as I can get on that one. Wouldn't you say so? You know, if you watch this video that I made, you'll note that I take note of the horrible smell in the area. I knew something was close in my heart. I just did not see nothing while I was there. I sure want to appreciate Midwest Bigfoot researchers for the fine job they done analyzing my video. It gives me somewhat of a chill watching your video back, Midwest Bigfoot researchers, to know that I was surrounded by these creatures at the time and was completely unaware of it. You know, it's shit like this is why I tote a really, really big gun when I'm in the woods. And I recommend all you researchers out there tote a really, really big gun when you're in the woods, because you never know what might happen. So YouTube, thanks for joining me as I checked out some evidence sent in by Midwest Bigfoot researchers. Be sure to check them guys out. I'm about to kick back over and enjoy the Legend of Boggy Creek. I just picked up this original Legend of Boggy Creek DVD. I can't wait to throw it in the machine and take a look at it. It's been a long time since I've seen an original, uncut, extra footage version of the Legend of Boggy Creek. Be sure to like, subscribe, and ring that stupid little bell for Daily Dan. Be sure to join me for all my videos. Be sure to check out Midwest Bigfoot Research for all their videos. And until next time, this is Danny Staten on the Daily Dan blog. Saying blog over, dudes. Blog over!